Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Launchpad number 1. We are kicking off day 2 of our competition here, as a few teams are looking for bids to qualify for the North American Strikers League. My name is K-Bot, joined by Yume. Yume, how's your day been going so far?
Yo, what's up? I've been doing pretty good. We started a little bit late, but that's okay. It happens. But all the matches today on stream specifically, they are all qualifier matches. So every single game should be pretty hype because you lose and it's, especially when we get down to losers, it's just over.
I mean, they'll have another chance to qualify next week, theoretically, but we were talking even a little bit offhandedly, and it feels like there's going to be a lot more teams looking to qualify next week. Just people decided not to show up for this one. I guess people might have been busy on short notice or something, and are planning to make their runs next week.
Yeah, so I will give out the notes right now. So currently, the only current NASL roster that joined Week 1 Launchpad was PP Legends, which means that other NASL teams essentially just didn't take up slots for this qualifier bracket to go into liftoff. And so that means next week's Launchpad is going to be crazy. A lot of NASL teams, I assume, are going to take a lot of slots in the qualifying bracket portion of in the bracket portion rather than the Swiss portion, because they automatically get to skip the Swiss portion. So it's going to be crazy because I'm pretty sure like at least 5 to 8 teams are going to show up just for bracket portion next week. And it seems like our match is going to be starting with PP Legends and Give Sony emote. On PP Legends side, I believe it is going to be Maddie, Average Alex, and Fiery. And Give Sony emote should be Numbered, ZZZ, and Oldre. And K-Bot, do you know that much about all these names here?
Oh, well, of course, you were just talking about PP Legends being a team that did indeed qualify for the North American Strikers League in Season 1. So it's nice to see that this roster is sticking around unchanged, even despite the rough go of it they had in the very competitive Eastern Division. But the roster remains exactly the same. As you mentioned, Fiery, Maddie, and Average Alex are coming together for this one. And on the flip side of this, Give Sony emote, a handful of beta veterans that have kind of been absent in the competitive scene of release, but are now coming back and trying to kick some cores around. It's Numbered, ZZZ, and Oldre. We'll get into Striker Select here. It's IME-Zap with the bands of Luna and Kai, each taken off of the table. But that is no surprise here, as Manny will be more than happy to play the Estelle goalie, a pick that he's kind of been known for.
Yeah, so something to note here is that both teams banned each other's players. So ZZZ and Oldre are very well known for playing a lot of Luna, and Maddie is just a super hyped up Kai player. He's insane on Kai. So it seems like that they are just targeting each other. But we are on IME's app, where I believe PP Legends has an insane comp of Rasmus and Juliet, so they're going to find a lot of kills in the center, hopefully.
Reminder, folks, this is a best of 3, so we will be certainly seeing at least one more game after this. And our starter awakenings to kick things off for us are going to be Specialized Training and Deadeye. Something that maybe the Estelle and certainly the Rasmus on the side of PP Legends will enjoy, and could certainly get them a little bit of an advantage early on, as now Fiery actually looks for the goal themselves. We'll be able to get the Fiery Flurry out onto that Dubu. Average Alex looking for the pass forward, but ZZZ is there on the interruption. There it comes, finally in from Fiery, finds the top corner. The Juno goalie does not stand.
Yeah, and Fiery over there, he was basically just pretending it was Oki. He had so much pressure. He ended up killing Numbered with the Specialized Training Flurry, and just ended up staying there and being able to find good pass angles, and then just found a good corner shot.
Well done. Now ZZZ looking to return the favor. Sitting on top of Maddie there, looking for the goal barrier, but Maddie's still able to play defensively. Now Fiery finds the dash punch combination into the pit against Oldre, and will find the goal barrier as well. Crystallized Thorns not out in time. The goal barrier will falter, and ZZZ just barely misses the connection with the core there. Average Alex will be the one to scoop up the core and send it back with a whiplash. That's 2-0 up for PP Legends.
Yeah, it just seemed like Numbered wasn't ready for that position that Average Alex was taking. He was a little bit too far down to be able to save that. But we'll see, because ZZ is about to have Flip here, and the Flip economy seems like it's slightly favoring. And oh my god, Average Alex just finds a kill.
Finds one with the touch right off the rip, going fishing on the Rasmus, as we like to say. And now Fiery once again looking forward. There's the core flip out of Maddie, playing so far forward in the goalie position, joining the fray and being able to put one back with that energy burst. PP Legends taking a clean 3-0 set. And look, this team was scrimming a little bit before we started today. We know that for sure. And they certainly look like they are on their A game. They don't want to have to go down to that losers bracket today.
Yeah, and starting with this draft, Fiery just immediately, BestieInSlot, built different, is right there immediately. And going on next, we get Glass Cannon for more speed on Dubu. Estelle should be taking Hot Shot here to deny Juno. Yep, and then Rasmus should be taking probably Prize Fighter or Quick Strike for more midfielding power, and that does happen. And now Juno has really awkward training, so he has to take Monumentalist, which I don't believe is the best on Juno, but I think it was the best that he could take in that situation.
Well, Monumentalist doesn't sound terrible, right? The Blabos get larger. That can only mean good things, right?
That is very true, but I do believe PP Legends definitely won that draft pretty hard.
All right, KO comes through here. Power play opportunity. Number tries to keep the pressure online here, joining ZZZ on the front lines, but now the goal box will be found by Fiery and then punches to send it back. 4 straight for the PP Legends here.
Yeah, and that's just something that's going to keep happening on Imy's app with having the Juliet Rasmus combo. They just have such high kill pressure in the center. It's like if you get hit in the center by any of them, you're probably just going to die. And ZZZ out here looking for the kill on Average Alex, but is just barely not able to find it.
You talk about having plenty of KO pressure already. Then you, as just the Rasmus and Juliet, then you pair that with a Deadeye for the Rasmus, or no, Specialized Training rather for the Rasmus, and then you also pair it with now a build different for Fiery. They find yet another KO. They convert the power play once again. It's 5 straight for the PP Legends.
Yeah, they just have so much pressure. I'm actually kind of at a loss over here because I'm not really too sure what Give Sony emotes can do at this point because they just have to get so much pressure. The biggest problem is Juno used to be a high damage dealer, but right now they have to play from midfield, and it's pretty hard to play on midfield when essentially this map is kind of a lot of 1v1s with the way the map is laid out. So Juno has a hard time being able to find it.
Another KO comes through. Fiery on a 4 KO streak. Maddie is plenty far forward, feels comfortable here. Crystallized Thorns out. There's the Rose War back. And Average Alex will find yet another KO, but it doesn't matter because Fire will just take it themselves. 2 clean 3-0s. And this might end up being a bit of a quick one, you may.
Yeah, something I wanted to note there was Numbered actually had a really good attempt on the dodge over there. He tried to dodge Fiery's dash punch, but Fiery went through him, so he didn't really have time to strike that. But that was an insanely good attempt, honestly. But over here we see Fiery does get prime time, so again, even more damage, which is kind of crazy. And then we have Average Alex taking Stagger Swagger for speed. Dubu takes Cast-A-Last for more stun opportunities, and everything else seems to be going its way. ZZZ takes damage, as much damage as he can with Bulk Up, and hopefully he can just keep up at this point. But I think this is kind of hard because Average Alex stole all the midfield trainings away from Juno, and Fiery just has so much extra damage compared to ZZZ. I'm not really sure how they come back from this in this situation.
We'll see if they can, especially now as Oldry is cracked, staggered, sent away by the Crystallized Thorns, but not KO'd. There's the Blabo trying to find the clear, but Fiery still blocks it and sends it right back towards that goal barrier. Now Average Alex finds that touch. There's the KO from Fiery as well. And there's the pendulum swing. It's the ace for PP Legends. So clean on the positioning game from them, catching their opponents off guard.
And that's just what we noted earlier. They have such high damage that they will find these kills. And unfortunately, Give Sony emote is now pretty under-leveled, like half the levels of PP Legends right now. So we're gonna have to see what happens, but I think they just have a hard time finding kills and pressure. And right now, an Average Alex gets another hook again.
Average Alex now on a 6 KO streak. There's the pendulum swing. The clear doesn't quite come through from Numbered. Match point, 8 straight goals. PP Legends looking to make this a 9-0 shutout.
Yeah, and they're just snowballing way too hard. I actually just don't really know what happens here for Give Sony emote. I think at this point, they could try to go for a crazy comeback with ZZZ starting it with Numbered trapping Average Alex in the corner.
They find a KO. They found the goal barrier as well. There's dash punch forward, and ZZZ will collect the core away from Maddie. 1 goal on the board, and it will not be a shutout against Give Sony Emote. They just need a little bit of time to warm up. You know, they got caught off guard. They might not have had a scrim game or something heading into this one. So they need a little bit of time. Get back, get those nerves, the competitive setting away. But again, largely comes down to who gets the first KO here. Now, oh my goodness, how did ZZZ do that much stagger?
Well, he has specialized in bubblers, and he does have bulk up, but also Uldre did damage with his blob over there. And while Maddie does look for the core flip attempt, does miss. But we'll see what happens. Average Alex is trying to 1v2 through that side instead of trying to pass the Fiery over there. And they do find more kills over here, but can Maddie hold this 1v3?
They finally started to come online here. Maddie Rose warps forward, clears it away from ZZZ, but still is there to collect the core. Now Uldre on the jump in will find the dunk. Suddenly, potential set here for Give Sony Emote. They're starting to utilize some of their awakenings to the best of their ability. We're talking about that specialized training, talking about bulk up here as well. And now all of a sudden, that comeback experience they get from a few of those KOs has got them basically equalized.
Yeah, right now, ZZ's the same level as Fiery after all these rounds, after just like 3 or 4 kills because of it. And this is kind of crazy. Uldre about to have flip again. Seems like PP Legends are being pressured very heavily over here. And Uldre does try to find the kill on Fiery with his flip.
But there it is. Fiery will find it. Now, Somersault backwards numbered, looks for the clear. ZZZ tries to send it up to the top side. Will get the KO, but there's the Fiery Flurry. Attempts to dodge, but it's just not enough this time. The PP Legends will take the 3-0 victory in Game 1.
Yeah, their Pokemon ability, slow start over here. It was starting to go so well, but just the 1 KO just snowballed into a goal from Fiery. And that's just what happens on Imi's app. You have to be able to find these kills on the center, because what happens is you can very easily make triangle positions on this map. And if you get 1 kill, your opponents basically have to try and change their formation really fast to try and be able to defend the barrier. But it's just very hard in those situations, especially because of the way the map is laid out. And Maddie was playing Estelle, so he has a lot of range. He can move forward and basically just hard force a 3v2 on their side of the map while holding his Rose Warp and teleport backwards for anything that like goes slightly past him. He's just so hard to deal with. But on the other side over here, Give Sony Emote started to get ramped up. They started to do so much damage. ZZ caught up in levels so fast within 2 points.
And actually, as we look at the stats here, I can't quite do the math completely in my head, but it looks like Give Sony Emotes was doing more damage at some points in that game. And in fact, will come away larger on these totals. But at the end of the day, right, can you find those KO conversions? And that was one of the things, is that the second that 1 KO went down, PP Legends were able to capitalize on the striker advantage they had on the pitch, and they were able to play that one so beautifully. But now, as we're starting to see Give Sony Emotes warm up a little more, and as we see another map and another set of awakenings here, Yume, there might be a fighting chance for them, especially with what we were given in that last set.
Yeah, I think what's going to happen is, and this is very interesting to me, that the way that game came out, because if you don't know, ZZZ is known as a very high-profile, like, he's a murderer, essentially. I'm just going to say it. He plays Luna, but the way he plays Luna is he literally plays to straight murk you as fast as possible, as often as possible. But in that game, PP Legends kind of just shut them down for so long, just being able to find kills, while Uldre was kind of stuck on Juno. While Juno is able to deal damage without Stinger and without basically more damage to actually deal with it, they just had a hard time. But this is a better map for Juno, Oni Village over here. So let's see what these bans are. Assumably, we see an Atlas ban, hopefully. But no, again, they banned Luna because both Uldre and ZZZ are very well known for their Luna. So they're essentially banning 2 players at once.
Luna looking like it'll get banned away, and indeed the Kai will come off as well. But Maddie's once again comfortable on the Estelle here. Will likely lock that one in. And Average Alex hovering the Drakkar. We'll see if that gets locked as well. And a lot of choices to make, of course. We'll also see what those starter awakenings are, but looks like Juno and Dubu will get locked in even still for Give Sony Emote. Certainly not wanting to change things up all that much. And now ZZZ waiting for a moment and will lock in the X instead of the Julie.
Yeah, and ZZZ, again, on X, still well known for dealing a lot of damage. The Jubu pick is fine on Oni Village because he essentially functions very similarly to Atlas. Most of the melee goalies do. But we'll see if the double midfield with Maddie and Average Alex is able to beat out the Juno goalie. Because what's going to happen is it's just a pressure of can we keep core control versus do we die to ZZZ or can Numbered hold it down?
Happy Star, Glass Cannon are the awakenings. 4 Glass Cannons across the board. These players certainly prioritizing speed, but Goldbearers falling across the board here. Now Average Alex and Fiery will team up to put another back. Numbered standing a little too close to the goal line, gets KO'd in the process, and even if he wasn't going to get KO'd, probably would have been stunned regardless. And it's another quick goal on the board for the PP Legends.
Yeah, and again, they just find all this pressure. Average Alex was able to take 1 or 2 barriers there and just snowballed it out of control, but we'll see what happens. I think one of the big problems that we're going to find here is that X doesn't really have a lot of mobility or force scoring potential without his R. And ZZZ right there, he tries to strike and then use his ultimate right after for a strike reset, but they are able to find the barrier from Oldre Slime. Can they score here?
Well done on the Tofu Fortress as well from Numbered getting involved in the play, but Oldre staggered, has basically no health to their name. ZZ bull rushing forward. There's the X Maximus once again, looking for the strike in the net and will find it to the top side. Maybe a bit of a stun there, but able to find the mark and give Sony emotes, looking to actually earn themselves some Sony emotes at some point in their competitive play here.
Yeah, right now, this just feels like a battle of the midfielders. Oldre versus Average Alex, who actually is able to find being able to hold the core more often. Fiery just ends up dying over there with his core flip up.
Power play opportunity, but Average Alex responds in kind with an energy burst KO himself, looking for this bottom gold berry and finds it with a lock and load. Matty up to Fiery Flurry Fiery himself off the respawn. Be looking down to Oldre, beautiful Blabo. Takes care of the barrier, and the X Maximus is actually going to go out. Now, core flips down to the bottom post. It won't connect with a goal, but the Juno Blabo comes in again. Matty can't find the clearing angle, and suddenly gives Sony emotes with their first lead in the series.
Yeah, this is getting really dangerous because, again, like I said, Juno has a lot of room to work with on this map, and as you saw right there, a blob just catches Matty off guard, unable to strike it back right after. He literally just got strike ward by a blob.
Fiery looking for the dash, but Average Alex collects it for the strike. Looking for the pass forward to Fiery. Can't seem to find it. ZZZ continues to bully Matty, doing what X does best. Now, oh no. Double barriers will fall there. Matty can't find the strike. ZZ in position, looking for it down to the bottom corner. Matty's still able to win the strike wars. There's the log as Fiery's on the offensive now for the PP Legends. Oldre forward, leaps in, looking for the pass, but it's once again denied. Now Fiery collects it, and there's the dash and the stun with the punch. Once again, it's another set that's gone to all 5 goals.
Yeah, I think what happened was that I think Numbered was trying to wait for Fiery to dash punch at the bottom corner, so he tried to hold it, hoping that Fiery wouldn't just score at the bottom, but Fiery waits for him instead to right before he strikes it and just dash punches him and gets the goal right there. And they do take both barriers, PP Legends over here, and again they try and dash punch in, but Oldre does die.
Oldre goes down, power play opportunity, but Core continuing to trade hands. CCC looking for the clear angle, trying to get it outside of this triangle. Beautiful formation for PP Legends, and there it is. The abilities come out with the lock and load and the punch, sending that Core right on back, and PP Legends will indeed keep their 4 sets in a row alive here as we head on to our first carousel in our second game.
Yeah, and again, right now, priority again on Juliet with build different. But I think one of the biggest problems here is that I don't think there's actually that many good trainings for X to take, but I think there is. So Juliet over here is able to get Tempo Swing or Perfect Form, or have Matty steal the other one. So he does take Perfect Form. And does Matty either take Tempo Swing? Yep, he does. So ZZ here should be taking Orb Dancer or Super Surge, which is a little bit more interesting. So he's going to be flying really far, giving him a little bit more mobility. But I actually think that Orb Dancer might have been a better option over here. Give some more coverage overall.
And we were just talking about, that speed could be very important here on Oni Village, where that core keeps flying back and forth. And you see it as the core catches the speed lane. It also catches both goal barriers, one on either side of the pitch. We'll see what comes through here. ZZZ likely looking for the bull rush forward. There it comes through, but it doesn't connect with the core. Crystallized Thorns burned out of Matty here as well. ZZZ still in position, looking to send this one on back. Fiery looks for the KO, doesn't find it there. X Maximus out, but it's Average Alex collecting the core right into the law. And Matty can't find the strike again. It falls to the goal barrier here, and suddenly another opportunity, but now ZZZ low, take it off of the pitch. Aldry looks for the jump forward, and the defense with the Blabo passed yourself, but it didn't work that time around, and possession's right on back over to PP Legends. Average Alex has the core flip as well, uses it here. There's the Blabo out, but ZZZ will deny it with the X Maximus. We're in overtime now. This rally's gone on for over 60 seconds, and this is where you really start to see the core speed pick up, but Fiery is able to collect it. Beautiful geometry, being in the right place at the right time, and sends it back.
Yo, can I just say, Fiery is a beast with these dash punches, finding very good angles, knowing where their core is going to go, and just dash punching it immediately over there. But I also want to note over here, Give Sony Emotes is changing up their strategy a little bit. ZZZ out here doing his best Oki cosplay, and if you don't know what that means, he's essentially camping the goalie and just trying to find free goals or kills on him, but ZZ does not have enough damage with Vicious Van Brace, Extra Special, and Super Surge. He doesn't have a single damage training yet. So over here, we'll see what happens over the course of the match, and hopefully he finds a damage training to shift the tides in his favor.
Looking for the shot up there once more, but Matty will use the energy burst to clear it away. And now Matty trading the stagger bar is cracked, and now ZZZ likely looking for the punish here again. Fiery looking to take care of ZZZ, but all the meanwhile, Alex is able to find the goal barrier here for the PP Legends. It is ZZZ that gets sent off of the pitch as Matty comes in, regens up to full. Aldre wins the strike for the midfield. It translates to a goal barrier, and Tofu Fortress comes out as well. We're in overtime. Doesn't look like Aldre has any Juno Blabos there. Couldn't quite set up, keep the pressure alive. Now Rose Warp back from Matty. There in time, ZZZ will send one away with a bell ringer. Now that core is going to bounce all around, and ZZZ will find the redirect to the top side of the net. These rallies are going on much longer. Is it this being a little closer, Yube, or is it just an Oni Village thing?
I think this is an Oni Village game, but what's happening a lot here is that Sony Emotes is changing a lot of their strategies, and ZZZ with the Super Surge just pushes him into the side over there and finds the kill immediately. But yes, this is Oni Village, so a lot of rallies are meant to happen. This map is very wide open, so there's a lot of space to pass the core in between a lot of teams. And because the core has to travel so much distance on this map, basically, every hit doesn't really matter. Especially if you look over here, ZZZ just lost on where to go, and Fiery again finds dash punch unnumbered. And that's one of the biggest problems we have with X over here, is that X doesn't have enough mobility. Even if he tried to block the pass, there was a lot of ways that interaction could have happened. Average Alex could have just dribbled it past ZZZ, but he does find a pass to Fiery, who is so good at these dash punch goals and barriers.
I'll tell you what, the other thing here that I'm noticing, and something that I think a lot of folks have been talking about lately, is a kind of triangle formation. And we're seeing PP Legends sit in that triangle quite often. But though it's hard to sit in that triangle when you get taken off of the pitch. Power play opportunity. Triangle back the other direction as Numbered starts to join. Keeps the pressure alive here. Looking for the final goal barrier. ZZZ's forward on the X Maximus. Matty already burned the Rose Warp, but the clear will come through regardless. Fiery has to go back for the orb. And still one goal barrier up on both sides, but as we start seeing more of this competitive game, feels like we're going to be seeing more of watching what these teams exactly want to do and playing with one another, knowing exactly one another's habits is going to be important. The PP Legends certainly demonstrating that they have that shared experience as a team, not only competing through the entire last season of the North American Strikers League, but also playing a handful of other tournaments, and I imagine scrimming, taking things rather seriously. Now goal barriers fall. Average Alex on the dribble, looking for Fiery, and he'll send it back. Well done to find that pass in the connection. And it is 5 sets in a row for the PP Legends. They're looking to make it 6. Just one more, and they'll be in to liftoff.
Yeah, and that was such a great corner pass from Maddie. He just had the foresight to say, oh, Fiery just slightly missed. I need to just give it back to him, just using the corner again. And Maddie gets prime time, which is just best in slot, one of the best in slots for Estelle over here. But what does ZZZ and Number take here that actually denies them enough? And over here, we do take Missile Prop and Quick Strike because we're X. We just got to do damage, right? And if we strike more, we're going to hit more. But unfortunately, that does mean Juliet does get 1-2 punch, which is, again, another strong trick. Awakening, actually, now that they've been changed, for Juliet. And right now, Fiery just has such low cooldowns, and he has so much extra damage with this 1-2 punch on Dash Punch and R, and he does finally kill Holdre because of it.
There it is. Maddie Rosewarp's forward looking for a little bit of extra damage onto ZZZ, now looking to take him off of the pitch. There's the Fiery Flurry out. Can't quite follow up with a dash, but Numbered's forward on the somersault, and then the goal gates will open. Goal opportunity, but ZZZ finally gets taken off. Staggered KOs, and Fiery looks to send it forward. Rebound pass will get intercepted, but Average Alex forward, able to find a strike towards the barrier. Now ZZZ interrupts things, knocks Fiery off trajectory, and once again, he can't quite get there to find the core. Somersault forward. Average Alex is still there in the speed lane. Here's the Fire Flare once again, and Numbered almost won the strike war, but it was sent right back to Fiery, who puts one back.
And Fiery is so good at just challenging Numbered every interaction you saw right there. So he thought Numbered was going to strike, so he immediately ulted, and the Number struck after his ult, and then he just immediately struck again, just covering so many of Numbered's options there. He just had a really hard time, especially without any abilities up at the time. And over here, and he gets finds another kill again on Numbered at the corner. And with the flip, Average Alex just gets a goal, and this is looking extremely rough here. But ZZZ and Holdre do have flip coming up, so hopefully they are able to change the tide, and hopefully only need to use one flip, because Maddie does have his flip up to be able to use defensively or offensively here.
Well, Holdre also has Fire Up, by the way, so that might come into play here in just a moment, giving a little bit of extra speed. There it is. Core flips exchange. Maddie will defend the barrier, but the extra speed as ZZ goes forward. We'll find the core flip into the barrier, and now Holdre looking for the pass forward, but won't be able to find it now. Rose Warp away, Crystallized Thorns, but here comes the punch from Fiery as the PP Legends are looking to turn this right back around and once again qualify for liftoff. This is the goal that they need to do it, but into the Blobos as Holdre still gets sent away. There's the Tofu Fortress. It falls right through. Finds the other goal barrier, and both goal gates are open on either side. Fiery, once again, forward dribble to themselves, and will dash punch it forward. Doesn't even need the energy burst, and it's the PP Legends that'll qualify for liftoff.
Honestly, everyone for PP Legends did amazing there. Like, Maddie just being able to find these constant clear angles that are actually like really hard to get, especially with Rose Warp, and Average Alex just keep holding it down very solidly in midfield. But Fiery, he's a beast at these goals. He scored 7 of these goals, and so many of them were like just really good opportunities. He just kept challenging Numbered there, and that time he dribbled, and then I think what happened was Numbered struck, and he immediately dash punched just the core right through because Numbered was just slightly too far up. But on the bright side, over here, that was an incredible game from PP Legends, and they do qualify for liftoff. But Givestone Emotes do have another chance in the losers bracket to qualify.
They actually have 2 chances in the losers bracket, because if they lose the next series, they'll drop down to the 5th place tiebreaker. So they'll still have 2 more chances today to come away with the best of 3 victory. So plenty of more chances. And look, even if they don't get the chance to do it then, they'll have the chance next week as well to qualify. So plenty more opportunities for this team. And they showed a decent bit of promise, but it does just feel like PP Legends is on a little bit of a different level, a different caliber of teams, given their previous competitive experience. And while, you know, the league might not have actually gone that well for themselves, they were still able to come in with that much of a higher echelon of experience.
Yeah, but K-Bot, here's the thing. Even though they didn't have a great record, you know, the only thing that matters is we got 1. We got 1. They got 1. That's all that matters. They didn't go 0. They got 1.
At the end of the day, as long as you're qualifying for the best league, not many people can kind of criticize you for, you know, not playing incredibly well, because you still had to beat everyone to qualify, right? So
that is true. And over here, while we are on a break on looking for the next match, I just want to note over here in losers round 2, Powerhouse Defenders versus Idaho Farmers. Powerhouse Defenders did beat them 2-0. Yoki, Evil Drew Danger, and Maloom versus Appabug, Bolby, and Kavista. So Idaho Powerhouse Farmers cannot qualify for liftoff during this first week currently. And one more thing to note again, guys, there is another Launchpad next week, but I believe because of the teams I'm seeing currently that didn't skip Swiss phase, there are going to be a lot of NASL teams next week, which means if they want to qualify, they should do it this week right now. And this week is probably, technically speaking, the easier week to qualify. I'm just going to say it like that.
Bold words there. But we'll see what happens. I mean, of course, it's natural, right? When there's going to be so many more teams in that other one, and 5 slots are up for grabs here. So we'll see who's able to sneak in to liftoff. And remember, folks, these teams don't all qualify for the North American Strikers League right away. They've got to go through liftoff, and then a handful of teams from liftoff, the top 6, will qualify into the Tier 1 league, and the rest of the teams will get placed into the Tier 2 league, should they choose to accept, or after roster shuffling and everything, as subs get pulled in for the NASL teams. But we'll see what all happens. And of course, there will be more details, but rest assured that Tier 2 league is still in the works, and we'll probably be seeing a lot of these players pop up there. But you mentioned the Idaho Potato Farmers. That's a roster. Appabug, Bolby, Kavista, all players that are relatively known entities. They get taken out pretty early here, and again, they'll have to try to find a way to qualify next week if they want to stick with it. And it might be an uphill battle, but I'll believe. Other updates as well. Party Rockers in the house tonight, in all caps with no spaces, because of course that's the way you name your teams in Omega Strikers. Has the 1-0 game advantage over Oshino Core Flip. Oshino Core Flip has been playing with subs for a decent bit yesterday. I think they're probably still playing with a sub today as well. But this Oshino Core Flip team is another team that has been looking incredibly strong as of late. But we should get to talking about our next series, because this one will determine who gets to qualify for liftoff. It'll be Quest Esports versus Bozo Bunch. This Quest Esports roster has been going absolutely insane lately on scrims and practice and everything, and they have certainly leveled up quite significantly. But they're going up against the Bozo Bunch, who I think surprised a lot of people, especially in yesterday's Swiss stage.
Yeah, so as we go into this match, let's just start out with the players. On Quest Esports side, we have Hamster Quest, owner, manager, something similar to that for Quest Esports. Switch and Lily Bun. Lily Bun, an up-and-comer, has been pulling out very good results recently, and has also recently hit Pro League within the past couple of weeks. So a new face to see, especially in the high-level scene. And on the other side, we have Dropletto, or Muncher, I believe, and Fem Bison. This whole team is pretty new, haven't really pulled up too many results, but they did go 4-1 in Swiss. So let's see how this match does go. But here we are, start on IME's app again, and we do see the Juliet Rasmus from Quest Esports.
Yeah, the Rasmus, of course, wasn't banned away. It was a Zentaro and Kai bans. And now the Rasmuses will both come out. It is built different Chrono Boost. No surprise then that the Rasmuses are coming out here from Dropletto and Hamster Quest, each picking up that build different. Such an incredible awakening on basically all of these brawlers, where their hitboxes or their abilities will scale with that size. But first up here, Switch is able to find a KO into the pit, and that goal barrier will fall.
Yeah, and Hamster Quest finds the kill with his death sentence, or death touch. I forget what it's called, his hook. But over here, they have so much extra pressure. Again, with these Juliet Rasmus comps, they are able to find so many kills, and Hamster Quest just able to find a goal with his primary. And again, it's looking like PP Legends all over again, with Juliet Rasmus able to find so many kills, and Switch specifically playing Juliet, already starting with his BestieInSlot built different with pummelers. And again, Hamster Quest finds another kill.
Another KO. Dropletto taken down low. Switches forward, looking for the finishing blow, but can't find it there. Lilybun gets involved in the glitch pop, and now Switch will redirect it towards that. Dropletto sent away by the Cyber Swipe, and now the Fire Flurry comes out to convert into the KO. Switch is there with the punch on to FemBison, and it's only a formality for this goal to go in, especially with 3 core flips online on the side of Quest Esports. And all of the sudden, as you mentioned, I mean, hey, the team play, the synergy here, all working. They're able to find these KOs, and they're able to convert a lot of these power plays.
Yeah, and specifically since it was a 3v1 there, they opted to make sure no one core flipped. So right now, we should be seeing Switch and Hamster Quest just core flip for a barrier, and then the goal. And again, another two kills just off the bat from Bison. Can they hold 3v1 against 2 flips over here? But unfortunately, nope. FemBison just dies to Switch. Again, Juliet with pummelers and Built Different is just a really rough time.
And also consider pairing that with an Aimee, right? A little bit also like pairing it with the Estelle that we were seeing from PP Legends. That Aimee can put out a significant amount of damage, can put out a significant amount of KOing power in some cases as well. And suddenly, where are you going to run, right? Especially when you have to play Ring Around the Rosie in this pit in the middle. And now Hamster Quest gets the first pick of the carousel and will deny the Stagger Swagger away. And that just means that there's going to be even more KOs. It's prize fighters denied here for FemBison, which means that maybe things won't scale as much, but a Catalyst comes online here for Switch in addition. And again, a lot of fantastic stuff to see. And even Lilybun gets the twin drive for the Aimee, allowing that Cyber Swipe to come out much more frequently.
Yeah, I definitely feel, oh my god, FemBison just dies to a hook out. They were slightly too far out. I definitely feel like Bozo Bunch gave up a lot of really good trainings just to try and deny Quest, but I think Quest just still got way too many good things at the same time, and Switch does find a goal Muncher was slightly too far down while FemBison was just respawning. I think the problem was, I feel like FemBison tried a little too hard to try and deny Switch this prize fighter, but again, we'll see what happens. FemBison basically just has a training that's just dead on use. They just don't really have a great time with it. But over here, they just, again, so much pressure. Oh my god. This is just so disgusting with triple size trainings on all of them. So they all have like very good ways to just stuff. Rasmus with his secondary, Aimee with her secondary, and Juliet with dash punch. And with the Aimee ult, again, just leave it there and you just have so much size with everyone else. You just can't really beat them out in a strike war.
We're talking a little bit as well. This team has looked clean, but now, hang on a second, as Dropletto finds one with the Death Touch. Hamster Quest Death Touch comes up just a little bit short, and it's a power play opportunity here. Eye forward, looking for the goal barrier. Pass forward to Dropletto, but the core flip comes out of Lilybun. Defensively send it away. Here's the Firewall Sentry as well, used defensively. Trying to keep this out. FemBison looking for the strike forward. Switch, Fiery Flurry comes out. Hamster Quest finds a KO with the Death Touch. There's the pendulum swing. Switch keeps it forward with the punch, and now we'll be looking for the pass once more. Hamster Quest has the core flip online. Cyber Swipe forward, but it doesn't even need to be used, as the dash punch will collect and connect with the core. Switch comes in. It's another 6 goals to 0 to the favor of Quest Esports.
Yeah, definitely over here, Bozo Bunch wishing Stagger Swagger wasn't in the game and wishing it was unstoppable, but Hamster Quest did deny it earlier. And over here, we have a okay draft. Aimee does grab Glass Cannon, which is surprising. I thought she would grab Monumentalist, but over here, wait a minute, Dropletto took Monumentalist. He's looking to have a really giant Death Touch, apparently. And over here, we do see midfielders taking midfield trainings. Juliet does get perfect form, and FemBison gets more speed and more stagger. But I don't know if stagger will help you that much when you're just dying to a hook and a dash punch, which usually you aren't even cracked for.
Hey, come on. Monumentalist Rasmus here. If you're having difficulty finding the KOs, that just made finding the KOs a little bit easier, especially with the fact that it'll hit harder as well, right? Pulling back a little more, and it does indeed convert into a KO. Dropletto will take it themselves and shove it back into the net. Shutout no longer. Bozo Bunch gets one on the board.
Yeah, and they finally get one with a kill from Dropletto, and again, this is just how Ivy's app plays a lot. You have to be able to find a lot of these kills, but I think one of the biggest problems is these teams have Juliet Rasmus, but the enemy teams just, again, without Juliet and Rasmus on this map, you just have such a hard time finding these kills, and Hamster Quest is trying to defend on this one side, and Switch does die.
Switch
but
down,
a good defense by
exchange.
Lilybun.
Oh no, was looking forward to keep up the pressure on the other side of the pitch, and it goes around the world right back up to Dropletto, who's able to send it back with another pendulum swing. And the Bozo Bunch have a set point of their own.
Yeah, and that was just a super unfortunate dash from Lilybun. I see what she was going for. She was just trying to put pressure out forward to try and make sure the core didn't come back to their side so Switch could respawn, but it just backfired on her.
Now, Switch forward once again. Has the energy burst with that catalyst. Will use it there and won't find anything for it. In fact, gets KO'd by, I believe that was Fem Bison with that Tofu Fortress. Gets the extra prize fighter stack, and it'll be a 1-for-1 trade. Hamster Quest, now Lilybun as well forward. Will find the goal barrier with the Cyber Swipe. And Hamster Quest so close to getting an energy burst himself. Rebound off the pit. They'll go right back the other way. Finds the log into the corner. Goal barrier down. Hamster Quest trying to beat the core back. Now we'll use the Whiplash. Tries to send it forward. But it's a 1v1 in the Rasmus. Will find the pass forward to the Switch. There's the Fiery Flurry. But Fem Bison able to send it away with a bounce off the log. It doesn't matter because it goes right back up to Switch, who's able to redirect it into the goal. And Quest Esports, once again, looking for the 3-0 sweep.
So right now, it seems like Bozo Bunch, because they're having a hard time killing Switch now, they're just getting pressured a lot by Quest Esports over here, and Dropletto, again, able to find a kill on a Hamster Quest over there. And this is the biggest problem. If you die on Ivy's app, it just becomes way easier to pressure your opponents over here. And Fem Bison just getting... Fem Bison just doesn't even know what's going on. Just got crossed up by so many different options over there, unable to save it and figure out where to stand to strike it. And that was impressive, honestly.
Again, it's the forward presence of a goalie that plays the difference there, with Lilybun's glitch pop coming in to get that first rebound, caused that little bit of extra confusion. And then Switch was in position to put it away all the same, still with cooldowns online. But I uses the energy burst, tries to get this thing out of here and dodge around the firewall sentry. Now potential scoring opportunity. Dropletto in the Whiplash, looking forward. Can't find it. Pendulum swing, dribble to themselves, and will find the goal all the same. So well played there, utilizing everything in the Rasmus's kit to keep the core. And the Bozo Bunch will find their first set of this game.
Yeah, and definitely the difference maker was Dropletto. Dropletto popped off that set, being able to consistently find kills and just have extra pressure. And over here, we have Dropletto just gets extra special. So he's going to have a hook on a 10-second cooldown, essentially. And
That'll
over here,
certainly play a role.
Yep, and over here, Lily takes prime time, and...
Yeah, Primetime comes through. Specialized training out of Fem Bison. Hey, maybe looking for a couple of extra KOs, but now, critically here, Switch has Fire Up. In addition to having that Catalyst earlier, likely will have that much more energy, a little more speed sharing for the rest of the team, and even that recent buff will give 25 energy to the rest of the team. So certainly can play a role here for Quest Esports, but their barrier will fall all the same. Cyber Swipe comes in, Dropletto finds yet another KO with the Death Touch. Now we'll be going forward, Pendulum Swing, Lilybun almost gets KO'd there, not quite. Cyber Swipe out, I can't collect the core, still looking for it again, passes it forward to Rasmus, and Dropletto wins the strike war in the goal box, sends it right back, and Bozo Bunch starting to go a little bit more on a tear. Other thing I will say, by the way, Yume, is we haven't seen Big Fish yet. That could come up here in this final carousel and could even be a first pick for the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, definitely. And this is just going to be a big problem over here because they are finding so much pressure. And now, over here, Quest Esports changing their tempo to try and kill Dropletto. But, again, Dropletto just finds a kill on Switch. And Hamster Quest just finds a kill on I. And over here, this is a very funny 2v2, but Lilybun here with the eject button, essentially making the 2v2 moving forward instead. Dropletto just barely survives Switch's dash punch, but we'll see what happens over here. Everyone's respawned and alive.
Glitch pop forward, Hamster Quest in the corner. There's the Firewall Sentry, preventing the core from going anywhere. And that Summer Assault will not save you for long. Beautifully placed firewall sentry there, limiting so many clearing angles to try to get that out of there. You have to time it so well. I think if you're in that position, FemBison could not find the timing under pressure, and it will be the goal for Quest Esports here. Switch does have Energy Burst online with a fire up. Has to not get KO'd first, but Dropletto will find the pullback against Lilybun. Sent away. Power play opportunity, but Switch is still having this core forward here. Finally goes back the other way. Dropletto picks up the gold barrier, but Lilybun's back in on the respawn. There's the lock and load, and Dropletto is still there to send it back. It's another set point for the Bozo Bunch. They're looking to take us to set 5.
Yeah, and Bozo Bunch over here, honestly, Dropletto just saying, this game is going to revolve around me. So right now, they have to change up their game plan and just try and have Dropletto have as little value as possible. But Dropletto always finding so much extra value and finding way more opportunities because he does have that extra special. So we'll see what happens here. He does have the core forward.
Glitch pop out here from Lilybun is able to win that little glorified strike war, I'll call it. Gets it forward, but pressure will still collapse. Death touch out. Tries to pull it back in here. Hamster Quest trying to keep possession. There is the Fire Flurry already used from Switch. FemBison looks for the clear, but there's the pendulum swing from Hamster Quest. Sends us to a 5th point. And Quest Esports looking to take game 1 right away from the Bozo Bunch, right under their noses.
Yeah, this is definitely looking a lot closer at the end. It seems like, again, Bozo Bunch, again, slow starters. It's happening all over again.
Here it comes. On the dribble, finds the core flip, finds the gold barrier. Now Switch up to Hamster Quest, who has found a KO against Dropletto. Now it's back down. Switch doesn't even need to use the dash punch combination that time, as Hamster Quest puts it away with a pendulum swing, and they'll take game 1 in our best of 3.
Yeah, and something that I think was the difference maker in, honestly, that game overall was Lilybun having the eject button. And it's been so cool recently that a lot more goalies have just been taking eject button, because we've seen Imi start taking eject button more often instead of strike shot. We've seen many other Kai players, I believe in NASL finals, we saw Vaughn and Kai take eject button, and it really seems like a lot of these goalies are changing up to value the fact that they can help pressure forward with their team for free every time they have their secondary up. And just look, 7 assists. 7 assists. She's just doing so much work over there.
And to that end, I will say something in watching FemBison's play for Bozo Bunch yesterday. Oftentimes, FemBison was the one to set the pace for the goalies going forward, be playing very aggressively, but just, I guess, couldn't quite find the speed awakenings here for the Dubu, or felt more comfortable just being able to wall off one side of the map because that, pit is in the exact dead center. Able to send that wall up to one side, and you don't actually need to walk that far forward if you're the Dubu, but look, it's the same premise, right, as those Ice Skates Dubus, right? The more often that the goalie can join an offensive play, make it a 3v2 instead of a 2v2 on those front lines, suddenly odds might be in your favor to actually start sending those goals back. And certainly, even if Lilybun isn't joining the fray with that Imi, with that eject button and the cyber swipe, even things with the glitch pop, and then even a well-placed firewall sentry, just enough covering the entire map, basically, to get right over to that goal line. Certainly join the fray, and those 7 assists will be a large part of that reason. But then across the board, of course, we were to see more KOs come through in general from Quest Esports. And they looked clean overall, but hey, Bozo Bunch started to warm up a little bit, started to shake some of those nerves, and once again, turn things around.
I definitely think the biggest problem with that map, again, is that we have Jakar. Jakar is really good at winning midfield, but the problem is that they were just dying too often, just as a team overall, and Jakar might have enough damage to help, but it's kind of hard because Rasmus finds kills on his own without usually staggering opponents, especially in that map. So I'm wondering if they can change it up, maybe have a different midfielder that does either a little bit more damage, or instead they just switch to the Juliet. But will we see? Okay, so we don't see Oni Village, so this is not an exact mirror of the game earlier, and that's a good thing.
Atlas's Lab will be the map we're playing on here. But hey, to that end, Atlas's Lab, the gravity well in the middle provides a little bit of extra damage, so maybe the Jakar can still stay, right? If it doesn't need to provide all that much more damage. Bans coming out here, looking to ban away the Vice, and the Kai once again will get taken away. That Vice ban probably was towards Hamster Quest, namesake for Quest Esports himself. Oftentimes has been playing that Vice in a midfield role, and as it turns out, Bozo Bunch just does not want to play it here. Maybe with something like specialized training online for Atlas's lab, or who knows what it could be. We'll see in a moment. But the rest of the locks come through, and Finny comes through for Lily. Talking about being forward and being aggressive with a high damage composition, this Finny can make quite a large difference.
Yeah, definitely the problem with Finny currently is that her secondary just adds so much damage amp. It's basically pointing to someone and say, kill them. I do not care who or where you are. Die. No, we do start, and I just already half health, and he just loses all his stagger bar instantly.
Didn't even have time to say the starter awakenings. Heavy impact rapid fire coming out. It's the Rasmus and the Zentaro that pick up heavy impact. So talk about having high damage. You saw all of the Zentaro's abilities will also have that impact, get that extra damage from hitting harder from the heavy impact starter awakening, and now another KO comes through, this time against Fem Bison. The pressure stays online. I will win the strike war in the gold net, but with Lilybun getting another KO, actually, wait a minute, sends it away. Hamster Quest looks to pick it up from the Molten Bolt, now trying to send it back, but Fem Bison has just respawned. The hold is still there. Now, the next target, dodges the misdirection. Be looking to keep things alive here and out of the net. Switches the next one that's low on stagger, but they're still holding. KO comes through again. There's the core flip in front of the net, and finally, Quest Esports will find it. Took them a little long, an impressive defensive hold, but nonetheless, especially when those energy bursts come online, it'll finally falter.
Yeah, and this Vinny just already putting in so much work. That was a total of, like, what, 4 kills, 1 round, and again, I instantly loses all of his stagger bar as soon as Lily just marks him.
Once again. Looking for forward here. Now, KO is found once again against I. Hamster Quest goes in the close. Switch also tries to play a little bit here, and Hamster Quest pops right out, lock and load straight back. Quest Esports up 2-0.
Yeah, definitely the big problem for Bozo Bunch over here is that they're playing a comp that basically plays around midfield and having core control very often. So what's going to happen is at the start of the round, they are going to try and take that center gravity well, as you just saw, to try and make more space in the lobby. But the biggest problem that they're going to have over here is that they have to dodge these Finny secondaries. And a lot of players, they don't try and dodge the Finny secondary. And as you see again, 2 more deaths right away.
2 more KOs. There's the final goal barrier, and now the passing plays come through. Hamster Quest will collect the core, send it back with a lock and load. Nothing Fem Bison could have done there. It's a 3-0 set for Quest Esports, and they take priority on the first carousel.
Yeah, and hopefully we don't see a cast the last or anything like that over here, and we don't. Thank God, because imagine if Lilybun just was able to take cast the last immediately. That would have been so scary for Bozo Bunch over here. But Jakar over here taking the built different to make sure Fem Bison can't deny it away. But as we see, Zentaro gets their choice of perfect form or 1-2 punch. Just gets choose between 2 best in slots. Deny me anything you want. I got it.
Yeah, Switch has got to be feeling pretty happy about that one. Quick Strikes, Orb Dancer, Tempo Swing will round things out. And as this played, you know, probably not a lot that you want ideally from either side. Maybe glad to pick up the Quick Strikes here early. We'll see if that converts into an energy build later. But Switch certainly with a perfect form. Pair that perfect form Zentaro, or perfect form heavy impact Zentaro, plus that damage debuff from Lilybun, and you've got a recipe for very low stagger bars on the side of the Bozo Bunch. Fem Bison looking forward again as Dropletto has decided to rotate back into the enemy goal box while trying to regen. Gravity Well comes out. That one getting immediately taken out by Fem Bison, but now lower on stagger. Possession just shifted. There's Switch finding a KO into the goal box, and now forward on the passive strike. We'll look for the other goal barrier here as well. But a nice Tofu Fortress blocks off the pitch. Hamster Quest can't quite keep the pressure. Stuck behind that Tofu Fortress as well. Now Strike Force 1. Fem Bison forward on the Summer Assault. Can't quite capitalize. Now Lilybun keeps it forward. Hamster Quest on the dribble, finds the KO with the lock and load, and now has this energy burst. Molten Bolt will not connect. Slice and Dice forward. Switch will find the goal barrier. Now there's the core flip coming through. Log is out. There's the lock and load. Still has the strike. Switch is there with the Slice and Dice, and will send it right back.
And over there, Fem Bison almost cooking, honestly, just trying to bounce it in between the goal box to try and find a clear angle, but Switch just right in front of her the whole time. And over here, we're seeing there's so much damage on the side of Quest Esports. Again, Switch having a heavy impact and perfect form means that his cooldowns are extremely low. And as we keep seeing over here, I think the biggest problem that they're having is they're dodging all these big damage abilities, but they aren't dodging these small abilities. But with Finny's damage amp, it doesn't matter like if you're getting hit from a small damage ability. You're just taking so much extra damage. I think what needs to happen here is Bozo Punch needs to dodge this Finny secondary. And that's just something that I've been trying to tell players more often against Finny. But it is pretty hard to see every once in a while, and you do have to react really fast, but you have to be watching for it specifically, because I think that's honestly what's changing the game right now.
It does appear to be the case, and once again, Quest Esports forward. Here comes Misdirection. Dodges come through as Switch is looking for a little bit of extra damage. Slice and Dice. Eye taken down to load on Stagger. Lilybun core flips to clear. Fem Bison will stall things out for just a moment, but Switch will once again collect the core. Here comes the Maelstrom back the other way. Gravity Well comes out here, but Eye still collects the core. Looking forward again, but now has to dodge away. Low on Stagger, and the Oni's blade will be committed from Switch. All the meanwhile, the goal barrier will go down. Goal gates are open, and now it's the favors returned on the other side. Switch preemptively uses that Slice and Dice. Was looking for the pass from Hamster Quest. Doesn't find it there. Now we'll be able to find it. It's Fem Bison stuck in the log animation. And it's another 2 sets on the board here early for Quest Esports.
Yeah, what happened earlier was actually a really good sequence, especially by Fem Bison. Fem Bison moved up and just essentially trapped the core against Lilybun, and they are able to get the goal barrier, but weren't able to capitalize on it. However, as we see over here, Jakar, is he going to take Missile Prop? I believe he should, while Dubu does get extra special, denying anything away from Zentaro, sorry. The Zentaro takes, again, more damage over here. Arrow with the Monumentalist, which is, again, actually really interesting, because that means Arrow's going for tornado kills more often, and Lilybun takes Orb Ponder, already having 5 stacks of Orb Dancer, and the way the orbs work is that if you already have one, you essentially just take the stacks you already have and just catch up to it immediately.
Yeah, and now dangerously, right, with Switch on perfect form, Lilybun with the Orb Ponderer with a couple of extra stacks, all of a sudden, all of those damage debuffs are going to come in more frequently as now both members get connected. Hamster Quest converts into the KO. Gravity Well out. Eye is staggered and knocked away. Almost finds the ace once again for Quest Esports. This direction comes out of Lilybun, tries to save it, but it is an absolute bloodbath here as Hamster Quest and Switch are continuing to find the KO conversions. Now we'll find the double goal barrier, and Hamster Quest will send one away. Target acquired. Gravity Well will spawn, stopping momentum for a moment, but it's only a matter of time as the lock and load will find the net as its target this time. There had to have been like 6 KOs for Quest Esports that last point, you may.
Yeah, they're just able to find so many kills, and with Lilybun having the 7-stack Orb Ponder, if she gets 3 more, I mean, at this point, she might as well not even have a cooldown on her spacebar. She just tell the team, just go off, have fun, just see who has this mist around me, this gas, and just light it.
Looking for it, and hey, also paired with the Molten Bolt from the Jakar, you know, that extra damage comes through, that extra slow makes it easier to hit. So much just works for this composition from Quest Esports, and you can tell they're practiced on it as well. It's come out and able to find it. Goal Bearers fall on the other side, looking for the last one here. Misdirection comes out, Switch will be able to find it. Rollout animation, not fast enough, and now the Slice and Dice comes through. It's qualification point for Quest Esports.
Yeah, and they're just looking so strong out here, just putting so much pressure constantly, just saying we have the kill button over here. So I'm actually curious to see if we even get a point out here from Bozo Punch, and I hope they do, because again, Eye marked for death, and Hamster Quest immediately jumping on him. Same with Switch, ulting.
Once again forward, Eye is low. about to be sent away, but now it's Switch's turn to get sent off of the pitch. Hamster Quest will find the return with a 10 KO streak, but Dropletto on the dribble down to the bottom side. Here's the Whiplash, doesn't quite collect it, but now we'll find the goal barrier. Fem Bison starts to go forward, it'll find the gravity well. Looking for a goal here is the Bozo Bunch. Just takes one goal to start turning around the momentum. One goal so they can start believing in this series. But it's so difficult. Eyes low on Stagger again. About to be sent away as Switch looks for it, but now I just slipped forward and is able to find a goal. I don't know what happened there. Something fell apart in communication for Quest Esports, but
so what happened
forward, find the goal.
Yeah, so what happened there was that Lily had to try and dribble to try and find a pass to her teammates, but her teammates were too far forward since they were trying to find these kills. And Bozo Bunch just stood essentially in a vertical line and said, try and pass to your teammate. You're not going to find one. And I was just able to just challenge Lily with a strike war immediately right after because she had to like just try and wait, essentially, because there was no point in just hitting the core.
Now, looking for more KOs. Low on Stagger. Here's the misdirection. Gravity Well comes through. I will get pinballed around and taken off of the pitch. Dropletto on the dribble again, but there's the damage debuff. Will find the dribble, continuing with the pendulum swing, and that will be forced to dodge away. Gravity Well, collected by Switch, passes back and forth. Now everything looking for that final goal barrier. Hamster Quest forced into Energy Burst from the Maelstrom. Won't have that, but Lilybun is forward. Everyone is in the enemy goal box right now. The goal barrier will hold for the moment. Now, Switch able to intercept the Death Touch, pass back with the Slice and Dice, but doesn't connect there either. Rushes in for a KO, now has Energy Burst, will knock both members and stagger them completely, but Lilybun doesn't connect with the core. It goes back to the other goal barrier. Dropletto is forward again, looking for another cheeky goal. Can't find it there. Death Touch is out. Lilybun's dancing in the enemy goal box with all that extra speed, but there's another KO. Hamster Quest unending 12 KO streak. Switch forward again, looking for yet another onto I, as the core picks up an even more speed around this Gravity Well. Lilybun once again forward with the Orb Dancer speed boost. Up to Switch, still denied. I will pick it up with the Maelstrom. Back down, Dropletto will collect it. Pendulum Swing won't connect. Death Touch pulled back, but only pulls back Switch. Here's the Oni's Blade. Once again, looking for the goal. Quest Esports want to qualify on this very point, and will be able to find it as Hamster Quest Molten Bolt will secure it. Quest Esports will qualify for liftoff.
Yeah, congratulations to Quest Esports, but Bozo Bunch do still have 2 more chances to qualify over here in loser's bracket. And that match was crazy. During those last couple points, Lily just started greeting for orbs, and she took she basically ran out to the midfield, took the orb out there, and then whenever she just had to run back to her side, she immediately ran back and just took her own goalie orb with that huge speed boost and just having essentially negative cooldowns at this point. Like, they just did so much damage. Look at these damage numbers over here, and essentially everyone's almost more than double their opposite side, and it's just so hard with these kills. Like, look at this. So 13, 18, so 21, 22 kills from Quest Esports and only 1 from Bozo Bunch. And again, like I noted earlier, Bozo Bunch are trying to play a midfield composition where they just, or core control composition, where they try and hold the core as long as possible and basically just force it on Quest Esports side as long as possible. But they just had a really hard time because Quest just said, just mark someone for death, killed them, and then said, we have core control because you have less people than us. Good luck.
Yeah. That is quite literally what they were typing in chat, Twitch chat, to one another, by the way. I don't know if I saw what you all were doing. I was watching. And I imagine the rest of our spectators too as well. Congrats to Quest Esports. They'll qualify for liftoff. The Bozo Bunch will have to go through losers. They await the winner of Party Rockers versus Oshido Core Flip, which is still in Game 3 after a 71-minute series. I don't know if that's because they started late or if because all 3 games have been going an incredibly long time. But that sounds like it's just been a banger of a series. And it will be Give Sony Emos versus Powerhouse Defenders. Both of those matches will be qualification matches, the Bozo Bunch versus the winners of that set. And then the losers from both of those sets will be able to go off against one another for the 5th and final qualification match of the day. But you may believe that's it for our commentary block, and we got to get out of here so that we can get on to our next match. Any closing remarks for our block?
Yeah, those were both incredibly kill-heavy almost every game was incredibly kill heavy. So it's pretty interesting to see the meta shift because I feel like more recently we've had a lot more. Even though there's a lot of kills, there's just a lot of like stuffing pressure and stuff like that. So it's been interesting to see the meta shift. And quick side note, I do believe Party Rockers did beat Oshino Core Flip 2-1. It seems like they didn't report their last match already because I have an insider in those games, you know?
Insider.
But
Look
we
out.
do have to sign off, guys. So this has been Yume, and
I've been K-Bot. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Don't go anywhere, folks, because there are more liftoff qualification matches coming right on the other side of this break.
Welcome back, everybody, to today's broadcast of the Launchpad tournament to get into the North American Strikers League. We are coming into our lower bracket now, find out who some of the last few teams qualifying for liftoff are going to be. My name is Gordo. I am joined by Borg once again. Borg, welcome back to the stream. We're on day 2 here. How are you doing?
Pretty good, not too much of a day so far I've had. Woke up a little late, but I'm ready to cast. Last today casting actually, so a little bit bittersweet, I guess I'll say. I will be gone until September. Said it a million times already. Don't need to say it anymore. I'll probably say it at the end of the stream anyway, just because why not? But excited to be doing it with you here, Gordo. The first and the last cast of, for a while at least. And I'll see you guys back in season 2 of NASL. But Launchpad, at least the first Launchpad here, we're gonna be, going over a lot of games here, 2 best of 3s. What teams will be qualifying first for Launchpad, and obviously the teams that do lose will still have a chance on the 5th place tiebreaker after this cast here earlier or later in the day. It's going to be the last match of the day, and then next weekend the teams that still don't make it in will have another chance to get in on liftoff for Launchpad 2 next weekend. So keep all that in mind to the viewers here, and as we're starting to get into the game here, it'll be Powerhouse Defenders versus Give Sony Emote. So lots of pretty recognizable names here, Gordo.
Yeah, definitely. Give Sony Emote coming on in. We just saw them on stream pretty recently, dropping down to PP Legends, struggling a little bit up against that former NASL team, looking to make their return. Whereas over on Powerhouse Defenders, our good friend Coach Yoki, friend of the stream, friend of the broadcast, going to be playing alongside Evil Drew Danger and Mloom in their efforts to make their way into the NASL.
Yep. Like I said before, very recognizable names. ZZZ, Oldry, Numbered. More so beta names that I recognize. I've definitely played against them on release a couple times in solo queue, but haven't really seen them in competitive play so far. I think this might just be their first tournament since release. In beta, definitely I think everybody remembers them from beta that was there. So definitely very, I guess, famous or infamous players, however you want to remember them. So I'm excited. I've seen a couple of their games so far, and I've been losing to PP Legends, tough games because PP Legends definitely a very, very strong team. NASL Season 1 competitor as well, and they've only been getting better. Fiery now, not on 90 ping, going to be definitely a very, very tough person to beat. So those, that game already said and done. I think definitely a good learning experience for the boys, the beta boys, I'm going to call them, Give Sony Emote. And now they have to take on, another scary team in Powerhouse Defenders that has been basically performing most of the time pretty well, I guess, on release, right? A lot of weeklies been placing well, placed top 8 in Pro League Invitational. I think this team definitely has a great chance, if not to win this game, if not winning, at least qualifying into liftoff regardless, and then from there making a run possibly into NSL Season 1. So I think this will definitely be an incredibly close match, and I think it's really going to come down to the map and just how prepared they are for each other.
Definitely, 2 teams that have had some setbacks already in this very first launch pad, right? We saw that Give Sony Emote did drop down to PP Legends up in that top bracket, like you said, but they're going to keep getting chances over and over again here. They can still win here up against the side of Powerhouse Defenders. If they lose that one, they're going to have the 5th place match that will round out our day, and even if not, they still have the launch pad next weekend as well, so still plenty more to play for there. But Powerhouse Defenders as well, coming in as a super high seeded team. If I'm not mistaken, they were our first seed overall. Yeah, absolutely. Coming into that first day, still dropping a couple of games on their way there, ending up 2-2 out of the Swiss stage, and having to play in through this losers bracket as a result. Now they've done well today though, so far. They were able to take down Chikara. They were also able to take down the Idaho Potato Farmers. Now going to be looking to round out that run through Give Sony Emote and just get themselves all the way through qualified here, not have to deal with that 5th place shenanigans.
Yeah, Powerhouse Defenders definitely, I guess, coming into bracket with a chip on their shoulder, right? Losing to Chikara in that Swiss stage, definitely, I guess, underperforming as a lot of people would hadn't really expected from them, right? Usually, from a top 8 Pro League team, you wouldn't expect that to happen, but I think, mistakes happen. Mloom, new to their roster right now. Usually they do play with Bernie. So Bernie not able to make it for either launch pads. So, got to make another player work. And I think they're definitely kind of meshing together now, as we just seen. They 2-0 Chikara, 2-0 Idaho Potato Farmers. They're coming in to hopefully, for them, steamroll this match as well and qualify right away. Don't want to have to deal with that 5th place tiebreaker, regardless of who that would be against. But Either way here, we're getting into game now on Oni Village. It'll be a Luna ban on the side of Powerhouse Defenders, and a Zentaro ban, probably taking it away from Coach Yoki and Bloom, actually, both play the character. And Oni Village, what kind of coming into this, I mean, you know, not a bit of an infamous map here for us casters and also just for the players in general. You know, usually we do tend to see the better team win with this map, but, you know, depends
we enjoy
on the
ourselves
comps,
while
right?
it happens.
We enjoy ourselves while it happens. Yeah, I think it's going to depend on the matchups here. We're going to be seeing a Finny goalie actually on Oni Village. Definitely an interesting pick overall. They've been practicing a bit. We'll see after it plays out with the Julia Estelle, and then ZZZ numbered in Oldry with the X ZZZ special. Oldry on the Estelle, and then numbered on the Atlas. So I'm curious to see what the 1-2 punch missile prop are going to be our starting awakenings.
Yeah, gonna be a cool selection there. We'll see how that missile propulsion especially affects the range on these Estelle abilities, giving them a little bit more pressure around the map. But ZZZ going to take some control up on that top side, going to be able to even things up at 1 goal barrier a piece here. Just give Sunny Emote, going to look to move themselves in towards this goal and get some things started off in their favor. But getting the goal opened on up early on, Numbered going to knock it down towards the bottom. Oldry will be able to clear it out, but taking a bunch of damage from Yoki as a result. And Yoki looking to close this first goal out. They'll get it with a pass up to Glue.
Yeah, and I guess one thing to look at with these comps, right? Pretty much the main difference is these goalies, right? With the Atlas goalie being much more defensive, trying to secure that last barrier, hold it, let their teammates play for as long as possible. But it's pretty hard to do that when your teammates are going to be dying over and over again from the debuffs that the Finny can bring, from the long-range primary that the Finny has as well. And I mean, if Finny ever gets time to walk up, that Finny ultimate just takes barriers for free as well. But as you see here, right, lack of defense. So ZZ taking both barriers here, looking really strong and already getting a goal, right? As I'm kind of ranting about that. So Finny going to be a little bit tough to play around here for the side of Powerhouse Defenders.
Yeah, there is a bit of flexibility there with the Finny that I'm curious to see how people are going to be able to use as the character gets utilized more and more, right? Just throwing the misdirection forward in some circumstances to play a little bit more permanent defense, using the double take to guard against other shots. Those are kind of some techs that we don't get to see a huge amount of yet, but are definitely things that the goalie Finny particularly brings to the table. Is Yoki's already scored again. I mean, Yoki doing a great job in this first run on the Juliet, has so far gotten a lot of progress done and scored both goals for this side.
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of just seems like both teams are still feeling each other out here, warming up a little bit. Barriers kind of going down a little bit crazy. Nothing too bad's going. I think this first set definitely feeling more of like a warm-up set for them, but I mean, I think Powerhouse Defenders are coming together really fast as they do have the extra goal. They have an extra KO and an extra stagger bar. Evil Drew playing super far up with that core flip, getting another KO, and I mean, Powerhouse Defenders just looking so strong now.
Yeah, now Yoki, once again, mano-y-mano, going to be able to take it to Numbered and finish off that set win for the side of the Powerhouse Defenders. Got to be pretty happy coming out of that first set there, making a lot happen off this freshly nerfed Julie pick. Really getting a lot of value out of their Sunny as well, their Finny rather, making quite a bit of that damage amp really make a difference and getting plenty of KOs and plenty of goals for it.
And getting rewarded with the build different. Huge training for the Juliet, as we've seen time and time again. Right, the extra size, the extra impact damage on top of 1-2 punch, going to be finding a lot more of those KOs, going to be finding a lot more of those goal barriers now. Going to be very, very scary. But on the other side, you know, Oldry with that Estelle taking aerials, going to get an extra range and a little bit of, I guess, extra range on that Rose Warp. That's what it's called. That's what I was fishing for in my head. But we'll see a lot more stealth play here. I think off Oldry, possibly getting a lot more random barriers from it. But definitely watch out for Yoki this set, because this man is going to be an absolute menace on the Juliet.
Definitely. Bloom getting a little bit of a steal away there on the core to open up one of those barriers, and CZZ just cannot find a target for the longest time. Drew Danger will finally be able to go evasive, just calling down Yoki to give him a little bit of an assist here. That X is very low, and so far been doing a very good job at deftly avoiding these abilities as they come on through. But they do have to eventually deal with the source of the problem. Meanwhile, this core getting knocked back and forth up on the top side, not quite finding its way onto any barriers, and Numbered has successfully cleared it out once again. Yoki now advancing forward. They're going to give it up to Maloom as well. ZZZ still just holding this position inside the other side's goal arc and making sure that they feel punishment for it. They're going to nearly take out Evil Drew Danger. As a result, they will be able to get onto that orb to keep their health topped off, and some nice defenses coming through, but not nice enough to stop themselves from going on down. And now Bloom going to be the next target. A crucial Rose Warp to get out of the way, but going to get taken out by the core flip from Uldrey nonetheless. Huge numbers advantage now coming over to the side of Give Sunny Emo, as they're going to take it in with one more piercing shot.
Yeah, I mean, ZZZ doing what ZZZ does best. He's known for this pick, the X just sitting on somebody. It doesn't really matter who. This time it was the Evil Drew Danger. You know, Finny, not really going to be having too many tools to survive that pressure from the X. So why not just pressure him pretty much the whole time? As we can see here, ZZZ hitting these orbs, finding all this pressure on the Evil Drew Danger, making it so much harder for him to play. As we can see right here, both barriers are going to get gone here immediately. And Powerhouse Defenders are going to have to figure this out, because if they can't get this X off of Evil Drew Danger, I mean, like we just saw here, it's already over.
Yeah, now Give Sunny Emote finding themselves another goal there off the constant pressure just being pumped out here. And Uldrey getting so much value off of these long-range shots, going to be the one who ends up with the credit for the goal. Bloom now stepping up here on that same character, wants to show a little bit more of that value. ZZZ takes a fair chunk of damage and isn't able to return too much. Will they get taken out? That's what's going to end up making a big difference here, as they are just bullying on to this Finny. In the meanwhile, Evil Drew Danger are going to have to use even more of that energy just to evade the Bell Ringer from coming on through, just trying to throw out some of those shots, find their way onto the core. Coach Yoki going to come back for backup, but even he can't work his way through. It's just a double KO for ZZZ, and another easy goal coming through for Give Sunny Emo.
And it might not seem like it, but it's actually incredibly smart how Give Sony Emote is playing right now. Uldrey, whenever Uldrey gets the core, is just dribbling over and over again, stalling time for ZZZ to just get as much damage onto Evil Drew Danger, onto Yoki as possible. And because ZZZ has the Vicious Vambrace, they can't kill him, right? They have to put in so much effort to try to kill him that all their core control is now going to be lost. As we're getting to this next draft here, Uldrey taking away the Stagger Swagger, crucial for someone on Powerhouse Defenders to get here, but they can't get their hands on it as it is getting denied. Castle is getting denied from ZZZ, very crucial as well. Tempo Swing going to be go over to ZZ as well. So now with Tempo Swing and Vambrace, there's going to be no way that ZZZ dies here, Gordo. I mean, this is looking, it's not over yet, but it's looking a little bit grim for the Powerhouse Defenders this game.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a great call out there, Borg. They take all their awakenings pretty much just to maximize staying on that game plan. ZZZ going to be immovable. They make sure the Stagger Swagger's not available, but they do let one get away from him. Numbered hanging up towards the top side. Bloom sneaks it in through the bottom, and nobody can quite catch up with Core in time. Will be a goal going over to the Powerhouse Defenders.
So I think they realize that they can't kill ZZZ, right? They can't kill him. They have to put too much into it, and even then, it's too hard to kill him. Might as well just go full offense, go full forward, try to overwhelm Numbered, try to get these barriers as quick as possible. And then, you know, at that point, you can stabilize a little bit and find these goals, find this play. But not happening too much here. ZZ actually very, very low. Does not have any cooldowns to heal, and finally dying there from the core flip from Yoki. So it looks like the Powerhouse Defenders are coming back into this. Numbered and Uldrey have to defend 2v3.
Yeah, that's the second time they managed to take him out, too. Got revived by the Cosmic Intervention there from the Atlas, and Coach Yoki going to be able to knock that one in for a goal, while ZZZ still respawning. As you said, looks like they found themselves a little bit of a game plan coming into this set number 3, just abandoning Evil Drew Danger as necessary and finding angles to get onto ZZZ. You know, they were denied the Stagger Swagger. They gave ZZZ a little bit more sustain, and yet somehow he's doing, or at least not having as good of a time being able to just stay up and at him in the enemy side goal arc, taking a fair bit of damage here. But here's a little bit more of what we saw in the last set. Staying healed up, getting chunked down a little bit, but still managing to keep Evil Drew Danger on their toes.
Yeah, I think the key here is kill ZZZ without being on top of him, because if you're actually on top of him, it makes it so that he's healing more from you because he's hitting more people, right? So definitely that's kind of what we saw there. He started to get really low, and then one primary, one punch, and he's now full health again with the Tempo Swing, with the Vambraces, and then just, you know, the core kind of rolls in straight to him for the goal. So Uldrey is definitely playing a lot better here, I think, to keep Numbered a bit more safe. But as I say, that Numbered just misses the strike, and the Maloom with the great Rose Warp gets both barriers.
Great shot there, and a nice core save going to be there from Numbered, using the flip to make sure that it's not going to end up in the goal. But still, the barrier's already down. It's a great moment here for the side of the Powerhouse Defenders, but it's opened up by Uldrey to keep things back and even. Evil Drew Danger playing up at midfield, actually subbing in goalie for Yoki, as Yoki going to be able to clear that one back on out and just trying to keep themselves safe here. They're a little bit tankier than Evil Drew Danger is, so maybe can withstand the ZZZ just a little bit more. We'll see if they're going to make that swap back, though. Here comes the core flip coming through from Bloom, going to get blocked away by a Cosmic Expanse, and so far not been able to work their way past Yoki on this defense. Immovable on the Juliet pseudo goalie here is Bloom stepping on up as well, just to fire out the range shots and keep this one from coming on in, but that's the numbers advantage finally earned there for the side of Give Sunny Emote. ZZZ finds himself the KO and is now going to look to find himself the goal too. Coach Yoki, though, just passing it, dribbling back and forth, but not going to be enough. Oldry sneaks it past Bloom.
You know, there's a common saying among the high-elo community, and that is forwards in the net. And when you put the forwards in the net, there's always the risk of, you know, those goals coming in through there. Oldry finding a fairly easy, very easy, I guess, special on to their goal, gets the easy KO. ZZ getting those barriers. They're coming back into the set. They want to take another one here as ZZ uses the core flip, getting a lot of damage in, but unable to find the goal so far. Oldry and ZZ looking for this KO here, looking for this goal, finding one. Can they get the other one?
Yeah, looking for it here. A nice clear back out with the Flame Flurry. Coach Yoki and ZZZ going back and forth, but it's actually the Astral Projection that scores the goal at the end of the day. Numbered steps up to midfield, fires it out, and scores the set win for the team.
Yeah, Powerhouse Defenders, they seemed like they had a bit of a read on what was going on, you know, blitzing forward a bit, just saying, screw it, let ZZ do whatever he wants. We'll get some, you know, maybe a little bit of a stell damage on him here and there. But it's just so hard, right? When there's so much pressure coming your way, there's no way to really kill this X efficiently. And you're just getting punished every time you walk back, right? So do you take Evil Drew Danger out of the net? Do you switch goalies? They're trying so much stuff right now. I think they should just go full blitz, try to overwhelm Numbered, overwhelm Oldry, and just get this goal quick. And taking a quick look at the draft here, Oldry getting that prime time, gonna make that so much more difficult. Bloom getting twin drives. So definitely a decent, I guess, second thing to get here, but one thing to note is that ZZZ with that extra special, the Happy Star, going to be so incredibly difficult now to get this man off of you with the ult on the very, very low cooldown.
Yeah, Evil Drew Danger actually opting for the glass cannon there, so betting on being able to avoid shots for long enough to just outspeed him. So far, that has not been the case, though, getting hit by another Bell Ringer there, now so low on HP, and basically without the Awakening, as its effects get nullified when you get hit. Now Coach Yoki has other work cut out for him here over on the other side. Bloom trying to play additional defense alongside Evil Drew Danger, but not doing anything for his health bars. He's going to get staggered, and ZZZ going to look to get the job done. Nearly takes him out with a Bell Ringer, but Bloom is there for the defense. Will be the KO earned for ZZZ. Punishment coming on through from Yoki, but focus too much on the X, and you're not going to be able to cover the goal, and there's going to be another one coming on through for Give Sunny Emote.
Yeah, the strats, I guess, here. The monkey strat, hit face, hit goalie strat from ZZZ, you know, is coming, I guess, seems a little bit more superior here, as very, very hard to deal with, I guess, on this map specifically, since core control in general on this map is so really difficult to keep, as Oldry and Numbered able to just stall for so long as ZZZ does what ZZZ does best. We've said it time and time again. Yoki trying to go for that flip dash, but unable to get it as Oldry beats them to the punch. Not much going to be happening from that, though. One barrier to one. Number does have that core flip. Evil Drew Danger looking mighty low here. This might start to get a little bit crazy if they can kill this goalie.
Yeah, no, really low stagger bars coming in from both teams. There's going to be the core flip coming through from Numbered as Evil Drew Danger pushed down towards the bottom, manages to stay up for a little while, but the piercing shot from Oldry will be the end of it, and the double KO picked up by Numbered as he astrally projects right back into the goal, and this numbers advantage now should be able to net the goal here for the side of Give Sunny Emote. You gotta believe the clear back out comes on through, though, and the respawns are here. It's not over yet for Powerhouse Defenders. As I say that, though, ZZZ finds his way with one more shot. 2-0. We're on match point.
And even though, I mean, ZZZ, I was going to say is underleveled here, but actually same level as the forwards from Powerhouse Defenders. Oldry is just incredibly overleveled at this point with how much that Oldry has really had the core two of themselves, right? Able to dribble so much, get so many of these redirects, find all this damage in these KOs. The finish is from ZZZ, right? From all that damage he's providing. Numbered stepping a little bit too far here, but shouldn't be too much of an issue as loses both barriers. So giving Powerhouse Defenders a slight chance in this game, I think.
Yeah,
Ooh, there it
great
is.
set of plays there by Coach Yoki. Knocks it back up and down, hits the core with each and every ability, and finds their way through for one more goal, keeping themselves alive here in what could be the final match of the game. Still just one goal away from a 1-0 lead for Give Sony Emote in this best-of-3 series and getting themselves in there, qualified for liftoff, and one more shot's gonna do it from Oldry. That's a 1-0 lead for Give Sony Emote.
Yeah, I mean, just really great game there from Give Sony Emote. They realized, they kind of found the game plan, right? That first set did not quite go in their favor, right? Powerhouse Defenders kind of overwhelming them with the pressure. They realized, you know what? What's the weakness to Finny? Her stagger bar, right? Her stagger bar, the fact that she does not have any mobility. So why not just put all the pressure onto the Finny? And that's a risk that you take when you play Finny goalie in general, right? Especially on this Oni Village map where it's so hard to keep core control with how fast the core is going on those speed lanes, right? So, I mean, we even see it in the stats here. Evil Drew Danger, 9 shots, 29 saves, 65 redirects, basically just was not in the game, like, the whole time. ZZZ, 36 redirects, was also not in the game the whole time, but the difference is the 33,000 damage that ZZZ does. 5 KOs, just denying Evil Drew Danger from playing the game, basically just taking him out, and then at some point killing him, and at that point, it's just over from there, right? So, I definitely see a possible X-Ban in the future here, right? I don't know if the Finny goalie is necessarily the best pick here for the Powerhouse Defenders. I've seen them trying it out a little bit. I've seen it work. I've seen it not work. I think that's up to them, right? But I think if you're going to pick the Finny goalie, you've got to have an insurance. You've got to have a way to survive this X damage, or at least a way to kill the X.
Definitely is where we saw them struggle in game number 1. Going to be needing to see some kind of strategy change coming into game number 2 for certain, as it really looked like a well-practiced execution there from Give Sunny Emote, and able to find just that strategic advantage on top of little individual outplays, ending up obviously taking them that game in a pretty convincing fashion to not get too much back over for the side of Powerhouse Defenders after that very first set was won.
Yeah, and it seemed like when Powerhouse Defenders had the core forward, got both barriers down, they actually were doing a lot, right? They had a very, very good offensive, I guess, playbook with Maloom and Coach Yoki just doing so much to actually score so efficiently, right? And the times that they scored, the sets, or the rounds, excuse me, were very, very, very quick. So definitely something to look for here on this game, too. I don't think it's over for the Yokesters. Any yoking emotes in chat, if we got any of those. Best one on Twitch right now in this community. It's pretty funny. But otherwise, I mean, I think it's definitely still a close series here. I think it was simply just a unfortunate set of events with the Awakenings as well, and with ZZZ getting so much to actually allow him to sit on the goalie, right? Getting that bulk up, getting some extra stagger, getting the tempo swing, not able to deny that, because if he doesn't get the tempo swing, then he just gets the stagger swagger, right? So there's no way to kill him at that point. Just such an unfortunate awakening, I guess, awakening set here that we saw. But I still think it was executed incredibly well by Give Sony Emote, right? So, like I said before, very, very close series. This is going to be, I hope, right? We all want to see best of threes. We all want to see close games. And regardless, the loser of this will still get another chance to play in the tiebreaker to qualify. So this is not a do or die game, but close to it.
For sure, and you do not want to be limping your way into liftoff in a couple of weeks' time, right? You definitely want to get that firm, solid qualification out of the way early on this weekend, and be able to take that time to scout out, to practice, whatever it is you're going to do. Relax if you have to, coming into that tournament to be able to make your way on into a potential NASL berth. Going to be on both of these teams' minds coming into this game number 2. We're just one win away from a qualification to lift off is Give Sunny Emo. Powerhouse Defenders, again, first seed coming into the event, find themselves with their backs a bit up against the wall here once again, as they are looking to get themselves a win run through the lower bracket.
Yep, looking for a win here. Just one more they need as we're loading into this next game soon. Hold, chat. Everybody hold. We'll be loading in soon. I'm sure the players, especially on Powerhouse Defenders, probably need a second to figure out what just happened, right? What could they have done? I'm sure, not sure if Yoki's streaming or not, but definitely something you might want to look at, something to hear, you know what I mean? I'm definitely going to look back at the VOD here as the game actually is starting up now. We'll see what the map is in just a second. as we're getting in anytime soon here. I think definitely one thing that Power Spenders needs to change is find a way either taking away the... Oh, wow. Okay, so it's Oni Village again. So they get the run back. Can they make the adjustments here? I'm expecting a bit of a more defensive goalie, probably an Atlas, maybe a Dubu, something to defend this, I guess, this X onslaught if they're not planning on banning it.
Yep, and that's what we're seeing getting hovered at the very least, and they're hovering an X ban. So, maybe tuned into the stream, maybe reaching the same conclusions on their own, who's to say? But going to be looking to make that adaptation here. The X ban going to come on through. It's going to be a Zentaro ban from Give Sunny Emote. And now let's see if the selections end up changing. Maybe they feel a little bit more empowered to go for the Finny goalie without that X available. Maybe they just want to scrap it altogether and go for the Atlas.
Yeah, definitely I agree with the Atlas pick here. Atlas, very, very strong on Oni Village. Pretty much has always been strong on Oni Village, regardless of the trainings, or excuse me, the awakenings, the starting awakenings. So Evil Drew Danger, definitely not a stranger to the Atlas pick. Probably one of their most played, if not their most played character. So pretty confused on that first game why they didn't just go towards it anyway. But, you got to try things. If there's any place to try things, it's during Launchpad, right? There's lots of chances to qualify, not as many teams. So a good time to try stuff. But without, with the X ban, we're actually going to see the Luna instead. Another ZZZ special. Luna and X. That's basically what this guy is known for. And same comp, I believe, for the Powerhouse Defenders. The difference is it will be the Atlas. And same comp on the side of Give Sony Emote, but the difference being instead of the X, we do have the Luna here. So I'm very, very excited to see how ZZ pilots this Luna on this map.
Yeah, the Luna forward, a spicy one that I've not gotten to see very much of in competitive at all. Going to be super cool to see coming through here from ZZZ. Z's just playing up in their face once again, as always. Going to have access to those long-range tools to try to redirect and looking to pump out a bit of damage there onto Coach Yoki. Nearly getting wrung out for it, though. He's going to have to play now towards this bottom side. Coach Yoki hitting level 2 first, going to step on forward, but ZZZ gets control of the core, opens up one of those barriers, and now he's just trying to be annoying, right? Throwing themselves in there with that rocket, trying to get some of that damage on through, and it is going to be still Coach Yoki taking control over the core, looking for this first goal, but going to get cleared back out none the same.
Yeah, and I really like how Oldry's playing here. Takes the slick kicks instead of the magnetized souls here, and is just dribbling so much. If you look at the XP, Oldry definitely just has a little bit extra here comparatively to everybody else in the game right now, besides Numbered, who has been striking the course so much as well. But over the course of this game, we'll just see that multiply over and over again. As long as things go normal, for the side of Gisonimo, Oldry should be one of the highest, if not the highest level in this game. So definitely a very cool playstyle, good midfield playstyle as well. Great save there from Oldry as well, keeping, Numbered, making sure they're safe. And they got to get rid of this last barrier here, though, Gisonimo, or else they're going to have a really rough time in this point.
Yeah, definitely. Evil Drew Danger done a good job of keeping that cleared out, and Coach Yoki doing a good job of staying alive, even with that stagger coming on through. The explosion going to come on through from ZZZ, not really going to end up finding itself any valuable target, though. Want to use that crater to try to find a KO, try to force people out of certain positions, and so far has not been able to get much value out of it now. Going to be cleared back up by Oldry. ZZZ moving on towards the bottom side. Again, Evil Drew Danger covering this barrier, but as I say that, going to end up going on down. Now Coach Yoki, without that extra fallback plan, going to try to take control into the goal here. Maloom passes it down. Yoki going for the shot, and it comes in off of one more shot from the Crystal Thorns.
I mean, they had about 1 billion chances to score there, Gordo, and finally one of them does go in. Maloom with the Crystal Thorns finally getting that clear, predicting the clear from Numbered, able to get it through. And 1-0, I mean, definitely signs of life from both teams. Easy already getting this first goal barrier. Drew Danger got both barriers went down for him, still hung on to that core flip, so has it for this next round, relied on his forwards to get it done. So definitely well played there from him. Looking a lot more comfortable, I'll say, definitely comparatively to the Finny from last game. Drew Danger definitely a comfort pick on this Atlas, and on Atlas is probably home map here, Oni Village. So as we see again to Yoki, I mean, just getting the core to Yoki, and then Yoki following through. Maloom maybe looking for chances as well. It just looks like Power Defenders are so much more comfortable in this style.
Yeah, curving it slightly around the astral projection there from Numbered. Maybe a little unfortunate, maybe just Flying Phoenix being a little bit broken, who's to say, but does manage to get its way past and end up with the big score there. And Yoki now going to open up another one of those goal barriers, has the core flip available, has all the resources they could ever want, and Bloom nearly finding the second. They're really keeping the pressure turned on in this potential set #1 win. Moving on forward now, Bloom going to redirect it up towards the top side. Coach Yoki finding themselves a little KO, but without the energy to survive the crater, just going to get taken right off the map by Oldry, and that evening up of the odds might just give them enough time to get their Atlas back here on the respawn.
Yep, Atlas comes back numbered, alive and well. So is Yoki, so it will be an even game here. The difference being Evil Drew Danger and the Powerhouse Defenders having that extra barrier. Bloom and Yoki looking a little bit scary here. Numbered has to position perfectly, cannot let anything through as the onslaught begins. ZZZ is looking so incredibly low, kind of as we've seen basically the whole first game for the most part, at least in the first set of the first game. But can ZZZ apply pressure on that Luna regardless? We'll have to see here. Great snipe from Loom to get that first set, and a bit of deja vu. I mean, pretty convincing first set from the Powerhouse Defenders. We'll have to see how this draft plays out, but can they keep it up is the question.
Yeah, you can see the well-practiced nature of the Estelle plus Julie combo that they're running here, just constantly setting each other up for these huge shots, and it's won them the first set in both games now.
Yeah, won them the first set indeed, as we're coming in. Deadeye going to be the reward here. Definitely a pretty strong training on the Estelle, going to be doing a lot more damage, a lot more knockback. We get Hot Shot coming through for Oldry, going to be helping with that core control, getting the cooldowns a little bit better. Stagger Swagger being taken away by Number. Do not want Coach Yoki to get his hands on that, and we're going to start orb pondering here for Drew Danger. I know how much he loves the energy and loves the orb trainings, so definitely going to be a win condition there, and then to round it out, ZZZ with the fire up. Going to be, you know, possibly a little bit counterintuitive. ZZZ going to be using that evade a lot to live, right? But possibly going to just rely on the Atlas ult nowadays to try and keep that energy to get the fire up for his team with the newly buffed, I guess, 25% energy increase.
Yeah, we'll see how much they're going to be able to execute on that, as they have already taken themselves a gold barrier. Oldry and Coach Yoki find themselves falling incredibly low, and it's going to be Oldry who gets the job done and builds that numbers advantage over into the side of Give Sunny Emote. Now going to be a gold barrier taken down for both sides. Numbered going to end up losing a second one there off another nice piercing shot from Loom. Has been so on point with these in this game. Number 2, and a great deflection from Evil Drew Danger. Sacrifices a bunch of his stagger to make sure that that's going to stay cleared out and that the crater is not going to end up opening up the goal. And now Bloom and Coach Yoki with an opportunity here to try to turn this into a score. Gets cleared back out by Oldry, but Coach Yoki goes in with the Flame Flurry and is going to go set up for a shot from Bloom. That does get blocked away once again, but now Coach Yoki with the chance on the Phoenix is going to put it on home and get themselves the first goal of the set.
Yeah, well played there from the Powerhouse Defender forwards, right? Evil Drew Danger able to survive the onslaught of the ZZZ Luna, able to get us a couple amazing clutch saves to secure that last barrier, right? Or I guess to secure the fact that the last barrier stays alive as we get into this game. And Loom getting taken out by the Luna Nuke and by the Oldry piercing shot, finishing them immediately. This is going to be huge for Give Sony Emo to possibly get this last barrier.
Definitely here. ZZZ moving on up, going to be able to fire on out that boost and get themselves one more open up with the whammy. Now going to be opening up this bottom side goal barrier is what they are looking for, but it's already been exposed, and Oldry gets a nice shot in there to tie it up at 1-1.
It looks like Oldry just kind of got unlocked with that KO there with so much pressure coming in, able to play up a little bit. Like we said earlier, Oldry playing a lot more defensively with the slick kicks, trying to help Numbered relieve a bit of pressure, and the difference being Bloom playing so much more aggressive. But you got to think, maybe the Estelle should just be focusing on playing a bit more aggressive here. Oldry definitely has the tools and has the skill to make it happen. Let Numbered, you know, kind of play on their own. Let the Atlas play by themselves. Let them cook a bit. Play with ZZZ as he's doing right now, and just playing so aggressive, getting to the last barrier here.
Huge plays there coming on through from Give Sunny Emote. The deflections, the core flips, everything comes up for the side of Give Sunny Emote, and they get themselves a 2-1 lead in the set point here in this second set. Great synergy coming on across there. Huge stuff from Numbered ends up getting them that goal.
Yeah, and then another thing we actually didn't see there is that Oldry did die actually to get the core to ZZZ at the end. Coach Yoki finding that dash punch, but it was oh so too late as ZZZ finds the core flip into that bottom corner. Well played, and good adjustments as we just saw again. Like I said in the first set, deja vu. The adjustments from Give Sony Emo are just a little bit more superior than Powerhouse Defenders right now.
Getting so much done on that adjustment, as you said. It's been the first set both times now for Powerhouse Defenders, but after they get some time, after they get some awakenings in their pockets, it's been Give Sony Emote coming alive with the goal now been opened up against them. Once again, the Powerhouse Defenders trying to step forward and tie this up at 2-2 in the set, and it's going to be Coach Yoki going in with the Phoenix, takes out the goalie while he's at it, and ties us at 2-2.
Hey, why make adjustments when you can just dash punch in the net, finds the kill, finds the goal? And one thing to kind of note here is these Oni Village rounds are going very, very quick comparatively to kind of how we usually see it, right? A bit of a weird thing, and you have to think maybe it's the onslaught and the aggression from the forwards on both teams that's just making it so hard for the goalies here. But the Atlas is definitely, I feel like, need to find a way to keep their last goal barrier up a bit better, right? Numbered playing so aggressive tends to lose the barriers from that aggressive playstyle sometimes, and Evil Drew Danger sometimes just gets so overwhelmed by the nukes, by the Uldrey piercing shots, so much going on. It's just very, very kind of odd Oni Village game, I'd say.
Yeah, core flip comes on through. Uldrey going to be able to open it up off the Crystal Thorns, and ZZZ finds it in there with the boost. That's going to be the set win coming through for Give Sony Emo.
Yeah, I'm barely giving you any time to talk here, Gordo. As the goals, as soon as that last barrier goes down, it just feels like the goals are happening immediately, right? There's pretty much almost no time to even commentate on what's going on. But one time that, you know, always tried and true time is these drafts. Commentate on all here. We get the extra special onto ZZZ, going to be extremely scary for the Powerhouse Defenders. So many more Lunar Nukes coming in, going to be giving them so much trouble. 40% reduced cooldown. We get the peak performance on to Yoki, going to help us speed a little bit. Timeless Creator going to be helping Numbered just stay safe a little bit longer, like I was talking about before. Tempo Swing for Drew Danger, not really going to be doing too much, and Perfect Form going to be huge for Uldrey, as finding so much more of the cooldown on to their piercing shots, especially with the fact that they have Hot Shot as well.
Yeah, and ZZZ now just going to be throwing out these craters on cooldown, right? Can constantly just be forcing the energy blow out of the other side, and going to have such a short cooldown with the benefits of that extra special. That's going to be a big factor coming in through the rest of this game, as Coach Yoki trying to bowl some side up on the top side, and is going to get it knocked on away once again by that crater. Wants to buy some space, but is going to get knocked away by Uldrey, who is just keeping the pressure on towards this bottom barrier, trying to snag it away, trying to set up with Maloom where they found the most success, but again, it sneaks past him and opens up the goal. ZZZ, so unpredictable here on this Luna, throws down another creator, and now is trying to find themselves the space to get in towards that goal. Uldrey clears it out once again, Numbered there for the backup with the Astral Projection, and has so far been able to defend this one barrier pretty effectively. But as I say that, Bloom going to end up letting one get on through, and is going to be able to earn it for him. But the crater, again, not going to be able to land onto anything, and it's Uldrey going in with the piercing shot. Nice block by Drew Danger, but ZZZ up here on the top side, ready to receive. Coach Yoki takes control, moving towards the bottom, trying to find their way in past this Atlas, but another Cosmic Expanse will buy them that additional time, but it finally works its way on through in the bottom.
Yeah, Numbered just mispredicting where that core was going, misses the core flip just a little bit there, unable to secure, I guess, that chance here. It goes in on the bottom corner, nothing really Numbered can do after that core flip gets wasted here, and then it just feels like this game is basically which goalie falls and succumbs to the pressure first, right? As we just see there, Drew Danger losing that last barrier immediately. However, Uldrey might pay the price for it. Not quite going to be surviving here just a little bit longer, as Numbered can still hang on to their last barrier. But keep in mind, Uldrey will still be low for a long time, as it's staggered once again.
Yeah, just coming out of it and immediately sent right back into the red. Now has to dodge out on these Astral Projections, on these piercing shots to stay alive, and one more Phoenix is going to do it for the side of Yoki. Now moving on forward is Maloom. They managed to open on up the goal, and now they have the setup to try to close this one out. Stepping forward, core flip from ZZZ buys some time, but the boost is going to get blocked away. Yoki up and forth, backing it to himself, getting that dribble on across, and so far can't find the shot. Maloom gets pushed back by the crater, but Uldrey sneaks in there with one more Crystal Thorns.
Yeah, and the missile propulsion starting Awakening, going to be securing that goal there with the Crystal Thorns. And Uldrey giving me a little bit of flashbacks here from beta. Uldrey definitely one of the stronger players in those early days of the beta. Stopped playing for a while, kind of just, maybe lost interest in the game a bit. Haven't seen them too much over in release. I think they recently just actually started playing a lot more. But this player, super, super good, and if they continue to play, especially in NASL, or if they can qualify for the season, I would keep an eye on them, because such an incredibly strong player on these picks, like the Estelle, like the Juno, just everything like that. So strong, so scary, and I'm excited to see them back into the league here.
Yeah, shown a great performance here. We got a few more steps to go to get into the league proper, and this is going to be one of those steps. Uldrey coming on in, looking for one more shot, can't find it with the back to core flip. Evil Drew Danger manages to buy some time, but takes a bunch of damage from that crater. And now Bloom ready to set up with Yoki. The Phoenix could get the goal once again. The KO is earned, and Bloom ready to keep the pressure up on the top side, but Astral Projection will manage to clear it back out, and they buy themselves time waiting for this Estelle, waiting for Oldry to rejoin the squad. Another crater to buy some space to force Black Bloom, and now Oldry back on the map to try to even up the odds once again. Oldry passing it on down. ZZZ wants to look for an angle to shoot it through with the whammy, but now it's going to be Yoki who receives off the core flip and pushes it in with the Flying Phoenix.
Yeah, great pass off the core flip from Loom there to get it down to Yoki. Yoki perfectly timing that dash punch. Got to think the comms had something to do with that. Yoki and, the Powerhouse Defenders in general definitely have some of the more active comms, I'd say, out of a lot of teams. Some teams basically barely talk at all, but not the Powerhouse Defenders, as they're always chatting it up. They're always, trying to get as many comms, get as much information through as possible. Paying off there as they already get the first barrier. ZZZ, no energy, looking quite low on health. The fire up kind of hard to really, I haven't seen too many flips from ZZZ recently from that fire up, so they're doing a lot better to pressure those evades out, to get the energy out, as Coach Yoki looking low here, but not for too long as they pick up the orb.
Yeah, Numbered was playing great defense there for a while, but finally the goal will get opened up, and now this is an opportunity to close out set number 3 for the side of the Powerhouse Defenders. They want to get themselves on in there. They want to be able to move things up towards a closer game win and taking us to a game number 3. But Oldry going to be able to get one off the core flip there, pass back over to Numbered, and is going to keep that pressure on, getting a little bit of punishment there from Yoki, though. It's knocked away by the Flame Flurry, could end up going down. Yoki wants to get the job done. Oldry going to be able to use the Rose Warp to clear it back on out, but takes another shot from the other Estelle, and is very nearly taken into their own goal crater once again to buy a little bit of time, buy a little bit of space, as Bloom playing assisted defense here, keeps things cleared on away, gets it down to Yoki, and gets a 3-1 set win for the side of the Powerhouse Defenders.
Hey, same thing as last point. Core flip straight to Coach Yoki in that perfectly timed dash punch. Not too much you can do there with how fast the core is going, and they're going to get rewarded with the primetime. Bloom playing super well that set in general with the passes to Yoki and with all that midfield control. So getting rewarded with the primetime, very, very strong training on Estelle, and actually didn't get the missile propulsion, went for the rapid fire early on. So having that rapid fire plus primetime is going to feel super insane. Orb Replicator going over to Number, denying it from Evil Drew Danger. Drew Danger taking that glass cannon. Stacks on stacks for Oldry is going to help with map control slightly more. We'll have to see what ZZZ takes here. Probably going to be the Egoist. Yep, takes the Egoist for a little bit of speed, a little bit of energy with that fire up. And last thing to note here is actually the Super Surge from Coach Yoki. Going to be having a lot of those crazy dash plays here. We'll have to see if they can actually make use of the training. Definitely a very interesting training on Juliet. A lot of people hate it. A lot of people like it. We'll see how Coach Yoki feels about it.
Yeah, has definitely made a lot of great plays with that dash already, getting that additional range. But look at Oldry opening up both of the goal barriers pretty much single-handedly there off some fancy Estelle play, using the Rose Warp and the Crystal Thorns oh so effectively, and now going to try to see if they can capitalize on it. It has been an open-up goal for the other side as well, going on forward with one more piercing shot, but it's ZZZ who pays the price and gets taken out by Yoki as they are looking to close this out for the goal. But a nice clear back away from Oldry once again, setting up for the piercing shot. Can they take hold single-handedly once again to try to earn themselves a goal, but not going to be able to do it. ZZZ back out on the map, Numbered clearing things back away with the Astral Projection once again, looking to set up for that big crater to come on across. There's the pass up to ZZZ, but not going to be able to find anybody. Cosmic Expanse to buy a little bit of time, wastes the core flip, throw in from Oldry. The piercing shot nearly gets it in there, but Drew Danger saves it in the last breath, and it finds its way past Numbers on the other side.
Yeah, the overtime speed, just getting to that bottom corner way faster than Numbered could get there. Tried to help his forwards by running up with that Astral Projection to help keep it forward, but just unable to really secure it. Oldry and ZZ just unable to find that goal, right? So many close chances, and now they have a chance of possibly killing Coach Yoki, but should be getting healed here by their Atlas Soul. Actually, that was Numbered's Atlas Soul, so Yoki going to be on death's door here for a little while. Looking possibly for a kill here, ZZ, with that fire up, using it, getting the buff speed and energy for all of their teammates. Definitely not a complete waste of the flip. And, I mean, Oldry and ZZ just need to get some offense going, because Numbered just taking so much pressure this game.
Yeah, definitely. Oldry found a lot of space already here, but going to need to get that last little bit through. But again, another score from Bloom fires it in onto Numbered.
Yeah, just these quick barrier takes into a quick goal, just so common on Oni Village here. and just so hard for the Atlas on the side of Gibsonimo to actually hold this last barrier with how much pressure Maloom and Yoki are bringing to the table.
Been very tough to work their way past the brawling power that this Juliet brings to the table. Yoki getting another double for himself, and the piercing shot closes out the whole dang game. There's going to be a 3-1 set scoreline. Powerhouse Defenders take us to game number 3.
And the Powerhouse Defenders looking so much more comfortable that game, right? Definitely, I mean, they still lost the set. I think ZZZ Oldry playing pretty well overall. Numbered just dropping the ball a little bit on that last set, sadly. But it's not over yet. 1-1 in the best of 3, right? I think MVP for me that game's definitely Maloom, finding so many of those crucial piercing shots, so many of those ability usages to keep Numbered on their toes, and getting 185 redirects, 86 shots, just insane stats from the Estelle on the side of Powerhouse Defenders. And another thing to note is that with that Atlas, they can play a lot more aggressively, right? They're just not scared of their goalie dying randomly. They're not scared of their goalie folding. They can let Evil Drew Danger play on their own, as, you know, they're focused on that forward pressure, which I said before last game. If they can get forward pressure, they should just be able to win these games.
Yeah, and they show it right there. They get that forward pressure. They force Numbered to play on the back foot throughout the entirety of game number 2, it felt like, and they end up finding themselves quite a few goals. You can see even in the save count, right? Numbered ends up losing out on the game, but also has more saves there than Evil Drew Danger. The pressure from Lumen Coach Yoki showing in the stats as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think the big difference being the Luna. Luna 4, definitely not the strongest pick, I'd say, on Oni Village. It's a comfort pick for ZZZ and can make a couple plays. You know, definitely we saw a couple nuke plays, a couple core flip plays coming in, but just so hard, I guess, for the Luna forward to really do much on that map with how fast the core is going, with how, I guess, spread out everything is. So hopefully it's not an Oni Village again. I mean, no one wants to see 3 of the same map in a row with these random map picks that we still, you know, don't quite have yet in our system to choose maps, but I'm hoping for a new map. I want to see a new thing. I don't want to see adjustment number 3 on Oni Village, right? But if we somehow do get that, I'm expecting that pick to change a little bit. I'm expecting to see something slightly different on the side of ZZZ if they're going to go through banning that X again.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe something that can give a little bit more pressure towards the goalie, as we saw Evil Drew Danger kind of free to just sit back, play their game, get the defenses on across as they need them, but otherwise not having to do too much self-preservation, at least not the way that they had to when they were on that Finny. And it seems like that's plenty to put Powerhouse Defenders in a winning position, as long as Maloom doesn't have to step back, doesn't have to play too much defense, doesn't have to sub in as goalie quite as much. They have had a whole bunch more success in the second game.
I think it's really all going to depend on this map pick. If they can roll an Atlas Lab, maybe a Demon Deus, I think some map that is closed off a lot more, I guess, close and intimate for the side of Gibsonimo. I think that Luna and possibly the X, if they end up banning the Luna again on one of those things, is going to be a lot more potent, right? We saw 37,000 damage actually from the side of ZZZ, and even though they weren't able to find much from it with, you know, the Atlas ult saving a lot of things, only 2 KOs to his name there that game, on a much more aggressive map like the Atlas Lab, like the Demon Days, something like that, maybe even the Night Market, I feel like ZZZ is going to be finding a lot more pressure, a lot more kills, right? This guy is definitely known for running pummelers on basically every character. The type of person who runs pummelers on Juno. Just an absolute menace to society, right? So if they can get an aggressive map, if they can get their aggressive playstyle rolling, then I guess we'll get to see them cook as we load into Night Market here. So not the most aggressive map, but definitely a lot more so than the Oni Village. A little bit more closed off, going to be allowing a lot more I guess, aggressive playstyle from Gibsonimo.
Yeah, definitely here, as it looks like actually going to have Gibsonimo on the blue side this time around. Checking out what they're hovering here, and they are going to be banning out this Zentaro once again. Looking at that X again for ZZZ, but they're not going to let that one through. That one's going to hit the ban list.
Yeah, ZZZ going to have to settle with the Julia. Oldry, actually a Luna player of their own, so 2 really good Luna players on this game. You know, they're going to be able to shuffle that around. A Luna forward possibly going to be looking for, you know, definitely, I wouldn't say Night Market is a strong Luna map overall. I think it's definitely a little bit better than Oni Village overall for that Luna, but against the Atlas, going to be applying so much pressure on the nukes. Atlas not being able to dodge away from that if they can keep the energy at least a little bit low. I'm pretty sure this is basically going to be a mirror match, with the difference being the Luna and the Estelle. So pretty standard gameplay from Powerhouse Defenders. We're going to be seeing kind of the rinse and repeat that they won with last time, hoping they can do it again. Oldry gonna have to find so much pressure and damage on this Luna. Let's see the starting awakening. It's going to be Bulk Up and Egoist. So it will be Egoist on Evil Drew Danger, Maloom, and Numbered. Bulk Up on the rest of them here as we load into Night Market.
Yeah, okay, it looks like we're going to be stepping on out here and seeing what can be done with the Julie mirror match this time. The difference going to be that Luna versus Estelle, as you said, and Maloom has been so effective on this Estelle thus far. Wants to be able to secure a win here for the side of Give Sonny Emote if they can. And now going to be Coach Yoki taking control over on this bottom side, knocking things up for the Powerhouse Defenders, trying to get themselves the score. They are going to be able to open on up the goal. And Maloom now taking control, looking to finalize that score. Nice little wait for the orb there from Yoki to make sure they're going to be the ones with the healing. They're going to be ones with that energy. And now looking to just push it onto Number. The piercing shot doesn't quite connect from Maloom. But Evil Drew Danger is up here at midfield, looking to guarantee that it's going to get pushed on up and right into the hands of Coach Yoki.
Yeah, great offensive play there from Loom, winning that strike war over and over again, finally getting it to Coach Yoki. Yoki just putting it away there. And one thing to note here as we're kind of starting off this game is the difference in gears, right? Maloom with that Magnetized Souls, Oldry actually taking pummelers on the Luna. So definitely going to be having a lot more of a threat of KOs here. And ZZZ and Coach Yoki, the difference being, you'd think ZZZ would take pummelers too, but no, ZZZ takes vicious Vam Braces and trying to stay alive here as long as possible, as Number just popping off completely there as I'm going on a gear rant, just taking the last barrier with the Astral Projection, running up, getting that core flip, and then flipping it into that top side. With the momentum boots too, just running up so easily.
A huge play there. ZZZ coming in with the assist on the Flame Flurry, and they managed to secure that one for themselves. A little bit more active than we've seen from Numbered so far, but that's a really early KO found by Maloom and Coach Yoki, looking to open things up for the Powerhouse Defenders once again while they have this Luna off the map, and doing a great job so far, moving things on up. Maloom ready to receive on the top side, takes it there as a 2-1 lead for the Powerhouse Defenders.
And the important thing with that point there, Maloom not actually having to use the core flip floor it. So getting that extra 10% speed pretty much permanently until they decide to use the core flip in general. Has to use it there to survive against the Oldry Luna nuke, the Crater. As, I mean, Coach Yoki finding another one of these KOs, the pummelers putting so much mileage on this Juliet.
Definitely making a lot happen, and Yoki once again ready to seize the opportunity. Evil Drew Danger is up here in the other side goal arc. The aggression coming on through for the Powerhouse Defenders is insane, and they're going to end up losing a goal barrier for it. Evil Drew Danger now stepping back into the goal arc, and Coach Yoki just slips it right past Numbered there. The duel back and forth favors the Powerhouse Defenders, and they take themselves a 3-1 set.
Yeah, Numbered making just a critical mistake there on the clear. Hits it right into Coach Yoki one too many times, and Yoki just saying thank you very much, takes the goal and getting rewarded for it again with a built different once again. We saw it in the first game. Wasn't able to make too much of a big deal here as they're not taking the built different yet. So, okay, interesting. So I guess Coach Yoki wants the 1-2 punch, wants a little bit more damage and KO pressure, takes away the built different. Maloom actually takes the build different, getting that size, getting a little bit more impact damage, not letting the Juliet on, not letting ZZZ get it, excuse me, not letting this Juliet on the side of Give Sony Emote have it, trying to bait possibly Numbered into taking it, doesn't fall for it. As we see Evil Drew Danger actually with the orb trainings here, we're going to be starting to go up again. So nothing too crazy here, but definitely a well-played draft there from the Powerhouse Defenders.
Yeah, just looking to help out the team, but ZZZ finds himself a KO off the top side, and Oldry ready to pass it on up, going to open up the entire goal here, and Numbered, again, stepping up to midfield, ready to assist out on the rest of the team while they've got this numbers advantage, but Maloom is back out of the map and is ready to push on towards the bottom side, fires out the piercing shot and gives it over to Yoki, who will be able to open up one of those goal barriers. They're trying to keep that pressure on. That's been their recipe for success, and they see no reason to change it. There's going to be the Crater, but gets dodged away from by Maloom, and Yoki, again, once he gets this core in his hands, has done such a good job of getting it past Numbered and into these barriers. There's another Flame Flurry. There's the opened up goal barrier, going in for the core flip. ZZZ managed manages to stop it from coming into the goal, but now it's going to be Yoki ready to receive up the top side, gets past it forward from the astral projection. Bloom ready to receive as well, knocks it up towards the Juliet, but Yoki can't quite find the target. Bloom at midfield, just keeping the pressure on. Another crucial save there from Numbered will keep this run going as the core flips back and forth, but Bloom has nowhere to go. Evil Drew Danger has to save it on a knife's edge, but does manage to keep it alive, and it's Yoki trying to get the job done here in overtime. This core going so fast, but a big stuff from ZZZ closes it out for the side of Give Sony Emo.
You'd think everybody had hot shot there, but nobody has hot shot. The overtime core was just going so fast with how many core flips and how much was really propelling the core there. Absolutely insane play from both teams, both goalies as well, but Evil Drew Danger just getting outplayed right at the end by ZZZ. And it seemed like early on in that set, Oldry and Numbered were just having so much of a harder time getting it to their forward, right, as compared to Maloom and Coach Yoki getting it in their face over and over again. But finally, you know, with that overtime, with the open goal barriers getting so much mileage off it, but Coach Yoki finding another kill from that 1-2 punch from that pummelers, the dash punch is looking so strong.
Yeah, doing so much work here. Evil Drew Danger coming back up at the midfield and looking to just set up for Maloom and Yoki once again, but Audrey coming back out off the respawn, goes in with the boost and knocks Maloom aside. Great job there, as there comes the blast coming on through to knock down some health, but the healing coming through from the Atlas is enough to offset the damage from the crater. Now Maloom looking to clear things out, but it gets past him through that mid-section once again, and ZZZ is the only one on the bottom side ready to receive. Will not be able to find a goal barrier for it, though. Rose Thorns find their way on through once again. Now going to be Yoki stepping up forward. Maloom gets in with a piercing shot, opens up the entire goal. Rose warp forward. Now if they can get into the hands of Yoki, that might just be all she wrote for this particular round. It's ZZZ not willing to give up that easily. Does manage to open up one of the goal barriers. It goes back up to Yoki. Juggled back up and forth. Maloom setting up for these shots, hoping for it to find their way. Oldry emotes KO them. We'll see if they're going to be able to accomplish that goal.
Yeah, gonna be looking really hard, especially with the Atlas on Evil Drew Danger, able to keep them alive for so long, able to keep the goal barrier alive for so long as well. Great saves there from the powerhouse defenders. Number just having to just defend so much more, I feel like, than Drew Danger. But, you know, with that speed, with the Egoist going to be getting the speed here for, able to make so many of these saves, Numbered getting so much more warmed up, I feel like, as the games go on. Great core flip there, getting it to ZZZ, but they need to find the goal barrier now. They can't do it. Evil Drew Danger just using the Egoist speed themselves and the orb speed to just go so much faster than everyone else. Yoki and Maloom trying to look for the goal here. Numbered just defending for so long, but they can't do it enough. Maloom finds that core flip at the end, and now it's 1-1 in this second set.
And it just looks effortless from Evil Drew Danger there. He just continues to follow the core along, whether it's coming in from the bottom, whether it's coming in from the top. He is on top of it and just keeps sending it on its way to make sure that that goal barrier will not be found. ZZZ going to try to eliminate the problem at the source, though. Moves forward, takes Drew Danger to about half HP, and gets a goal barrier while he's forced to go evasive. But now here comes Oldry on the bottom side, looking to reset this. Has the core flip available, knocking it back and forth, goes on forward, double core flip, as well as the KO coming through from Give Sony Emo, as they are stepping up in this game number 3. They want to move on forward and get themselves on towards this goal. Astral Projection comes through from Number, but doesn't find the target, and Coach Yoki buys enough time for the respawn of Evil Drew Danger and gets themselves a goal barrier while they're at it.
Yeah, getting the goal barrier, but losing both of them, right? So no goal barriers here on the field. ZZZ finally respawning. Coach Yoki looking really low. ZZZ unable to find the kill. Trying to get this energy here. I think the team that gets the energy first might win, but Maloom with the speed doesn't even need it. Getting there, beating Numbered's clear to the punch. Getting that bottom corner shot. Well played and great positioning from Maloom. And I want to say I'm surprised, but I'm not really. I think Bloom, definitely a very good up-and-coming player, has been playing and grinding the game so long, so I'm glad that they're getting their chance finally to show off here, and they're playing so well this series.
They definitely are. Has been so crucial on the Estelle each and every game, finding these really important shots and getting another one there. Piercing shot off the top barrier, going to end up finding themselves the goal barrier, and now moving on down towards the center. It's going to be ZZZ trying to return the favor, getting knocked aside by Maloom, though. Evil Drew Danger continues to just keep the defenses up, throws on down those obstacles, and makes sure that the core is not going to be able to come on through. Maloom on the bottom side, throwing out the Crystal Thorns, keeping the pressure on, but Numbered has been able to deflect, and as you said, has been coming alive a little bit. Feels like he's getting warmed up as the series goes on, but running out of time, running out of room for error here, going to have to keep it up if they want to be able to find a win for Give Sony Emote, as there's Coach Yoki going on that 4 KO streak, finding themselves another one, and a core flip from Evil Drew Danger going to open up the goal entirely. Oldry on the top side, trying to clear things out, firing out the whammies, but is going to get pushed back out by Bloom, and Coach Yoki ready to receive on the bottom. The pass up, and right past numbered it goes. 2-0, a huge lead for the Powerhouse Defenders.
Powerhouse Defenders just shutting down all of the aggression from ZZZ. ZZZ just having such a hard time really making an impact on this Juliet, playing so far forward but unable to find a lot of that damage. Now with the Juliet damage nurse, just so little to do on the character if you're not getting involved. Now we'll see Mloom with that prime time on the Estelle, making so many plays, going to be getting the chance to make even more now with the extra primary ability, the extra special going to be going over to Drew Danger, making it even harder for the Luna and for the Juliet, the ZZ, and Oldry to be getting these kills. Specialized training onto ZZZ might be doing a bit of damage. Deadeye is going to be huge for the Luna if they can get the damage through. So we'll have to see. I mean, this could be Oldry's chance to shine with the Deadeye finally on this Luna. Can they make a difference? We'll have to see.
Chance to avoid the 0% win rate Luna here, if Oldry can manage to do it. Now going to be Mloom clearing things back out on the top side. Evil Drew Danger knocks it back up towards the top. Yoki goes in for the Flame Flurry, but it's actually going to end up hitting one of his own gold barriers, but finds the KO unexpectedly, and is going to be able to turn that right into a goal. They seize that opportunity.
Yeah, Number just playing a little bit too far forward. They're getting a bit greedy. I say it a million times in my coaching streams, guys. Don't die for a strike. That goes for the goalies too. Okay, you gotta be careful, especially when an Estelle is posturing with that piercing shot. Is looking so scary, and also has the build difference, so getting a lot of extra impact damage here as well as the prime time. Looking scary here, Mloom on this third, and possibly final set.
Yeah, Boom taking a bit of abuse there, gets knocked aside by the Flying Phoenix, but has been ready and rearing with these Crystal Thorns, with these piercing shots to just keep the pressure on up. There's going to be a core flip from Evil Drew Danger, sends it ricocheting back and forth as Coach Yoki nearly finds their way onto the goal barrier for that. Gets passed on down, Evil Drew Danger ready to receive. ZZ, though, steps up and gets themselves both barriers, netting a little bit of ground back for Give Sony Emote, and now a chance to potentially score. Bloom with control over on the top side, though. Continuously bullying onto Oldry, who is going to go elusive just to make sure that they can get that shot without getting potentially KO'd by Yoki. ZZ's ready to receive on the bottom. There's the big whammy, and it's going to be a Crater that ends up scoring on the side of Powerhouse Defenders.
Yeah, that was a really well-timed core flip there from ZZZ. Strikes it as soon as the Crater was actually coming down, so it knocks everybody away and strikes the core into that top corner. A very great strike placement from ZZZ, and very well, I guess, nuke and Crater placement from Oldry. Great forward synergy we're seeing here. It feels like they're coming together. Great save as well there from Numbered. Great Atlas ult, trying to keep ZZ alive, keep them pressured here, but Mloom trying to say something about it as well. Has that core flip, has the Rose Warp, getting one barrier for the trebles. Coach Yoki trying to get another one, can't quite get it yet.
Rose Warps from Bloom have just been fantastic in these couple of games. Continues to just find themselves barriers that otherwise seem inaccessible. Crystal Thorns coming on across, just try to keep Oldry on their toes, but nice. Oldry stepping forward with the boost, going to knock aside Evil Drew Danger and find themselves a goal barrier while they're at it. Meanwhile, ZZ just beating on this goalie, creating a huge amount of space for Give Sony Emote to play with. Will they be able to capitalize, though? It's Bloom passing back and forth to Coach Yoki. As always, ZZ manages to finish off the job. There is no goalie now. Bloom going to have to come in and substitute himself. Goes in with a piercing shot, manages to clear it back up. Oldry going in for the shot, doesn't find it, and another clear back out. Coach Yoki and Oldry, they managed to keep it alive, or Bloom rather. They managed to buy enough time for Evil Drew Danger to be able to get themselves back up here and to be able to continue their defense responsibilities. Now it's going to be Numbered, clearing things out on the top side, does manage to get the goal barrier taken away with one more piercing shot from Bloom, as a chance here to go up to match point, to game point here for the side of the Powerhouse Defenders. They take it as Bloom gets one more Crystal Thorns.
And with the kill on to Evil Drew Danger, that on that power play, they remove not only Evil Drew Danger, but also the Orb Dancer stack. So it could have been so huge, but they just were unable to convert on that goal, right? I mean, just so hard to actually score. Bloom and Coach Yoki playing such great defense there. ZZZ and Oldry unable to quite find that goal. And it feels like just Numbered cracked under the pressure just a little bit sooner, but I say that Evil Drew Danger now losing both goal barriers. Oldry and ZZ putting it together. Evil Drew Danger with the core flip and with the Ego is trying to get it a little bit forward here. ZZ does not want Evil Drew Danger to get away with it, damaging him so much, but he's just going to get another barrier, or another orb, excuse me. So this is just going to be looking so much harder for the Powerhouse Defenders, I guess I say that, but they get the last barrier here. This is just an absolutely crazy set.
Opened up on both sides. Bloom now going to be the one causing coverage as Evil Drew Danger does manage to throw down that one more Cosmic Expanse to be able to clear it out as we're dribbling back and forth up at the top side. Gochioki chasing after it now. Oldry on his tail. Bloom going to receive on the top side. Goes in for the boost. Doesn't find a target. There's the core flip from Numbered. Passes it all the way back up over to Drew Danger, but now Drew going to be able to clear it back out to the rest of his teammates. It's going to be all on Bloom now to try to get the job done. He's been able to outplay in these scenarios before, and there he goes once again. One more piercing shot, sneaks it past Numbers, and gets Powerhouse Defenders what they were looking for, a qualification spot from Launchpad.
And you gotta be, I mean, thanking Bloom here. This guy just played so well, basically, in that second and third game. Basically, just solo carrying almost. I don't want to say solo carrying, because Coach Yuki definitely had their moments, finding 5 KOs, getting 3 goals themselves, right? Evil Drew Danger able to hold it down with the 47 saves, 124 redirects. Number just getting pressured so much that game overall. It felt like the Luna midfield was just not quite able to cut it here, as Bloom getting 30 more redirects than Oldry. And Numbered, I mean, having to deal 30 more saves and 50 more redirects than Evil Drew Danger. So the pressure difference there definitely mattering. It felt like, you know, possibly on a different map, or maybe, you know, quite different picks, that Sony emote could have possibly gotten away with the win here. But Powerhouse Defenders, stalwart, you know, hence their name, the Defenders, able to secure a spot in liftoff. And congratulations to them. This isn't the end of Give Sony emote, though. We're going to see them later on today take on the loser of this next best of 3 we'll be bringing you guys.
Yeah, definitely. So, going to be moving on into Bozo Bunch, taking on, it is Oshino Core Flip as the final team that we are going to be casting on today, Borg. It was a little bit back and forth there. They had a super close, super long series with Party Rockers, but Oshino Core Flip does end up coming out on top 2-1 to now face off against the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this game, by the way. So the Bozo Bunch and Oshino Core Flip, both, I mean, very new teams. So very new teams with all pretty much new players, right? And we're actually seeing Oshino Core Flip with a substitution in goalie. Merchant, I believe, was not able to make this Launchpad. So pathologically fresh, aka frightfully fresh in game, going to be making their appearance here. I mean, they were played yesterday as well, so not their first appearance or anything. Also played with me in the recent Primetime Tuesday tournament. So I think this guy definitely has a lot of, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? He's got a lot of potential, I think, as a goalie player coming in here. Merchant already proving themselves recently in a lot of tournaments, winning actually one of the recent ones as well. So definitely a fan of Oshino Core Flip, hoping to see them come in here. But Bozo Bunch on the other side, you know, we got a friend of the cast, another fellow caster here, Basef, aka Fem Bison, going to be playing here. Rough game versus Quest Esports for sure. I mean, Quest Esports, like we said earlier, one of the strongest, if not the strongest team in this tournament here, in this Launchpad tournament, already qualifying. So this is Bozo Bunch's chance for redemption. This is their chance to show that they do belong here, and I'm excited to see them take on Oshino Core Flip
As well, and yeah, I gotta echo that that statement for the side of Quest. I mean, they looked so impressive when we got to see them yesterday. Had a great run of it up against Bozo Bunch here. Really did not make it look too close. So we'll see how the Bozo Bunch are going to be able to do now, facing off against a team that did start in the lower bracket in Oshino Core Flip. You know, obviously doing worse in the Swiss stage than the Bozo Bunch had. They went 3-1. So we'll have to see how Oshino Core Flip have been able to adapt, how they're going to be able to do coming into this round number 2. I want to see, have they played each other already? It looks like they did not.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Oh no, they did. So
They
beat Oshino Core Flip 3-1 in round 2 of Swiss, the Bozo Bunch. So
Oh, really? Okay.
Bozo Bunch won this matchup in the best of 1 during the Swiss stage, at least if the Start GG match history is to be believed. So going to be a rematch. I'm gonna operate off the assumption that that's accurate.
Yeah. One thing actually to note is that I think Oshino Corflip was also not only playing with Fresh yesterday, so a substitution goalie, that was also with a substitution midfield too. So basically a completely different roster with the exception of Mirameg still being on that forward position, right? So they had Ether, or Etier, I think it's Ether, right? How you pronounce that again, playing in here. And definitely a strong player in their own right, but a little bit harder to win, I guess, when you have fresh subs coming in. So we saw well played from all of them yesterday. We're now going to see Kashi Koma back in the mix. Kashi Goatma, as some people have been calling him. Definitely a great up-and-coming player. I love playing with him in solo queue. I think this guy definitely has what it takes to be one of the best players in the league. If they can make it to the league, right? So that's the chance. I really am excited to see them coming back here for today. Unfortunate that Merchant isn't going to be here, but allows Fresh to make their appearance, like I said earlier, kind of just echoing things while waiting for the game to start. But one, I guess, big narrative to kind of, I guess, harp on here is Droplet, FemBison, right? Those two definitely have been impressing me in general, and I too as their midfielder. But I think their best player right now in my eyes, and this is no shade to any of them, definitely is Droplet. Droplet has been playing so incredibly well in general, and recently it was Pro League, maybe deranked a little bit, got Omega, but still at a very, very high rank and has been very high rank for a long time now, kind of flown under the radar in the competitive scene. So I'm excited to see them make their appearance possibly in the NASL playoffs. Either of these teams I think can win here. We'll have to see once the game starts right now, actually, as we're getting into this map here. We'll see in just a second what that will be for you guys.
Yeah, definitely. Looking like we've got a queue pop, and that's what we're hoping for as soon as possible, as always. It's going to be IME's app to start things off. So a big Rasmus map. Going to wind up seeing whether that one's going to end up coming on through. We are on to the striker selection phase for game number 1 of our second best of 3.
We're on Amy's app here, actually. So Amy's app going to be a very, very, I guess, spooky map in general. Lots of KOs usually coming through whenever this map is on the field. It's going to be the X ban, and it's going to be the Julie ban for both sides here. Mirameg, Kashikoma, and Fresh. Kashikoma, pretty known for their Rasmus play on this map, but really just in general, definitely a very, very strong Rasmus player. Mirameg getting the Julie band away, but has the Asher, so scary on the Asher as well. Basically just the same thing as Julie, but the execution a little bit different. As from the Bozo bunch, we're going to be seeing that Dubu. We're going to be seeing Erasmus and I going to be playing their patented era pick. Frightfully Fresh does lock in that Dubu as well. So ditto in the net, ditto with the Rasmus here. The difference being Era going to be playing more of a midfielder, whereas the Rasmus Asher, going to be trying to play a lot more forward, a lot more aggressive comp, I'd say, from Oshino Coreflip, and we'll see how this pays off for them.
Definitely. We are on to the field for game number 1. Mirameg going to be the one brawling up against I down here, and definitely going to have the advantage in that damage output section over the Era. That's the composition difference that Oshino Coreflip are going for here. They want to be able to utilize this brawler in addition to the Rasmus to really be able to push through some of these KOs. See how much I can get done with the addition of that Bewitching Beam, with the additional core control that comes in with that Magical Maelstrom. So far, going to be looking for that level 2, going to be paying close attention to these Rasmuses and what they're going to be able to get done off the back of the Death Touch. There's the Magical Maelstrom coming on through. Frightfully Fresh going to be able to clear things back out. And there's going to be the first KO found. It's Rasmus on Rasmus. It's Dropletto trying to take advantage of the situation, and back and forth from the Soups. Could be FemBison who ends up taking a goal.
Yeah, it seems like the Tofu's a little bit stronger than the Jack-o'-lanterns there this time around. Going to be, FemBison getting that goal. The great Dubu, great forward play with those momentum boots on the Dubu. And really a great kill from Dropletto as well, just to highlight that player like I did earlier. Great player. Kashikoma now gets the Death Touch themselves, hitting level 2. They're back in it, looking for a KO. Both Rasmuses just missing. A little bit of mind games from both sides, but nothing going to be happening there. Mirameg trying to take out FemBison here. FemBison having to evade, but Mirameg zoning them off completely as they lose their goal barrier.
That did miss the core flip there, but still managed to open on up the goal. So there's going to be the rollout coming on through. Mirameg passes it on down towards Kachikoma, but Dropletto going to be the one who ends up pushing it through at the end of the day. Elusive forced out there from I to avoid going on down to the Death Touch, but now juggling it back and forth. Another KO found by Kachikoma, now continuing to take out the other Rasmus, and now passing up to Mirameg, a chance to take it through here. There's going to be the Bewitching Beam just to try to disrupt stuff and make sure that it gets into the hands of FemBison in time for the respawn. There's the core flip, knocked back up to I, and they managed to save it. Good play by FemBison.
Yeah, FemBison taking so much pressure there from Mirameg. Look at their low energy and low health bars here, but able to clear it in the end. Mirameg just unable to find that goal. As I say that, I misses their strike off of the great redirect from Frightfully Fresh, and Mirameg just puts that back in.
Nicely played by Oshino. Core flip. Mirameg getting the first goal there for them in this match. 1-1 now in set number 1. Been pretty close so far. Frightfully Fresh has to go for the somersault to make sure they're going to be able to save it on the top side, but they do manage to do so. Mirameg finding the KO once again there on this Rasmus, and it's been a tough run of it so far here for Droplet. Getting KO'd, another one there for the side of this Rasmus, and Kashikoma just takes that set on his own, that round rather.
We call him Kashi Gotma for a reason. Finds the KO, finds the goal. And one thing to actually note here is, with Dropletto going down there, Mirameg taking them out, Dropletto was looking for a hook on their own, and Mirameg actually, while Dropletto throws the hook down, able to find that KO. What's the saying? Like, the best time to scare someone is when they're trying to scare someone, something like that. Like, you can get scared the most when you're trying to scare someone else. That's exactly what just happened here, as Mirameg just scaring the absolute heck out of Dropletto here, taking him out as they're looking for a KO themselves.
Very necessary core flip there from Frightfully Fresh. The core nearly gets away from him. Dropletto going in for the pendulum swing. Nice effort, and the Bewitching Beam nearly takes it in as well from I, but they do manage to sustain through it, and Mirameg finds themselves another KO. Ooh. Make that 2 as Kashikoma throws out the Death Touch to finish things off once again, and now with the pass up, with the Whiplash up, Mirameg and Kashikoma just too much to handle for I, and a 3-1 set is taken for Oshino core flip.
Mirameg, I mean, this guy has probably some of the best Asher ults I've ever seen, right? After, once the power play goes on, I coming back, trying to get into the play and save it, but Mirameg just completely blocks them off from the entire play as the core is coming right to them and just gets a free goal. So definitely very, very strong play here. Great Asher ults, great pressure, great KOs, really, from both of the forwards on the side of Oshino core flip. And as we get into the draft here, Frightfully Fresh going to be taking that Twin Drive. Argue you might want, possibly Timeless here is pretty good as well, but Twin Drive definitely not a bad thing. Getting 2 somersaults for their trouble here. Deadeye going to be taken from FemBison. I guess they did not want, Kashikoma to be getting the extra knockback on their hook. Dropletto going to be getting 1-2 punch here. I going to be taking that Timeless Crater. The Tornado is going to be looking a little bit scarier. Mirameg getting the hot shot. Nothing too crazy, though.
Yeah, the creation bonus, though, going on over to I, then. That's going to make this Magical Maelstrom real dangerous. Kashikoma brawling up on the top side, using that Whiplash, keep out the damage, and finding him once again. Kashikoma coming out ahead of Droplet constantly in these Rasmus on Rasmus battles. The Death Touch just always a little bit quicker on the draw, and getting a lot for it as FemBison goes in for the somersault, doesn't connect with the core, and is going to lose their goal barrier as a result. Frightfully Fresh pushing it back up towards the top side. Dropletto looking for these pendulum swings. I getting bashed by the Dubu. Another clear out from the Pumpkins, and Mirameg now throws down the special, using that barrier beam to try to get their way past FemBison, who so far has been able to retain the defense, and there's Magical Maelstrom to clear things back out once again and shrink down Frightfully Fresh.
Frightfully Fresh still great save, though. The Summer Assault able to take that away. Dropletto finally getting their revenge on Kashikoma, getting their KO. I believe their second one of the game there off of that hook. Mirameg has to flip to save it here. Looking mighty low, though. I looking low as well. Can Dropletto and I finish this off? No. Kashikoma comes back in time. Kashikoma going to be looking for the KO here. Not able to find it. Able to finally get it with that Death Touch actually backwards. Frightfully Fresh needs to defend here. Give it to their forwards. Get the pressure onto FemBison before I respawns. FemBison, great Summer Assault, great saves. And can they get it in? Mirameg does not matter. Gets it in at the end here. FemBison, the heroics were not enough. Too much pressure coming in on their way, and the death from I there resulting in a goal from Oshino core flip.
Wow, a great defense there from FemBison for a while, but just does not manifest for long enough and will eventually end up going on down as the Magical Maelstrom from I to clear things out and buy some space is going to come through once again. The soup from FemBison to buy themselves a little bit of space to keep things pressured over towards the side of Oshino core flip, but they managed to clear it out once again. Dropletto now does manage to get that goal opened up. Frightfully Fresh doesn't connect with the somersault, and now with a chance to close things out, there's going to be a nice Magical Maelstrom. Dropletto doesn't get the strike on through, though, to secure the goal, and the round will go on. I down to Dropletto once again. Doesn't have the Whiplash quite yet. Kashikoma going to clear things out once again, coming in off the center. They throw on out that barrier, but it's not going to end up connecting. FemBison now up at center, down to Dropletto, and there's another goal scored for the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, and really amazing, I guess, Bewitching Beam there from I to actually get Kashikoma and Frightfully Fresh on that top side and then passing it down to the bottom side where Dropletto is waiting for that shot. Frightfully Fresh unable to get there in time as the Shrink just in the slow, just too much for them to handle. The core flip onto I, able to clear it for now. FemBison has to use the Tofu Fortress, keep it out of the defensive side, but Kashikoma is just a brick wall at this midfield. I finally being able to get it past them. The hook not able to hit here for Kashikoma. Dropletto has a chance to possibly look for a kill here, but FemBison has to clear it downward, getting their own barrier in the process. Mirrormeg with the core flip and the pass splitter, unable to find the goal here, and this is the chance for the Bozo Bunch to possibly come back into this.
Definitely, and it's going to be I clearing things out up onto the top side. Dropletto ready to receive on the bottom. FemBison gets it sent past him by Mirrormeg, and that's going to be another goal earned here for the side of Oshino core flip.
Yeah, Mirrormeg just so consistent with these strikeware wins, with these ability usages, keeping the core forward, finding so many chances and getting, I mean, majority of them, I'd say, on to FemBison, you know. And that's no slight to FemBison, definitely playing well on their own. I, with the amazing Magical Maelstrom, they're able to get that KO. The double Tofu Fortress, a little bit of a Pokemon battle there, ends up winning for Bozo Bunch. Dropletto and I looking for the barrier, finally gets it. Fresh and Kashikoma are going to have to defend now, 2v3.
Yeah, great clear out there from FemBison, knocked back up by Kashikoma. FemBison going to approach here, going to get cleared out once again by the side of I, ready to receive up on the top with that Magical Maelstrom. A great save from Frightfully Fresh, going to deny Dropletto that smack in that he was looking for, but he's going to find it on the second round. Pushes it in on the bottom side, 2-2, that's set point.
Yeah, and I is just doing such a good job at getting the core to Dropletto over and over again, and then setting up these Magical Maelstroms to get at least, you know, even if they can't find a KO, just so much damage and so much pressure coming in, allowing Dropletto so many chances over and over again. If they can clear it and they can get rid of this opening pressure that Oshino core flip is getting every single time, it feels like they have a much better chance in this game.
Yeah, Death Touch comes on through. Kashikoma finding the KO once again, and the numbers advantage for the side of Oshino core flip. Dropletto ready to hit up on the top side, does manage to open things on up, even at a numbers disadvantage, and FemBison managing to keep things cleared away. I respawns and does a ton of punishment onto Mirrormeg with that shrink down, and they're going to be able to finish off the job. FemBison, Dropletto getting a KO as well. Everybody getting in on this one, as it's a big opportunity to close out for the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, and the amazing Bewitching Beam there again from I, able to hit that top corner straight into the goal, shrinking Frightfully Fresh and the core as well to make it so, you know, so incredibly difficult to hit with that tiny little range. And wow, okay, Dropletto going to get rewarded now with this. Has the choice here. Can take the extra special or possibly maybe take the build different away. Do they value the size or do they value the hook? They value the hook a little bit more. They want to get the extra special, set themselves up for a specialized training possibly in the future. We're going to be the build different getting taken away from Kashikoma here by I. So definitely very, very strong. One thing to look for, though, is with that increased size on the era, definitely going to be a bit easier to kill, right? So last thing to note here possibly is actually the Catalyst onto Kashikoma going to be pretty important, getting so much energy, and the Stagger Swagger from Mirrormeg, making it a bit easier to survive overall.
Definitely going to be a big difference maker here. Let's see if it's going to end up swinging the result of the match. Dropletto finding the goal barrier there, and I ready to knock it in for the goal. Great plays there by the Bozo Bunch. They strike super fast in this third set.
Yeah, and they needed to there because Kashikoma actually found a hook onto FemBison there at the end, and FemBison getting taken out. So if they did not find that goal there, that would have definitely not looked the same way that set. But I and Dropletto definitely turning it up here as the next couple goals in the next set, I guess, comes on through, playing so incredibly well. Mirrormeg and Kashikoma almost seems like they're on the back foot here, but maybe not right now as they're looking for this barrier, unable to find it. Great clears from FemBison, and Dropletto able to survive the hook there.
Yeah, hooks back and forth between both Rasmuses, but neither one going to end up going on down. There's the core flip from Kashikoma. There's Mirrormeg trying to clear out on towards FemBison, chunking that Dooku down very low, but not going to be able to finish off the job either way as the soup comes on out to clear out once again, but there's going to be that rollout to keep things going. Asher KO earned there by I, and Dropletto ready to receive, but FemBison pulled into the center, going to result in a 2 versus 2. Frightfully Fresh, though, still in place to defend. Dropletto goes in for the hook, but ends up just taking out his own goal barrier. Emote's coming on across as both teams know what's going on there, as I now moving on down towards the top side, trying to find their way onto at least the goal barrier. Want to earn something for their troubles, but Mirrormeg there aggressive on the top side. Kashikoma knocks it in, and there's going to be the goal.
Yeah, and Kashikoma puts that death touch on top to help clear, I guess, remove options from I to clear that I, making a slight mistake, hitting it straight into that death touch and nicking it just barely. Kashikoma then winning that strike war against Dropletto to get that goal. But Dropletto starting things off very, very scary here with a crazy little death touch KO on to Mirameg.
Getting a lot done there as Frightfully Fresh manages to complete the full round the world there from the core, making sure that their goal barrier is going to stay standing. The respawn has come on across, and I nearly biting another death touch there from Kashikoma, who is stepping up, goes in for the core flip, looks for Fem Bison. Nice defenses coming on through so far from this Dubu. Going to keep it alive, but Dropletto now going in, goes in for the core flip, tries to find himself a little bit of a KO on a Kashikoma, but not going to be able to knock him off the bottom side. It is going to be Kashikoma in turn finding a KO on a Fem Bison, and again, trying to spring this trap closed with the addition of that numbers advantage. Mirameg ready to receive from Frightfully Fresh to the bottom, but a magical Maelstrom from I going to buy that additional space, and now it's a numbers advantage back over to the side of the Bozo Bunch. What can Dropletto get done? Pass down from I, gets knocked away from him. Frightfully Fresh sneaks it on through. Fem Bison ready to keep the aggression on up with that Tofu Fortress, going to nearly get it snuck by them, but blocks it with the somersault. But here comes Kashikoma on the bottom side, Mirameg up on the top. It's going to be I who clears it out, but going to lose their life for it as Kashikoma finds themselves another one up towards Mirameg, and there is the 2-1 scoreline for Oshino core flip.
Yeah, crazy set. There's so many KOs. The Magical Maelstrom finding one, but it gets returned right away. Kashikoma getting their revenge with the hook. Kashikoma finding so many hooks, really, in general, this game. And it's so important given that. But Dropletto, I guess, as I say that, finding one themselves, getting a kill onto Mirameg again, looking like a bit of deja vu the start of last round, starting the same exact way. But the difference is Kashikoma has that core flip playing up here in the start here. Freshly Fresh has the core flip as well, can play defense away, doesn't even need it. Well played, great dribbles from Freshly Fresh, getting it to Mirameg now, trying to take this goal barrier, but Fem Bison just playing such good defense at the start of this game.
Ooh, a nice pendulum swing from Dropletto, nearly finding the goal there. I now trying to keep up the pressure up on the top side, throws out the Magical Maelstrom. That's going to keep it on going up towards Dropletto, goes in for the Whiplash, can't quite find it. Pendulum swing dodged away as well, but Frightfully Fresh just taking so many shots from so many angles, cannot defend any longer, and we're going to go the full distance in set number 3.
Yeah, and this set is so important too, because keep in mind, Gordo, specialized training, which is so important on these Rasmus pick, is still in the play right now. It is still in play. It's a 50-50 chance of it showing up on this next carousel, and so whichever team, whichever Rasmus can choose first, really, can possibly get, I mean, pretty much it feels like the win most of the time. If they get the specialized training, it's just so insane. I feel like it basically just auto-wins the game. But, you know, we'll have to see which team can actually secure it, which team can get this core win here, as Dropletto with the pendulum swing getting the KO onto Frightfully Fresh here. Possibly going to be scoring here. Mirameg trying to defend, but they can't do it. I putting it in the bottom corner. Now tensions arise as the draft comes up. We'll have to see what actually appears.
Yeah, Bozo Bunch finding it there off the early KO, and it doesn't look like it's going to present itself this time.
Yeah, not going to be here quite yet. Doesn't matter too much as the Rasmuses are not first pick anyway, but what is important here is the prime time onto I, going to be incredibly strong. Cast Last would have also been a good option, but prime time, I'd say 2 shrinks are better than 1 good shrink. So definitely going to be a very scary as we load in here. Glass Cannon going to be taken away from Fem Bison. Fem Bison taking that cast to last, very strong on the Dubu as well. And one thing to note here, actually, the Egoist from Dropletto. If Dropletto can stay alive with that Egoist, that extra speed and that extra energy going to be helping so much more as the game kind of gets going.
Yeah, that's going to be the Witching Beam coming out, landing right into the Death Touch. Oh, so many abilities getting thrown out there from both sides, but it is going to end up being the evade from Dropletto to avoid taking too much of the abuse. They are going to manage to open on up the goal, and that's going to be nearly a score. Already found Dropletto coming out aggressive in set number 4 and scores early on.
Dropletto and I are just steamrolling through Frightfully Fresh. Frightfully Fresh cannot find their footing in that last couple points in that last set and the first point in this set. Just feels like they're on the back foot this whole time. Kashikoma and Mirameg need to keep the score forward a bit more as they were doing in that first set win that they found.
Mirameg doing a good job on the bottom side here, gets some nice ricochets and does manage to open up the goal for their trouble, but now it's going to be Kashikoma up on the top side, looking to pass it on down to Mirameg wherever possible. It does slip past him, though. Dropletto gets the slow off the Whiplash, looking in for a little bit of a hook. Kashikoma going to have to go evasive just to keep themselves safe with the Magical Maelstrom coming on across. Now going to be able to open up the goal on towards the other side. Ion Dropletto looking to keep the aggression going. Passed on down. Dropletto misses the strike, but Fem Bison is there to keep the aggression going. Knocks it back over to Dropletto and gets a 2-0 lead in this final set to Bozo Bunch.
And it looks like Frightfully Fresh just kind of lost track of the core there, actually. Had the core flip, able to save it there, but probably lost track of what was actually going on as so much was happening in that bottom corner. So unable to get that save. Still has the core flip, still has life, I think, for Oshino core flip as Kashikoma finally gets a KO onto FemBison again. And it's looking like the old Oshino core flip now, getting the KO and getting the pressure here to finally get this barrier I cannot defend.
Yeah, Bozo Bunch have done so much to seize the momentum in the last couple of moments here. Now potentially getting it swung back onto them by Oshino core flip, but they do manage to clear it out once again. The Magical Maelstrom comes on through. They can win the game here if they can steal themselves and take one more for the Bozo Bunch. Knocking it on downwards. Dropletto ready to receive. Core flip comes through from Frightfully Fresh to keep things cleared out, but FemBison ready to receive. Knocks it back up over towards as they need to find their way onto this goal barrier, but Frightfully Fresh has just played some really solid defense so far, and it just sneaks past FemBison for another goal going over to Oshino core flip. They're trying to pull this one back, Borg.
Yeah, they need to find these KOs from these Rasmus hooks, right? Kashikoma needs to find this pressure, and if they can win this set and Kashikoma can get the MVP, they can get the specialized, they can make their job way easier, get pressure onto Mirameg here as they're doing right now, able to clear it away, but FemBison unable to actually clear it, finally getting the core flip, getting that last barrier. But Kashikoma getting that KO, it's looking like they're finally waking up. They're finally getting the KOs as Fresh gets one of their own, and FemBison 1v3. This is going to be hard to defend.
It's so hard. It's not even possible. Mirameg going to be the one who ends up taking it there. FemBison bet a lot on that somersault forward, doesn't end up finding it, and we are now 2-2 in set number 4. It can either be Bozo Bunch closing out the game here, or Oshino core flip dragging this on for another set.
Yeah, dragging it on. They definitely don't want to happen with the given trainings that are still in the pool. So want to try and at least find some life here as they get a KO of their own. They're trying to end it here. The Bozo Bunch would be, I mean, I'd argue an upset if they can take this out, and they do. First game on to Bozo Bunch. Well played.
Huge moves there from the Bozo Bunch. They take themselves game number 1 in a 3-1 fashion. Feels like it was a whole bunch closer than that scoreline shows, but a fantastic run by them all the same. They seize control of the momentum around set number 3, it feels like, and they barely even let it go.
Yeah, I mean, take a look into the stats here. See the KOs. Kashikoma with 13 KOs. That first set, I mean, finding, I think, 5 KOs by themselves in that first set here. Definitely playing so incredibly well. But I think the adjustments from the Bozo Bunch, able to, I guess, avoid getting KO'd a lot more towards the end. You know, that second to last round looking a little bit scary. But other than that, I think looking pretty good on the side of Bozo Bunch, making adjustments, not dying as much to those hooks. Dropletto 7 KOs of their own. So well played to them. And it just seemed like, you know, similar to last series we saw, one goalie is just taking so much more pressure than the other. Frightfully Fresh having to have, you know, 200 redirects, 87 saves, playing so well, but just not playing well enough, right? As the pressure is coming towards them over and over again. You only have so many abilities on the Dubu, and when you run out, right? You got to use only strikes, and with an eye and Dropletto running at you over and over again, just the onslaught continues. It's so hard to really keep that up with 71 shots from eye, excuse me.
Yeah, so many great placements there, the Magical Maelstroms, etc., coming on through from Feels like it was able to influence the map so much more than Mirameg's Asher really was. A lot of the path splitters felt like ended up getting dodged away from, didn't even manifest to push folks around, didn't really get a lot done with the core or push through very many goals with them either, just was not able to match up to the influence that something like an Era brings up to the map.
Yeah, Era, definitely not the most popular pick on that map, but definitely I think has the tools, has, you know, the Maelstrom, has the shrink ray to keep people in check, as long as you cannot get KO'd from a possible Rasmus or stay away from the center of the map there, that Amy's app vortex in the middle. Then the pick's looking a lot stronger, right? The longer an Era's on the field, the more pressure they're putting out, and then the more, you know, I guess the harder it is for the other team. As we take a look here, we're getting into the next match here soon, guys. Hold, as you know, I'll go over the stats a bit more. We'll see actually Mirameg with 25,000 damage, the most in the game. 6 goals, 2 KOs. Kashikoma 13 KOs, obviously 20,000 damage here. And then Fresh, I already listed their stat line, 87 saves, 200 rejects. And then looking at the Bozo Bunch, 56 saves, 144 rejects on FemBison, definitely allowing their team to play a bit more forward than Oshino Coreflip was able to do. Finding 188 redirects, the second most in the game behind Fresh, able to keep that core forward in 71 shots, the most in the game by far. And Dropletto with the 7 KOs, 111 redirects, 35 shots. able to really, I guess, battle back. I think the main difference there, like you said, was the arrow. Like, was able to keep the pressure going over and over in these Maelstroms, able to section off parts of the map and find these KOs and find this pressure onto Frightfully Fresh, make it so much harder for him to defend.
Yep, and it looks like we are loading on in here for game number 2. It is going to be Atlas's Lab. It's Oshino Core Flip taking on Bozo Bunch once again. Oshino Core Flip still going to be on the blue side here. Let's see what the bans look like. Let's see if we see some compositional changes. I'm sure we will. It's a different map. It's a different game in many ways. So they are going to be looking for this X-ban once again, and it seemed like it worked out well for him in game number 1.
Yeah, X-ban taking it away from Dropletto. Definitely scary on that X pick as the Juliet ban comes through as well. Same bans going through. Different map, though, as it is the Atlas Lab. I will be expecting, yep, we are seeing an Amy Ford. Kashikoma definitely very strong on that pick. Asher going to be coming through as well. Mirmeg found a lot of chances on the Asher that map, so definitely going to be expecting to see it again. Fresh hovering that Dubu again, so will be a same comp from the Bozo Bunch, the Air Rasmus Dubu. A little bit different here with the Amy instead of the Rasmus midfield.
Yeah, definitely going to be making a big difference there. We'll see how the Amy is going to be able to pull things out for Kashikoma here, as they are showing a little bit of a different look coming on to map number 2. Again, another win here for the Bozo Bunch will qualify them. They will not need to play anymore today. A loss for either side will, of course, send them down to that 5th place match to determine who our last qualifying team is going to be. Definitely both teams want to be able to secure the win here. The Bozo Bunch already in a lead to be able to get there, but Mirmeg keeping up the pressure to start things up, going to throw down that path splitter, really bullying onto Fembison, and now going to look to secure it with a goal. One more glitch pop coming through there from Kashikoma, not quite going to be able to find the target, but passing on down. So mobile on this Aimi, goes in for the glitch pop one more time, doesn't manage to knock it in. Could go in for the cyber swipe, could try to find that score, but so far now just playing a little bit more defense.
Yeah, defense Fresh able to secure this last barrier here. I think the main difference between these two comps, right, that era versus, oh, wow, already a goal. So great shot there from Mirmeg. Baits out the Summer Assault from Fembison and puts it right over top of him. So definitely well played there. But what I was saying, you know, with the two differences in the comps, you know, they have the era a little bit more passive, a little more debuffy, rather than the Aimi, definitely more control focused with that Aimi turret, a little bit more damage heavy with the glitch pops. Gonna be helping Mirmeg just play so much more aggressively. I think Fembison's gonna have a lot harder time than Fresh this game overall. I say that though, Fresh having a hard time to keep these barriers down as I and Dropletto getting both right away.
Yeah, back up to Dropletto again. They just repeat the play. One for the goal barrier, one for the goal. And Bozo Bunch secure themselves the tie here. 1-1 in set number 1, game 2.
Yeah, and Dropletto has that core flip ready, so going into this next set, going to be looking really strong, but Mirmeg and Kashikoma both incredibly high on that energy as well. And the starting trainings, by the way, it is going to be the Happy Star, the extra special for basically everybody in the game, except for Mirmeg, who has that tempo swing, as both goal barriers already going down again for Fresh.
And Bozo Bunch look like they are firing on all cylinders when they get this aggressive look, when they manage to start things off the way they want. But meanwhile, Mirmeg, I'm speaking too soon, trying to come alive here, is going to be able to open up the goal, but not going to be able to find much more. Dropletto taking it up on the top side. I receiving on the bottom, has the Magical Maelstrom for the backup. The shot across the map, though. Mirmeg has already dealt with the goalie, and that's going to be a 2-1 lead for Oshino Core Flip.
Yeah, if they can keep their side safe, you know, survive the Era Shrink, survive the Maelstrom, survive really that first little bit, get time to set up the Amy turret, let the Asher kind of get some pressure in. I feel like the comp from Oshino Core Flip is just so much stronger on this map. But, you know, like I said, they got to survive first. Dropletto almost getting that second one, but they can't survive. Finding that pendulum swing into a core flip off of the map. Fresh unable to hold both barriers here, as now Fembison taking away the middle. Dropletto should be hitting it into the top corner here. Yep, putting it away. You can't be dying like that, Kashikoma. Got to stay alive for your team, or else this is going to be looking really difficult the rest of this game.
Wow, going to be another quick clapback from the Bozo Bunch. It has been so impressive in this entire set so far, this entire series so far, when they are able to just get an aggressive look to start things off, take both goal barriers and maybe even a goal nearly instantly. They can have these such explosive starts that have come on through, and that's been where they have looked their best. That is where they ran away with game number 1. But Mirmeg finding similar starts single-handedly there. Once again, gets the double barrier up against Fembison on this Asher, looking so much more comfortable in this game number 2. Now ricocheting back in off the center, going to be pulled back by Dropletto. crucial there to avoid any potential looks at shots on goal. I now stepping up towards the top. Drepletto ready to receive, going to manage to open up that goal, and now I can pass it on down over towards their own Magical Maelstrom, going to get the KO on the goalie, now trying to knock it down. Sentry Turret going to end up making the difference. A huge glitch pop from Kashikoma saves a goal and keeps this one going, but Fembison now passing it on down towards Drepletto. The respawn going to knock aside Mirameg as they are looking to push it forward on towards I. I wants to score here, knocks it down right past Frightfully Fresh, and that's a 3-2 set win for the Bozo Bunch.
It feels like Fresh is struggling here, right? I mean, definitely not known for the DB pick. I think has just recently started picking it up and started playing it as not quite in the comfort zone, I'd say, for him. You know, not playing bad, but just so much pressure coming his way and making it real hard for him to perform. Mirameg needs to get their hands on the core. Kashikoma needs to get it to him, or else it's going to be very, very rough for this side. Built different being taken away from that Rasmus by Frightfully Fresh. Very well played there. Mirameg going to be looking possibly for maybe a heavy impact. We'll see here what they choose. Actually choose the rapid fire heavy impact going on to Kashikoma for a little more damage on that Amy, and fire up going for Fembison. Really strong, especially with how many core flips they are getting. And then one thing to note here is Era with quick strikes, especially with the buff quick strikes, they're going to be getting so much energy, so much more control off that core. Expect a lot of dribbling, expect a lot of core control here from I.
Yeah, and also can just make a big difference in these close-up duels that he keep finding himself in up here against Frightfully Fresh. You can see there's going to be the goal opened on up. How much difference can I make here? How much difference does the quick strike make with that reduced cooldown? Knocking it back and forth between Kashikoma, throwing out the Bewitching Beam once more. Mirameg ready to receive on the top side, but it is going to get stuffed by Fembison, and Drepletto going to be there ready to just see it on through as I shoots it down towards the bottom of the goal.
Yeah, I and Drepletto just putting so much pressure onto Frightfully Fresh. He's just so unable to respond to it. It's just either they need Fresh to turn it up a little bit, or they're going to have to help him out a little bit, as the pressure is just insurmountable at this point, it feels like, as we're seeing both goal barriers down immediately, as we see again for basically the third round in a row.
Yeah, no, these aggressive looks from Bozo Bunch, man. They have not been able to respond to them effectively. Frightfully Fresh has got their work cut out for him. Drepletto pulling it back into himself with that death touch. Now back on down from I, trying to pressure onto Kashikoma on the bottom side. It does sneak on through from the soup, and it will be opening up the goal for both teams. Now Drepletto up on the top side. I knocking it down towards Drepletto, up towards the top side, looking for the pendulum swing, but can't find it. And I is going to be the one who takes it at the end of the day. They go in for that core flip, and they knock it in towards that bottom corner over and over and over again to get themselves on a set point.
And Fresh just using that core flip perfectly timed, but misses the clear angle on that bottom side, hits it right back up to them, and then right into I's core flip, which just puts it in at that point. Over. Great Tofu Fortress there from Fembison, denying the Amy ult. Definitely something that I have not talked about at all during this, but is a very strong pick against these Amy forwards, this Dubu. The Tofu Fortress can basically just deny everything, as we see a core flip coming through from Fembison, stopping all of the pressure from Mirameg and Kashikoma, allowing I to respawn here and getting both goal barriers for it. Bozo Bunch just seem like they're just totally in control of this match.
Doing so much there, getting goal barriers at numbers disadvantages. Fembison clearing away, keeping both barriers alive on this map. Atlas's Lab accomplishing so much here, and going to be Drepletto just stepping up with the whiplash, mano-y-mano, one-on-one. Frightfully Fresh cannot stand up to this Rasmus. Drepletto scores themselves a second set win.
And it seems like really the difference in midfielding kind of is deciding this game, right? Kashikoma with the Amy, a little bit more off ball, a little bit more offensive, unable to keep control of the core, and I, as we see MVP once again, right? Taking that monumental, it's going to be having the even scarier tornadoes with the extra special, just with the slick kicks, with the quick strikes, able to dribble and able to keep control of the core so much more efficiently than Oshino core flip can keep up with. And as we get into the game here, a little bit of a consolation prize twin drive for Mirameg. However, that does leave Big Fish for Drepletto. Going to get a size training on that Rasmus. Definitely very scary. Catalyst going over to Fembison. Keep in mind, did get that fire up earlier, so going to be getting so much more energy for them and for their teammates overall as the buffs come through. And lastly, it was the bulk up for Kashikoma. Not really going to mean much, but might help them stay alive a bit longer.
Definitely. Drepletto drinking in the size, going to be pretty happy with it, as I getting pushed back towards the bottom side, taking a bunch of damage there, is staggered, is going to get finished off by Mirameg, who really wants to just get themselves some space to work with in this game. Going to be bullying out of Fembison while they're at it here. Still a plenty strong brawler. Drepletto single-handedly trying to keep things up in midfield. There's going to be the sentry turret just trying to keep the pressure up. The suit going to come out, and Frightfully Fresh going to end up giving up a second goal barrier. not going to have many opportunities left to come back in this one, and there's going to be the goal from Mirameg to finish off the work that they've been putting in this whole round long.
Yeah, Mirameg trying to take the game into their hands a little bit more, right? Get involved a bit more. The Asher definitely has been playing well, but just has not been getting chances, has not been getting their hands on the core as much, so definitely needs to put pressure onto I, pressure onto FemBison, not let them play for free as they've been getting this whole time, basically. Health bar's looking incredibly low for the Bozo Buncher.
Wow.
Core flip kills one. The other one, Dropletto running away, has a little bit more stagger bar, almost gets killed again from another core flip from Kashikoma. Mirameg and Kashikoma trying to get both barriers here. FemBison, the hero, trying to save it and does, has the core flip, fires up, doesn't actually land, but gets the fire up buff, which is going to help their team survive a little longer. I, with the core flip, able to finally clear it away.
Yeah, and there's going to be an opening up on the goal. Kashikoma can just knock it in there from the top side and is going to be able to secure a 2-0 lead in this set. And Borg, where are the aggressive looks from Bozo Bunch? These are not the way that they've been playing in the first 2 sets here, and they're giving up a whole bunch here in this set number 3.
I think the main difference is Mirameg is actually coming back and using their abilities on, I guess, the enemies, on Dropletto, on I, making their job a lot harder, right? Whereas before was just kind of sitting on FemBison, not letting them play the game as much, but that pressure doesn't mean anything if you can't get the core, right? So coming back, helping out their team a little bit, relieving some pressure onto Fresh, letting Fresh play up and a little bit more aggressive on this Dubu pick. And as we're seeing here, I mean, it looks like it's working.
Yeah, getting a lot done here on the verge of sweeping this 3rd set. Clear out from FemBison on that soup once again. It's going to be knocked back up towards the top side. I going to be one looking to take control. Core flip nearly takes him off the map. There's the Bewitching Beam. The soup going to buy a little bit of space. Dropletto in the 1 versus 2 picks on up with the Death Touch, keeping the aggression going, but Kashikoma is there to respond to him as well. So they're going to come in off the black hole in the center. There's the sentry turret. There's the KO on a FemBison.
Ooh.
It's Dropletto, 1 versus 3, trying to keep the set alive and is going to be able to clear it back out with the Whiplash, but it comes down to Kashi. A nice use of the Pendulum Swing, but that's all the cooldowns he's got. And that's a 3-0 set win for Oshino Core Flip.
Yeah, this is a bit crazy now as Mirameg, I feel like, finally found their footing in this game. You know, was playing well beforehand, but just wasn't getting involved in these kills and in these games really in general. And now playing a little bit further back, keeping I in check a bit longer, doing a bit more damage and going through with that pressure, able to relieve a bit of pressure from Kashikoma, allowing the Amy to get those turrets up and importantly, relieving pressure onto Fresh, right? Fresh finally able to use that move speed, use the momentum boots on the Dubu, use these aggressive logs, aggressive walls, and as you see here, Amy getting that prime time glass cannon onto Fresh. So if you can keep the glass cannon pretty much ticked up the whole time and let Fresh cook, then it's going to be way easier for him. I think Ocean and Quillflip are postured for a huge reverse sweep opportunity right now.
They certainly are on the first step, already completed. Here's the aggressive look once again, though. Dropletto steps up and with 1 pendulum swing takes down both goal barriers. I up on the top side, going to have to go evasive here. Kashikoma stepping up, utilizing that prime time with the glitch pop, trying to make sure that they have more pressure to utilize on towards this core. Clears it back out, another glitch pop to keep FemBison on their toes, and is going to manage to open things up for Mirameg. Knocked back on over towards Frightfully Fresh on the other side, though. I ready to receive on the top side, takes a fair boatload of damage for it, though, and is at risk of getting taken completely off the map by Mirameg. There it goes. The KO's secured, and now Dropletto just going to have to play defense alongside FemBison up off the top side. The pressure stays on. Kashikoma knocks it down to the bottom corner and scores once again for Oshino Core Flip.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think anything with the Awakenings really changed here. I think it's mainly just a playstyle change from Mirameg and Kashikoma to really relieve pressure off their goalie, like I was saying earlier. I mean, I'd argue that really Bozo Bunch kind of got the better of the Awakenings this draft, or in the last draft even as well, with the Stagger Swagger, with the Catalyst, with the Big Fish, and the Monumentalist. But it just feels like they're struggling here to get so much pressure. But as I say that, I mean, the fire up comes through. Unable to find that core flip there, but getting a barrier for the trebles, able to play a bit more aggressive here. But FemBison with the Somersault does not miss it. They're losing both barriers here already.
Yeah, going to be an open goal secured, and there's one more cyber swipe from Kashikoma. Oshino Core Flip coming alive in the back half of game number 2. Going to be up 2-0 now for the second set in a row. Could sweep this one and take us to set number 5. It was looking almost done and dusted for the Bozo Bunch, but they are now on the back foot here. The momentum is all with Oshino Core Flip.
I don't know if you've noticed here, Gordo, but FemBison is level 5. And yeah. I'm not really, I think that's also due to the fact that, you know, their team was cooking so hard. FemBison wasn't really getting their chance to touch the core too much, but kind of biting them in the butt here as don't have the stagger bar to deal with Mirameg. and unable to hold these barriers. They're just kind of losing to the pressure now as the core flip puts it in again. Another 3-0 from Oshino core flip, and I mean, at this point, I don't even see them losing.
Yeah, it is just completely a demolition in these last 2 sets. Oshino core flip, they change things up on a dime, and they are looking to take us to a game number 3. They do not want to have to play in that 5th place qualifier. They want to take down the Bozo Bunch right here and move themselves through Launchpad.
Yeah, they really want to qualify here. They don't want to have to play another match to, I guess, force them to qualify here. This would be super nice for them to win. It gets them on the 1-1. It gets them another chance of, you know, qualifying for liftoff right here. Looking at this draft, the Timeless Creator onto Amy going to be so critical, as just such a strong training on the character. More ults, and with that extra special as well, going to just really force FemBison down whatever way that Kashikoma wants them to go. Another thing to note here, though, is that I did get their hands on the Egoist. Going to be getting a lot more, you know, energy, a lot more times to dodge, but I don't think it's going to matter here when Mirameg is just sitting on them over and over again, killing them on repeat. Looking staggered here, trying to stay alive. Drepletto having to take the pressure from that Timeless Creator ult. FemBison unable to hold one barrier. It's 1-1 here. Drepletto dying as well, and it's another power play for the side of Oshino core flip.
A massive one at bat. FemBison going to do a nice job of keeping things cleared out with the soup for now, just trying to buy time for a few more seconds, and actually has managed to save this, even keeping the goal barrier up the whole way through. Will finally drop at the end, but now I and Drepletto are back onto the map. Can they work their way past Mirameg to avoid going down another goal? Drepletto knocks it down towards the bottom side, back up towards I. Koshikoma is keeping the pressure on, though, with these cyber swipes, and they have so much zone control in between these soups coming on through, as well as the path splitters, as well as the sentry turrets, and Mirameg's going to turn that one into another goal.
Seems Oshino core flip has scaled, if not by awakenings, but possibly just by courage and, you know, a little bit of balls here coming in, just running them down. Mirameg sitting on top of I, not letting them play. Look at that, all that damage coming through from Mirameg, from these Kashikoma ultimates. I say that, you know, the gravity well kind of destroying Mirameg there. A core flip coming up as well, possibly could be getting this orb down here. Should look safe for now, and it's an uphill battle now from Bozo Bunch, when as it looks like it was, you know, Bozo Bunch's favor the entire match. Getting both goal barriers here going to help out, but with a core flip from everybody on the side of Oshino core flip, it's going to be looking rough for the Bozo Bunch no matter what.
Sure is here. They do manage to open up the goal, and now going in for the core flip, but Rightfully Fresh is up in the midfield and is ready to receive it with their own. Trying to pass it on through, but that's a KO earned onto FemBison, and Mirameg wants to close it out right here. It's going to be Kashikoma passing it up on towards the top side. Another Vigil Itching Beam going to try to clear things out, but the Pumpkins are just keeping the core stuck in this corner, and is just getting belted on there by these barrier beams, taking so much damage. But Drepletto trying to work their way through, trying to find themselves their first goal in a long while. Mirameg gets another KO, though, on that 8 KO streak. Cannot be stopped, and Drepletto just going to try to avoid being the next victim, getting it past it up over towards FemBison, who knocks it across the entire map. has managed to respawn to keep this round going, but Drepletto up on the top side, he just can't find a shot in past Rightfully Fresh.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Mirameg remembered that they could do damage, as the pass splitter and their primary just takes away FemBison here. Drepletto and I have to have heroics here. They need to defend this 2v3 if they want a chance at going, and they do. Drepletto with the hook, the death touch back to them, just completely mixing up Frightfully Fresh. Ankles broken into that bottom corner. Well played from Drepletto. This is now looking like a set.
He's going to have to do that twice more if they want to be able to take this game. It's going to be a tough one here for both sides. That's a huge KO, though, earned off the Magical Maelstrom, and they know it. They want to capitalize on the opportunity right here, right now. Stepping forward, Kashikoma, keeping things cleared away. The Tofu Fortress is going to go on down. They do manage to open on up the goal, but the respawn from Mirameg is here. What can Drepletto find up here on the top side? Throws it past Rightfully Fresh, but the core flip is going to manage to save it. Drepletto up here on the top side, passes it on down, but cannot find his way past Rightfully Fresh. Huge blocks there coming on across, and ready to receive on the bottom side, is going to get pushed back out by FemBison, and wants to be there as well, but it is going to be opened on up, at least in form of one of those goal barriers. Ready to receive at the bottom. Look at that sentry turret, though, getting so much work done. It's so little space to play with. The core flip gonna get cleared on out once again by Dropletto taking control up on the top side, passes it down towards gets the movement speed boost, has the whiplash going, and needs to be able to find their way onto this goal, but the death touch is not going to be able to work its way through the sentry turret, once again making so much of a difference for Kachikoma. Dropletto receives on the bottom side. Here comes the clear out once again from that Tofu Fortress, and Dropletto, they get themselves another goal. They're on match point. They're on series point, Borg.
Finally, getting the shrinks on the Mirmeg, able to stay alive for now, letting Dropletto have the time that they need to play offense. You know, basically their specialty, as we've seen this whole match. One goal barrier going down immediately. Imeal going to be coming through, but a great Tofu Fortress from FemBison, able to hold things for now. Getting that orb, staying healthy, but getting another Mirmeg, trying to equalize the score here, as Dropletto and need to find a play here, need to get this forward if they want a chance at finishing this off. Get one barrier. Can they get another one? Imeal are able to stop it for now, but and Dropletto still have control of the core here, still have it up as Kachikoma has that core flip, needs to be careful. FemBison looking so low, ready to die here. Dropletto and need to make a play now.
Yeah, knocking it back up towards the top side. Dropletto ready to receive up the top, but it's Mirmeg left all alone with the core. FemBison can't get it to it in time. And boy, we are going to set 5, round 5, game number 2. Oshino core flip, it all comes down to this round.
It's all coming down to this round. Can Oshino core flip stall get another game to get a chance of qualifying right now, or will the Bozo bunch, finally secure their win here, qualify in here? As it's looking a bit grim here as both goal barriers are down. FemBison has to defend against all odds.
Oh, FemBison did manage to save it there, but it's Mirmeg once again with the mix-up, hitting it up in the top corner, taking it down for Oshino core flip, and we are going to a game number 3, Borg. We are keeping you here as long as we possibly can.
Yeah, keeping the game here, keeping me here, possibly messing up my dinner plans here, as I did not expect these games to be going as long as they are, especially with that first series going double, what's it called? Double Oni Village in a row. And taking a look at the stats, Mirmeg with 10 kills, finally opening it up here. 7 goals, 10 kills. Definitely my MVP here with 41k damage. Kachikoma also 40k damage. It felt like whenever they could get the core forward, set up that Amy turret, they were able to finally, keep things going, get everything, I guess, finally coming through here. Dropletto and heroics in the beginning, able to get a big lead, but unable to keep it going as, Oshino core flip finally has scaled.
They definitely have here, and it is made all of the difference now. Coming in even keel all again for both sides. We don't know what the map's going to be quite yet, but it is going to be a 0-0 start, but with everything on the table here, the winner will be qualifying up through towards liftoff. The other will have to play another round today, in what has already been a pretty long day for both of these teams, filled with plenty of games. Would definitely be a big relief for whoever could win this to be able to just be done and know that they've made it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a big relief to get it here. And like I said, the loser of this match going to be going to that 5th place tiebreaker. So not the end of them yet, regardless of who that might be. One team's got to fall. We'll see, what happens here going into this final match, going to hopefully a banger game, banger series, as we've seen. Definitely a really fun match to cast. It seems like, heroics from the goalies, and then so much good play, and then all of a sudden 1 barrier goes down, 2 barriers go down, and it's an instant goal, right? It'll be going for 2 minutes long, and then all of a sudden the play happens in 2 seconds and they get a straight goal. So a little bit of weird play coming out of, just insanely weird game in general. Definitely going to have to rewatch this, I think. Predictions are up. Make your predictions, guys. Who's going to win this last game, whether it's Oshino core flip or the Bozo bunch. Both teams making great, runs here so far in this tournament. Losers quarters trying to qualify now for Lift-Up, which will be held not next week, but the week after. So if you want to catch that, definitely keep that in mind.
Yeah, definitely. Bet right now. Bet before we know the map. Bet before we know the picks. That's the purest form of gambling right there, if you can get it on through. So, going to be seeing if Oshino core flip can keep up that momentum that they really turned around for themselves. That was the reverse sweep. They were down 0-2 in sets and come back to win all 3. And now going to be seeing if they can keep that momentum going. Meanwhile, Bozo bunch, they're very close to taking that game number 2. They did take that game number 1. They've arguably been the more competitive of the two due to that fact. probably scored more total goals over the course of these first 2 games. Will that be enough for them to win game number 3? We're going to have to see if they can get that performance back that they showed in the first one.
Yeah, and we actually might be taking a quick break here as the players look like they need to take a quick bathroom break after those games. And, I might also technically be subbing out here for Saya or for Daftcrest, one of the two coming in here, as I made dinner reservations for 6:30. Did not expect these games to be going as crazy as they did. So I'm going to say my goodbyes here. Definitely, will be my last time on cast until week 5 of NASL Season 2. So I'll see you guys then. Won't be the last time you'll see me in between then, but on cast it will be the last time. So Gordo, glad to coach this half of this best of 3 with you at least, or maybe 2/3 of this best of 3 with you here. And then hopefully game 3 is as good as we've seen here. Sorry I got to leave on a sudden note, but either way, salute. See you guys later. We'll be going to a quick break, and I'll see you guys in September. Good luck. See you later.
Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League Launchpad Qualifier. We've lost Borg. He has to go to his dinner reservation, so I am going to be joined by Saya coming into game number 3. Saya, you've been paying attention to this game the whole way through. We have got Oshino Coreflip taking on the Bozo Bunch for the 3rd time tonight. How are you feeling after what we've seen in the first 2?
It's a bit of a heartbreaker. I'm such a big fan of both these teams, both very new teams, as many casters have said today so far. And yeah, but my heart lies with the Bozo Bunch. I coached them a little bit pre-tournament. They made it all the way here. This is their shot, but as we learned to Atlas's lab, a heartbreak occurred. the reverse sweep last time they were here, and it'll be a bit of a struggle.
For sure, as we are already on to the map, and it's going to be Atlas's lab once again to close things out in this round number 3. A win will get them through to liftoff. A loss will send them to that 5th place match that I think you're going to be covering, Saya, after we're done here. So going to get to see a little bit more of whoever ends up taking the L here, but I'm sure both teams would love to just be able to call their day done and dusted here and now.
Yeah, definitely what they're looking for. Dropletto on the Signature X. It looks like it has made it through the draft, and I think we're going to see very standard picks here. FemBison, known for the Kai more than the Dubu, so I would not be surprised to see it picked here. The Dubu came out before, but I think for this crucial last game, it's more important to go with what you're comfortable on, and Drakkar coming out for Muncher.
Wow.
This is a tried and true comp for Oshino Coreflip, but Bozo Bunch, they're on some comfort picks, and we'll see if this is what makes a difference.
Yeah, Muncher bringing out that Drakkar, something that we've not gotten to see a whole bunch of today, ever since those Molten Bolt nerfs. Feels like there's been a little bit less priority on the Drakkar. Going to end up coming on across, though. We'll see how they're going to be able to perform. Very different compositions from both teams here. 6 different strikers to be found for game number 3, and Mirameg gonna take the early lead in the Brawler v Brawler matchup. Dropletto taking a whole bunch of damage and just going to have to retreat to get out of this staggered state for a little while. We'll be able to find a goal barrier for their troubles, though.
Yeah, and it's a little bit scary if you're Bozo Bunch. You have to be prepared to go down quite a bit in sets, because this X is a little weak straight off the bat, even with the Chrono Boost. But as I say that, the Giga Blast into the shotgun from Muncher is just a KO right off the bat, and this could be the advantage if they can get the barrier. If Mirameg is staggered, all the health bars of the forwards looking low here, but the main issue is Rightfully Fresh has that Dubu wall, will hold it down, and they take out Mirameg with the strike shot from FemBison, but Muncher also goes down, so it is a 2v2 over and over again. But the glitch pop from Kashikoma is what secures the first goal.
Yeah, Kashikoma going to end up taking that one in with a nicely placed glitch pop. Showed a lot on that Aimi in game number 2. Now going to be running it back. That sentry turret ended up allowing for such aggressive angles there for Mirameg as well on the Asher. We're going to see if they're going to be able to repeat that performance. Barrier beam going to come up on the top side as they are just keeping that pressure on, creating this little triangle in the corner where there's just them, the core, the barrier, and very little left for the goalie to do, but FemBison does manage to keep things cleared out for their troubles. Mirameg sends it right around that barrier, so not going to manage to unlock much of anything, and it's actually going to be Muncher finding themselves a nice KO as well as one of those barriers. They're going to lose one in turn. There's going to be the path splitter coming out through. Mirameg staying aggressive here on the Asher, wants to be able to punish this low health bar that we have to see from Muncher, but Kashikoma actually just taking a whole boatload for it on the bottom side, and now Dropletto managing to open up the goal, looking to finish the job here, but Mirameg receiving with the numbers advantage, thrown back up with the rollout from Frightfully Fresh, and Dropletto has to keep their wits about him, trying to bully out of the Dubu, throws it on past Frightfully Fresh, manages to save it with the somersault, but still keeping it up with the lock and load, manages to knock down Mirameg, but FemBison has to end up giving up that last goal barrier, and it is going to be a KO earned from Dropletto. The numbers advantage coming back over to the Bozo Bunch once again as trying to pass it on down to Dropletto, trying to get in for that one last lock and load, but it is going to get snuck back away by Kashikoma once again, managing to keep that pressure up, but one more shot will do it, and it's going to be Muncher who scores the goal.
Yeah, crucial passing plays, and that is the one thing that Bozo Bunch have really improved on since the beginning, since previous tournaments, since their practice, their scrims, etc. But it is those passing plays that and Dropletto need to connect on, and really it all came together there. They got that combined shot, but right now Kashikoma and Mirameg are showing their teamwork, showing why Oshino Coreflip is that new team that is at the top right now, shows why they were seeded second even though they had 2 subs, still have 1 sub right now.
Kashikoma getting knocked to the side there, going to be staggered for now, but it's going to be Muncher who takes control on the bottom side. Dropletto passes it down to him once again, lock and load, going to find one of those goal barriers, and they're going to try to get the second one. Dropletto stepping up with the bell ringer, can't quite get it past Frightfully Fresh though. Then Muncher going to be ready to defend. Mirameg now going to receive, sneaks it past FemBison, who's throwing out the barrage upwards, but the core is coming downwards. Going to be a 2-1 lead for the Bozo Bunch, or for Oshino Coreflip rather.
Yeah, and that was such a good play by Mirameg. Knew that FemBison didn't have the strike shot. Incredible defense by FemBison on the previous play, but without that resource, you have to commit to one side with the barrage, and just like that, the barrage committed yet again. The turret in the same position as last time, and Kashikoma is getting so much value out of the firewall sentry.
Nice knock in there on towards the barrier. And is going to be a clear out from Frightfully Fresh once again. Kashikoma ready to receive on the bottom side. Clearing things out. Glitch Pop comes on through. Mirameg ready to receive up on the top. Trying to just trying to just knock it back and forth to themselves up on the top side, dribbling on through, but cannot manage to find themselves anything. And there is going to be the clear out from the side of the Bozo Bunch. Once again, managing to keep things safe and managing to retain one of their goal barriers. As Dropletto ready to receive up on the top side, moving it forward, going to be able to open up the goal barrier, and now Dropletto lets it away. It is going to be Kashikoma trying to play aggressively on the bottom side, does open up that last barrier, and now is ready to try and score. Getting it passed up towards the Muncher, wants to be able to knock it on through. Fembison goes in with a Giga Blast as well, but it just ends up going all the way around the entire field, and nobody going to end up accomplishing much out of it. It is going to be Fembison clearing it out towards the bottom side once again, but Mirameg finds it on a path up towards the corner and knocks it in for the set win.
Yeah, and Kashikoma's glitch pops have been incredible so far, controlling the space so much, forcing Fembison to doubt, and finally finding the goal there as well. Well-deserved MVP. Can go for the Timeless Creator or the Missile Propulsion Deny here. We'll probably go for the Timeless Creator because Heavy Impact still available for that Drakkar. And importantly, there's just a lot up for the Bozo Bunch right now. Missile Propulsion is up, Heavy Impact is up, Specialized Training is up for the Kai Giga Blasts, and not much is up for the Dubu. I gotta say, peak performance maybe Catalyst Deny against the X, but the prize fighter is still taken, and despite the loss, it's looking kind of good for the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, they get everything that they were looking for there, even with a little lead for Oshino Core Flip. Bozo Bunch now going to feel a lot stronger coming into the second set. As you said, they want to scale up with this X, and they got some nice scaling on all their characters off the back of this one, but a very early KO found as well to buy them even a little bit more time and space. They are going to be able to take down one of those goal barriers. Now a pass up coming in from the side of Muncher. Keep Dropletto on the aggressive, but now pinned up at the top. Mirameg having a field day, just keeping these health bars low and going to look for the KO onto Muncher. Finds it. Now a numbers advantage earned for the side of Oshino Core Flip, and let's see what they're going to be able to turn it into. Glitch Pop comes on through from Kashikoma. Mirameg keeping the pressure on Dropletto, launching themselves in there, trying to get a bell ringer on across, but Mirameg finds themselves that last goal barrier. Kashikoma off the second, off in the black hole, going to be trying to knock it over towards Mirameg, but it's going to be Muncher who has kept it cleared out.
Yeah, and that back pass from Dropletto, trying to create some pressure with Muncher. Gets through the bottom of the wall. Muncher gets the KO, taking a lot of chip damage, but it doesn't matter because they maintain possession. But a pass to Mirameg forces the barrage out, and now this is the play they have to make. They cannot be too hasty here. Dropletto losing the strike war against Frightfully Fresh, who is just a monstrously large Dubu. Muncher trying to get the missile propulsion shotgun, but it's not enough. Kashikoma with the clear, but the center detonates, and the damage advantage is firmly on the side of the Bozo Bunch. Almost a glitch pop goal there in overtime, but denied by Fembison. Has to be so careful here. Mirameg trying to stay alive, finally taken out, but Kashikoma still a constant threat on the scoring side.
Yeah, Dropletto trying to get the job done, goes on in for one more bell ringer, can't quite find it. Or bull rush rather, and not going to be able to end up with the target they were looking for. Core flip from Muncher back up to Dropletto, who goes in for the shot, but Frightfully Fresh is able to defend once again, and now Kashikoma pushing up on the top side, goes in for the cyber swipe, can't find its way onto the core, but it's going to be Frightfully Fresh ready to receive, and now again clearing things out. Mirameg goes in with the barrier beam, trying to knock it to themselves and trying to set up for a potential goal up against Fembison, who has been able to play some clutch defense so far. Another core flip comes on across and keep things over towards Oshino Core Flip side of the map, but Mirameg finds one in the one-on-one up on the top side, and it's going to be another goal for the Bozo Bunch.
What a brilliant strike war by Mirameg. Didn't even hit it away from the barrage, just waited until the pellets ended. Got the last laugh there directly to Fembison, who was absolutely not expecting such a crazy strike war. And now, Frightfully Fresh has meter. They have the barrier advantage. They could start snowballing this lead in this set as Mirameg goes in, but great defense by Fembison. And now Fresh on the backside, but it just feels like Muncher is a step behind the play. Kashikoma and Mirameg just so good at passing it ahead of the forwards of Bozo Bunch.
Mirameg taking a bunch of damage on the bottom side here, lock and load nearly the end of them. They will be able to get it on pass, and there's going to be a core flip used by Fresh to keep things cleared out up towards the top side. Kashikoma going to take control, but there's going to be the KO earned for the side of the Bozo Bunch as they're trying to move things back in their favor, having fallen behind in this game at number 3 already. Rollout comes on through for the Dubu once again, somersaulting forward, but Dropletto can just push through everything until finally going down to one more barrier beam, and now it's all Mirameg who can take control of this core and look for a score here. Path Splitter coming on through, trying to push it through with the barrier beam, can't quite find it, but it is going to be the double KO coming through. The ace for the side of Oshino core flip, and they're going to close it out with one more goal.
And the path splitter usage for Miramag, consistently the brightest point, the most obvious, but also the most crucial point. That Asher special just completely shreds the members of the opposing team whenever it is used, and especially there, the flashy ace, Oshino core flip, looks to have full control.
And another super early KO found by Oshino core flip, looking to just completely run away with this game number 3. This would be able to earn them a second set win, and they've already got both barriers, they've already got the KO, and they're gonna close it out. Assists to all parties and a 2-1 set advantage for Oshino core flip.
Boza Bunch got a little bailed out by the last draft. Will they be as lucky this time? I do not really think so, as Tempo Swing, I think, going to be the pickup for Miramag here. And, well, once that's down, not too much for that Drakkar. We'll have to settle for maybe a Fire Up or an Egoist. Goes for Twin Drive instead. Important deny, but that leaves the Deadeye up for the Aimi, and that is just so much damage, so much knockback. And, well, the X is just left with 3 not so great choices.
Yeah, wow, what a great draft there for Oshino core flip. Looking like they are going to be on the verge of being able to take this one. They were very nearly taken completely out of this series in game number 2. There was a moment there where the Bozo Bunch could have just closed it out, but now Oshino core flip, off a tremendous comeback, are on the verge of being able to win themselves this series. Another KO found for Miramag, pushed on down by Frightfully Fresh. Kashikoma ready to receive up the top side, goes on in for the cyber swipe, back down to Miramag, trying to keep the pressure on towards these barriers. The double KO earned for Kashikoma. Miramag ready to receive as the respawn comes through from Muncher, but Kashikoma is there, passing it back down towards Miramag once again, but it's been Muncher who's managed to take it away and buy some additional time, but Drupleto on the defense will just barely manage to save it in time for FemBison to rejoin the fray, but there's that sentry turret keeping things cleared out and getting us back into 3-3 territory.
3-on-3 territory indeed, but FemBison taken off the map immediately. That Tempo Swing Asher does even more damage, so many hits to worry about. Muncher and Dropletto on the defense, holding for now, but Miramag is there on the bottom side, and in this potential final set, Oshino core flip continue their lead.
Oshino core flip have just completely run away with it in game number 3 and are now just 2 goals away from a Launchpad victory. Down towards the bottom now, looking to get onto Dropletto. He's going to get knocked aside. They will manage to stay up and strong. Core flip comes through, but gets stuffed by Frightfully Fresh with a nice placement of the pumpkins. Miramag in the stagger. Dropletto, much the same. Going to now be passed up towards the middle once again. That black hole going to be respawning here before too long. Frightfully Fresh knocks up towards the top side. One goal barrier already down. Going to get returned by FemBison off a nice Giga Blast. Passed back up to Drupletto. And now it's going to be another KO earned. Miramag on a 6 KO streak here has just been unstoppable up in the faces of the Bozo Bunch. And they have not been able to find any space to breathe. No way to get their heads above water here, as it's going to be Muncher respawning and Drupletto trying to take control of the core once again.
They finally strike back with the KO onto Miramag, block the flip from Kashikoma as well, and this is their opportunity. They need to equalize here. They need to make something happen, but Frightfully Fresh is just running around them with the clears. Finally, the Missile Propulsion will do it. The flip will do it, but those resources had to be burned, rightfully so, but I don't know. I don't think this was a very convincing point for the future of the Bozo Bunch. They'll have to do a lot more. They have a mountain to climb.
Yeah, at the very least, lets them breathe a little sigh of relief. Shows that they can still find ways to score here. It might take a lot of resources. Now going to end up with another KO for themselves here. Miramag trying to take control, trying to push her further onto future goal barriers, but they are going to be able to find out one. There's going to be the core flip coming on through from Frightfully Fresh to clear things back over towards the other side. And Frightfully Fresh now going to get taken out themselves. Another KO earned for the Bozo Bunch as they look to fight their way back in this game number 3 and in this series. Kashikoma now has to play defense, but Miramag is there to help as well to keep things cleared out towards the bottom side, just buying time for Frightfully Fresh to respawn. But there's going to be the second goal barrier falling, and the goal opened up for the side of the Bozo Bunch, who want to push forward and get that second goal, taking a lead in a set for the first time in this game number 3. That's what they're going to be looking for, and it's going to be Muncher who's taking control of the core to try to make it happen. Goes in for the core flip and finds it in that top corner.
And those plays are what you need. You need to get the KOs, you need to get the striker advantage and convert into barriers, and that's exactly what they do. Plenty of time to build the meter as well. But the one thing that is the scariest is when right after a KO, the core sails right back to Oshino core flip, and it's up to FemBison to make those hard defends. You gotta think a few steps ahead there because Oshino core flip have so many chances to get back in the game.
Yeah, and doing a great job so far, though, at continuing to pressure this advantage is the side of the Bozo Bunch. Cleared back out by Frightfully Fresh. They do manage to find themselves one barrier, one-on-one now, as Mirameg taking control in the goal. Karf going to be looking for a little bit of something and is going to find a KO there, earned onto the X, and now Kashikoma pushing forward with the glitch pop. Mirameg lets the core slip on by there, is going to be ready to receive up the top side, goes in with Barrier Beam, does manage to open up the goal, and they want to close things out on this set. They do not want to be playing any more sets than they have to in this game number 3, as they have already earned themselves so much, and they do not want to let this X scale anymore. Mirameg bullying FemBison now in the goal arc. Frightfully Fresh trying to defend on the other side, and it's so close here with both goals opened on up.
And this is it. This is their opportunity. Dropletto gets possession of the core, sends it right to the bottom corner. What a bull rush. And this is the chance for Bozo Bunch. If they could hit the right scalings for X, for Drakkar, for Kai, any extra special, anything here could be the difference maker. This could swing the entire game as extra special is up. Stacks on stacks, last cannon, 1-2 punch as well. So many kill options, but it's still a little scary because some of them will fall down to the Aimi and to the Asher.
Definitely going to be stacks on stacks picked up here for the side of Oshino core flip. Let's see what else they can secure themselves. As you said, the perfect form going to be the choice for the Aimi. Asher going to be running out of too many great options. He's actually going to go for the hot shot. That's still pretty solid.
But the Asher took hot shot and the Kai gets glass cannon, and that's more power, more move speed for FemBison, who has already been pretty active, forced to be active. And I think this could be the tipping point for that specialized training Giga Blast here, as it does so much damage already.
Definitely could. It's all going to come down to these upcoming sets. There's the dash forward from Kashikoma, but Dropletto going to be the one who ends up taking the control at the end of the day, and Frightfully Fresh has already lost one of their goal barriers, clearing it back out with the soup once again. Mirameg gets the stagger onto Dropletto and finishes the job, as they're going to be taken off the map. Frightfully Fresh, though, has their goal opened on up. Now going to have their work cut out for them as both goal barriers are up, and they're going to need to find a way to work their way through them. Kashikoma opens up the top side one, but now is going to be Mirameg on the bottom, and there's going to be another KO earned for the side of Oshino core flip, finding themselves those numbers advantages, finding themselves the best way they can back into this game to be able to win themselves this set 3-1. Moving back over to Mirameg, now going in for the glitch pop, doesn't quite find its target, but doesn't need to, as the follow-up strike from Kashikoma finds its mark.
What great pressure. They were down 2 barriers to none, Oshino core flip, but they got the KO, they got the pressure, made FemBison burn the barrage, sent the core into the perfect position for Kashikoma and Mirameg to pounce on. But right now, the Bozo Bunch, once again, that early offense so good with that Drakkar.
Yeah, making so much happen, as it is going to slip by the sentry turret on the bottom side. Kashikoma trying to keep things cleared out, brawling up against Muncher here, who does stuff it once again, keeping the pressure on to Frightfully Fresh. Leto there, trying to get it done with Bellringer as well, knocking it back up towards the top side, but Kashikoma clears it back out, and there's going to be another KO earned onto that X. Passed up towards Mirameg. They do find themselves one of the goal barriers, and another potential 2-0 lead building up for Oshino core flip here. FemBison taken incredibly low in the stagger department. Mirameg could try to finish off that job. It's actually Kashikoma who cyber swipes forward and finishes the job. Frightfully Fresh ready to receive up at the top side, stepping up towards midfield, keep that pressure going. Core flip comes on across, but there's just nowhere for Muncher to send it. It's going to buy some time, does manage to save that goal barrier at the end of the day.
Yeah, how did it get saved there? And still, they need to pull off another miracle to save the barrier yet again, and they do. Kashikoma has flipped, though, so it'll be much scarier, but all 3 members of Bozo Bunch are alive at the moment. This is their opportunity to get the barrier, but Muncher goes down, and they must once again be on the defense, this time against potentially 3 core flips, and finally the barrier goes down without any of them used. This could be the death sentence for Bozo Bunch here, but a bad angle. FemBison gets the perfect save. Mirameg splits the path with the path splitter and gets the goal, watches the core sail in on the bottom side, and Oshino core flip are just 1 goal away from a spot at liftoff.
Path split, as you said there, Saya, buying so much space. Miramaeg showing the value of the Asher there to be able to buy themselves the space that they need to be able to close this one out. And now it is 1 goal away, and both goal barriers are down. A huge core flip comes across for Oshino core flip as they are looking now to finish the job and close out this series right here and now. Frightfully Fresh lets through 1 goal barrier as Dropletto is keeping the pressure on, but it's going to get passed up towards the top side. Miramaeg ready to receive, has that core flip available, could try to close things out there. There's going to be a huge use of the glitch pop, but a nice stuff there from FemBison on the barrage. Stops anything from coming on through, but Miramaeg has found the KO once again, but it's going to slip on by, and that's going to be a missed core flip from Frightfully Fresh, but back on down towards Miramaeg. Dropletto now taking it aggressively onto the other side. It's going to be Kashikoma up on the top, trying to receive, trying to move it back down towards Miramaeg, who wants to find the goal, who wants to close things on out, but so far, it's been great defense from FemBison the whole way through, and even the sentry turret isn't enough to push that core any further forward. Core flip comes through from Kashikoma, gets stuffed once again by Muncher, but Miramaeg has it on the top side, can't quite get it past. Another crucial use of that barrage, but now the goalie's been taken down, and that numbers advantage might give Miramaeg the angle they've been looking for, and they find it off the sentry turret. Kashikoma closes things out, and Oshino core flip qualified through Launchpad.
What an effort by Oshino core flip. It was looking kind of bad in game 2. It looked like Bozo Bunch were coming back a little in game 3, but they stuck to it. The Miramaeg Asher, the Kashikoma Aimi, really those power picks coming through. Great gameplay, and the creations, the path splitter, the firewall sentry, buying so much space, buying so much time, and just chipping away at the health bars of the Bozo Bunch. It was just too much in the end.
Excellent showing there from Oshino core flip to close things out. It was really looking like the Bozo Bunch were starting to come back alive there in that game number 3, but they shut that down incredibly quickly, take a dominant set number 4, and they are able to earn themselves that qualification in what was an intense 2-1 series.
Yeah, definitely an intense series, went back and forth, but all throughout, Oshino core flip maintained the damage lead crucially. They were the ones getting the KOs. They weren't the ones getting KO'd most of the time, and in the meta like this, I think that was just the overwhelming difference. Same with the previous Quest Esports sets. The damage difference makes such a big change in who is favored to win the game. The striker advantages are just so much to deal with.
Yeah, Miramaeg on the Asher, pocket pick coming on through, getting so much done. I really want to highlight that second to final goal where it was the path splitter that just kept everybody pushed up towards the top side, and being able to buy space like that makes such a difference when trying to find those crucial goals. Miramaeg coming up huge there with the most goals in the game, 5 of them plus an assist, and that ended up making all the difference here for Oshino core flip, especially in this game number 3.
But Gordo, that will be it for the duo of us. We only stuck together for a singular game.
It was a good single game.
It was a good single game, but we will be heading to a break as there's only one set remaining, one best of 3, only one spot at liftoff remaining for this weekend, and that is the 5th place tiebreaker that will be with us shortly. Gordo, do you want to say anything to the people?
No, thanks everybody for having me on once again. Looking forward to season 2. I'll be back, I think, a little bit next weekend. Shout out to Borg, who's going to be gone for substantially longer than I will. Until September, as he wasn't able to quite finish out the series, but was a fun cast nonetheless. Shout out to you, my man. And yeah, enjoy the last series of the game of the day, everybody, and I will see you all again next weekend.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We're here once again, back to our final match of the day, 1BO3 for this last spot in Launchpad Qualifier 1. I'm super excited. It's going to be Boza Bunch versus Give Sony Emote. Give Sony Emote composed of numbered ZZZ and Oldre, while on the other end, Bozo Bunch is going to be consisting of, I don't even know how to pronounce his name, Basef, maybe?
Yeah, it's Ben Bison out there.
Ben Bison. Okay, I'm looking at Start GG names. I know the other one's like what? It's like I. That's his in-game name.
I is also Muncher. So this is like the most confusing. These are the most confusing names in all of Omega Strikers.
I love Omega Striker. And then last but not least, rounding out that roster, Droplet. Saw him last time on stream, right before this, playing that X, playing the Rasmus on that Amy's app. Looking at it, right? Boza Bunch just coming off of a loss. Give Sony Emote. Been sitting for a little bit, so a little colder. And honestly, Boza Bunch looking like they might have been able to bring that last game back. Obviously, only one set. But, Saya, you think, which one of these two teams do you think has a little bit of an advantage here?
I'll give the slight edge to Give Sony Emote, because Give Sony Emote plays those kill comps. ZZZ is bloodthirsty, and Boza Bunch's biggest weakness is being KO'd.
Being KO'd indeed. ZZZ, the lover of everything brawler. This man would pick Juno, sit on you in net the entire game way back when. Oldre obviously loving that Luna pick. Seen it the most, as much as possible. I think it's a pretty decent pick. They're very good at it. Able to use Luna to smack people off the edge, or maybe enable ZZZ Numbered on that back end, holding it down with some of those Dubu and Atlas picks. But on the other end, obviously, right, you have that X, you have that era. For the most part, we did see them on Jakar when that era was banned out. So I'm honestly pretty excited to get into it. And now, Saya, how do you think map selection is gonna, play a big part of this?
So basically, there are two characters that Drop Leto can really play to that top level, and it's the X and the Rasmus. So if there's a map that doesn't favor either of those, or if the Rasmus is taken off the table, I foresee a bit of a struggle, as it is Night Market, and on Night Market, a huge power pick, a huge priority pick will be Muncher's era, as the 3 Octavia show up on the hovers, but it'll probably be something like Rasmus Kai era or X Kai era on the side of Bozo Bunch. On the side of Give Sony emote, it'll really depend on the bans, as they're looking to take ZZZ's Luna off the table.
Yeah, and obviously, right, that era is so strong on Night Market, able to really work with your teammate. It looks like they're going to go for the Jakar ban. I'm not too sure if they were paying attention a little to the series, but
I think they're a little unaware. There's a reason Era was banned instead of Drakkar in that final game of the Bozo Bunch series against Oshino Coreflip. It's because if Muncher plays the Era, especially on a map like Night Market, where he could instantly win the battle for the center gate as... Oh?
Whoa, we got a bit of a jump scare here. Octavia. I mean, I guess look, we at the end of the day, if we're picking Octavia here, we got to look at some of these starting awakenings, right? Because not even X picked at this point. So look, we just got to hold the funny tab button, and I mean, even then, it's not like a standard Octavia training, right? It's aerials, but maybe they're cooking something up here. How do you think this one's gonna go, Saya?
I'm just incredibly confused, because a lot of the picks that I would expect are on like opposite sides. I would have expected the Dubu out of numbered instead of Fem Bison, but here it is split completely, and the Octavia against the very well-known killing player of ZZZ, I'm not sure is the greatest idea.
Yeah, and Octavia being known for, you can't deal with her, you kill her. So it's doing one of the two as that base drops is used on ZZ, knocking him to low health. And hey, you know what? We talked about the other team being the brawling comp here, but there's a kill. And from the side of, oh my god, I can't even tab out to look at their teammate. I'm fumbling here. From the side of Bozo Bunch, I'll remember that for next time, obviously, right? Bozo Bunch, Sony emotes. But, we talk about the brawler comp, but they've gotten a barrier, they've gotten a kill, and Oldre looking like staggered. Ooh, as Muncher almost gets that one on that top end, but smacks it up. Dropletto with the death touch to himself there into that top corner.
Yeah, and although it's looking quite good now, you have to wonder, as the damage scales up, it might be getting a little scary, right? If Oldre gets any of those impact awakenings and starts blasting Muncher away, or if ZZZ starts scaling with something like a cast to last, it could get a lot scary. But in this early game, Bozo Bunch is executing very, very well. Muncher is playing perfectly to walk back, keep control of the core. Fem Bison in the mix as well, but their health bars are looking low as they go for the top barrier but are unsuccessful.
Yeah, and Numbered looking like he was getting overwhelmed just a little bit there, getting stuck in the center, throwing out a little bit of a call it emote. He recognizes what happened there, dropping the flip, coming back to Muncher there. Ooh, almost gets it through with that Octavia primary, as now ZZZ has his core flip here. Might want to get it forward. A nice little pass from Muncher, trying to get it to Dropletto. Dropletto here, death touch to himself into the bottom corner.
Very stylish plays coming out there, flexing a little bit, and if they could take this cleanly 3-0 firmly, get the lead in terms of experience against this X, and get some power picks in this draft, this could be their ticket to winning this crucial first game.
Definitely indeed, as off rip, Muncher, we talk.
Whoa, 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 whoa! What?
Dubu, Tofu Fortress Wall working as intended, as that one sends the core like a pinball machine right out into a double barrier. I mean, we talk about the Bozo Bunch, but I mean, that was a double barrier take from a Dubu pinball machine wall particle accelerator indeed.
Yeah, the particle accelerator strikes again. This time, the aim was incredible. The double barrier off of that? No way we saw that in tournament.
Yeah, that I mean, I'm still stun locked. Like I'm sitting here with like my hands on my head, As you know, a good Octavia training, obviously, right? Quick strikes coming out, maybe denial from X2. So good stuff. And what do you think of some of these, Saya?
Tempo is a little scary, right? If that stagger starts to stack on the X, even without the quick strike, there are still some big picks like the Cast to Last still remaining in the draft, the Chrono Boost as well. So you have to be a bit scared. That bulk up already taken. So if ZZZ managed to get something like a Reverberation, that tempo swing will be doing a ton.
Yeah, and Number doing such a great job putting forward pressure on, but Oldre going to get that bottom barrier there as Butcher now in this flow state with quick strikes and aerials, able to provide so much pressure. There's one, there's two. Now dribbling here on the bottom, throws to the primary, doesn't get anything. It might lose flow state here, is going to keep it as down drop Leto sends this one to the top corner with that pendulum swing. Muncher still with this flow state, gets a kill on Oldre and is going to core flip it right through. And I mean, Octavia, when left to roam free, that's the power of the character, you know?
Yeah, definitely making great use of both the Octavia speed and the center speed gate. Making sure that they're away from anything that could take their health bar down, but being damaged, being focused at the very start here. They decided to give Sony Emo, don't want a repeat of what happened last point, I mean, here, and they just immediately take Muncher off the map.
Yeah, Muncher being off the map. Now they're able to drop the pressure on, get another barrier. ZZ does have core flip here, and Numbered's about to pick up his own. Numbered losing that to that whiplash. ZZ trying to get on top of Fem Bison, but Fem Bison throwing out that Tofu Fortress, able to buy a little bit of time, and there's the flip from ZZZ, and it doesn't matter as he's going to smack that one right in and get a crucial point for his team to hopefully win this set.
Yeah, and the X getting the goals is what you want, right? You want that X to be more bulky because to damage people as X, you also need to put yourself in the line of fire. So any XP in these early sets that you can get on the X is a win for Give Sony Emos.
Yeah, and really just getting those kills, getting that Octavia off the map, out of flow state even, as Numbered makes a nice save there with the addition of aerials. That one able to, you know, get that bottom barrier saved. The ZZZ and Oldre are going to work to get these ones. Fem Bison has to play their HP here as they are a little low, going to get hit by that Giga Blast from Numbered. And ZZZ is hunting for the kill. You know he wants it as he is going to have to elusive to kind of not die to the base drop in the enemy net. Obviously, you don't want to have that happen to you. But Numbered, ooh, a nice little death touch from Dropletto, sends it up back into that top barrier. Is going to get that one as the pendulum swing does come out. Does have core flip here. Numbered throwing out the Giga Blast, and now Oldre able to clear this one forward. Drops the Rose Warp with that aerials increase. But I looked away for 2 seconds. Dropletto all of a sudden 1 HP as that flip does come out from Numbered, sitting here in the midfield. Almost dies to the Crystal Thorns though after that piercing shot, and ZZZ now working with Oldre trying to shove it in. Numbered now taking it through as that core flip was reused. Oh, but the base drop sends it back the other way, and now Oldre just going to send this one in for free.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate base drop hit there, but Fem Bison, importantly, I believe has a stagger swagger, right? So ZZ will have to work extra hard to put too much pressure on Fem Bison here. Definitely a saving grace after what we saw in previous games. Fem Bison doing their best to defend. As I say that, Muncher trying to speed run this point, but finally blocked by the side of Give Sony emote, but still has the flow state, has the passive drop Leto, but Numbered great strikes to defuse the situation. But that Tofu Fortress from Fem Bison just equalizes by keeping the possession on the side, on the far half of the map.
Yeah, and Muncher trying to speed run the caster tangents here as they got both barriers in the span of just about 2 strikes, and then instantly tried to work forward with Dropletto to get, you know, just get the goal in, just shove it in. As ZZZ and Oldre on the other end, I mean, they're trying to speed run my tangent at this point. Is ZZ going to drop the core flip, but it is going to get saved by Muncher, and Muncher's going to get a kill with the base drop here. It does have the flip now with that quick strikes, as now Dropletto sits here on this top side trying to get it through. They need to get it down to Muncher. Muncher having the flip here, shoves it right through, and they're going to pick up yet another set win in this game.
A big set win here for the Bozo Bunch. They're looking to end it in 3, not let the X get too much scaling, and especially if they get some big things in the draft, maybe the Cast to Last for the era will be fine, taking the big fish as well, a huge pickup. But 2 Give Sony Emo players in a row, 2nd and 3rd picks, will be able to pick up Stagger, Perfect Form perhaps, Hotshot even, Missile Propulsion on the Estelle, and Perfect Form for the X, but Catalyst picked up for Dropletto, and we know that energy has been really the difference maker when they get the flip at the crucial moment, so that could be a small win for Bozo Bunch, but he's got to watch out for ZZZ constantly scaling.
So, call me crazy, but I actually really like the Catalyst pickup on Octavia here over the Big Fish. I know it's like, obviously he wants to play his HP.
Octavia
what's up?
has the big fish.
No, I know. I'm saying I
Oh,
know that
you
he
would
wants
rather
the-
see it. Oh,
I
okay,
would
okay,
rather
yeah.
see the catalyst. Obviously, I know Octavia wants to survive, right? With the big fish HP. But my thought is that he's gonna die anyways. So you might as well farm some more elusive, farm some more bar. And the fact is, this map is so small that on Octavia you can base drop and hit like 3 people, and you like instantly farm your core flip.
Oh,
That's
I
fine,
see.
but-
I see the vision.
You see
But
the vision, right?
I see the vision, but ZZZ looking to get a KO on FemBison, but with the Stagger Swagger, I don't know if it will be successful as, oh, FemBison walks out, gets split, but still manages to stay alive, doesn't get killed by the Bull Rush, either survives the Crystal Thorns even with the Missile Propulsion boost, and still survives the spin from ZZZ, will be healing up now, and that survival just could mean the entire game at this point because Muncher and Dropletto have flips, they're on the offense here, zoning ZZZ, double KO Dropletto, and it was looking a little bad for a second. FemBison was on death's door. Muncher was taken out, but Dropletto, what a clutch play.
Yeah, FemBison fighting for his life in his own net there, getting hit by every single ability from the forwards of Give Sony emote. So, doing such a great job of just trying to live.
Yeah, it was so scary, right? Her health bar was like pixels. Any ability on target aimed correctly from ZZZ would have been the death of her, but ZZ this time focusing heavily on Muncher. Might have been a little bit of a mistake, but Muncher still managing to stay alive, wins the strike war against Numbered. Numbered winning the strike wars here, but Muncher yet again the perfect elusive, staying alive and both barriers gone, continuing to dribble, still not taken out by the Crystal Thorn, still not taken out by the X Maximus punch, still not taken out by the spin from ZZZ, and finally goes down, but the damage is done.
Yeah, damage is done indeed as now Muncher off the map and ZZ and Uldre Rose Warp coming through and the Bull Rush going to take out FemBison here as now Numbered passes to Uldre. Uldre trying to get it through, but Dropletto sitting here with this Whiplash. Here comes the base drop out coming through, sending this core forward as now they're going to be able to reset their flow state stacks, have the quick strikes. They need to be very careful here on the side of Give Sony emote because Muncher is activated, but ZZZ gonna take him completely off the map. There's that death touch slowing it down. ZZZ gonna eat it, so Uldre able to flip that one forward. Dropletto has the flip here in 2 seconds, is gonna be forced to use a little bit of their elusive bar right there due to ZZZ and Uldre trying to kill them on the other end. And Muncher almost dies to that Giga Blast, and now ZZZ is sending it, whoa, sending it right through that Tofu Fortress wall. It came out, it hit the core back the other way, but ZZZ somehow managing to hit it right through the soup, right to FemBison. And FemBison probably not expecting that one.
It's a little bit of revenge, right? 2 wall gives, it takes away. After the particle accelerator moment earlier, I think it's only fair that it goes back against the Bozo Bunch here, but a barrier being taken away. Muncher being taken low by ZZZ. They're trying to get damage on him, but it's not really working out as FemBison. Now she's the target for a little bit, but ZZZ continuing the pressure, continuing the strikes, looking for a goal. Muncher is taken out, but the bottom barrier earned by Dropletto with the flip, and FemBison is healing up with the orb, with the Stagger Swagger. Will be able to hold until Muncher comes back.
Yeah, and definitely need to as now ZZZ with this flip here up in front. Pops the X Maximus to try and get that one through. There's that base drop coming out from Muncher. Oh, Uldre almost dies on the edge there to that pendulum swing from Dropletto. This one going to get sent through that center speed, get a little bit of an increase here. As now Octavia sitting here with the quick strikes, dribbling, farming a little bit of core flip bar. Some quick strikes and Dropletto going to get a kill on Numbered with that pendulum swing. And now FemBison walking up, trying to get something here. Ooh, Muncher unfortunately hitting that one right into Uldre, but it doesn't matter as that primary comes up, secures another point for their team, and we are on match point.
Match point. Muncher has the flip. Dropletto has plenty of bar to work with, so this could be the difference maker here as the bars of Give Sony emote aren't as good. Double barrier instantly, no hesitation by Muncher as they look to close out this first game right now with the Tofu Fortress, with Dropletto in the mix as well, but Muncher's taken low. ZZ is looking for that KO in elusive, but is slowed down by the Octavia. Muncher managed to survive for a little bit longer, but the barrier is taken away.
Yeah, and now Numbered here with this Giga Blast on this bottom side. Wants to get it forward, wants to keep it away from the Octavia, but Dropletto is going to have core flip here. Pops it. Ooh, Kazes it a little and almost goes into his own net on the other side towards FemBison. And now Muncher going to get taken off the map by ZZZ. ZZZ with this X Maximus. Numbered walking forward, throwing out the barrage. And now ZZZ stalling here with some cooldowns. Uldre missing the flip, but managing to get the kill onto FemBison in the net, and Dropletto saving that one with a death touch as it's about to go in. Muncher getting a kill here on this bottom side with a base drop. There's another flip coming out to ZZZ. ZZZ not able to win that strike war and numbered, almost letting that one in. The primary coming out. A little bit of particle accelerator to go up to Muncher. Muncher going to end this game out for us.
Yeah, this time, just a Dubu wall on the top side, enough to get the pass, enough to get the pressure, and Bozo Bunch come together. They showed that they could play this Octavia pick too, and they survive against what we thought was going to be, I said we again, what I thought was going to be the kill comp, the kill team of Give Sony emote.
Yeah, a little hard to run that kill comp when it is a bulk up start, obviously, right? I think bulk up's still 250 HP, but I could be wrong in that fact. But obviously, bulk up giving you a little bit of extra health to work with. I can't remember if they upped it to 300 to match the other stagger trainings. But that bulk up able to give you so much HP, and it definitely worked out for Dropletto. Dropletto able to sit there in that midfield, kind of just play his life a little more, and really just live. And that was the most important part.
Yeah, and yeah, just survivability coming out. We saw for a while Muncher felt unkillable at times. Dropletto was surviving greatly too, and when Fem Bison could step up with that Tofu Fortress, could create the pressure on the top side, could basically force multiple attempts in the favor of either Dropletto or Muncher. That was really the death sentence here. But it was Night Market, so we'll have to see what happens on different maps here if a different one decides to show up.
Yeah, and you think about it, right? Because obviously you'd think that the Brawler comp and the Brawler team would do better on these smaller maps, but obviously in this first game, not the case. So maybe they'll be able to pull something out on one of these more open maps like Otten City, Oni Village, one of the above. You never know, right?
Yeah, there's such a wide map pool, and we never know what we're going to get, so it's kind of hard to talk about it, but definitely we'll have to fear the Atlas Lab, the bane of the Bozo Bunch's existence so far throughout this tournament, and yeah, we'll just have to see.
Yeah, and obviously, Bozo Bunch, they did such a great job doing everything that they could in that game, and now Sony Emo on this back foot here, right? They really need this next win to be able to, have a chance in this BO3. Obviously, they lose the next one, they're out, they're done. Still a qualifier too, right? July 29th. We do have that Launchpad too, but you want to get in this one. You don't want to have to worry about, coming back next week, throwing some stuff around and trying to really, get that spot, because obviously right now we have these 5 spots. This one's the last one. Only chance you're going to have this week. Got to come back next week. You got to go through Swiss again. You got to then go through the bracket, and just a lot of games that you would rather just not play.
Yeah, and it's probably going to shape up to be quite a bit more difficult next week. This week was a little short notice for a 2-day tournament, so I think a lot of teams preparing for the next week, and not to discredit the teams that will make it here. These are some fierce competitors, but I think that next week's Swiss stage especially will be full of sharks ready to sabotage some runs.
Yeah, and you got to think about it too. The people who also are still looking for teams might have not found one, maybe find each other, and some of those free agents are really, honestly not bad players. So we are in it, and we talked about this map, right? We talked about Amy's app, that Rasmus pick. We saw it from Dropletto in that first game. Obviously, probably going to pull it out here if it isn't banned. If it is, I would imagine, I don't even know what they would try and go for. Maybe some of that X again, but it does look like a Julie ban.
I think Give Sony emote have not done their research here, because there are no Julie players on the side of Bozo Bunch. A slight waste here, but definitely a fine coverage ban, because this is like the map where Julie is the second best character.
Yeah, and we talked about it, right? Muncher having that pool of, obviously now we've seen the Octavia, but mainly that Era Jakar, and here's that Era pick coming out. ZZZ and Oldre running this, kind of more interesting combo. I can't say I've personally seen Oldre on the Rasmus, but here's it is for us to see.
Yeah, and we'll definitely have to face off in this Rasmus duel against Dropletto, as the starting awakening is full fire up, and this just instantly warps the game completely. Daftgrass, what are your thoughts on everyone having that fire up?
I am excited to see somebody high roll Catalyst, and then they will farm their core flip over and over. because that is how this goes with this full fire up match, as ZZ is going to get this barrier. And look, ZZ almost has his score flip at this point. He's like just a little bit off. Bison would have had theirs, but they get smacked into the center of the net by ZZ with that bell ringer. Now ZZ popping that X Maximus, sends it backwards to Number, doing a little back pass, might end up being able to send that one forward, and now has the flip here. And you know, we talked about the fire up damage, but it doesn't matter, as Dropletto going to death touch them right into the net. And now Oldre sat here trying to cook something up, death touches into themselves, into the pendulum swing off of Fem Bison's clear.
Clean play from Oldre, and it's just a bloodbath so far. Both teams not really, I guess, playing their, not really playing, I guess, what can I say? Not really playing their lives, I guess. So, so far, it's definitely a game that will be a bloodbath, especially on Imezab with 2 Rasmuses rolling around with the flips coming out as both barriers. Oh no, the barrier on the red side, Bozo Bunch's barrier stays alive miraculously, and now ZZ has the flip, but with that barrier gone, it looks like Buncher could aim for something, especially since Fem Bison as well having so much meter, but the zoning tornado is enough there for that goal.
Yeah, and you think about it, right? The only real core control on the side of a Give Sony emote is that Rasmus taking the pummelers, while instead, now this era with Slick Kicks able to cook on that other side, and ZZZ off rip is going to get pulled into the hole by Dropletto, and there's the flip and sends it in, and I didn't even get to finish my sentence before they just put another one in.
Yeah, they got to pull the trigger so quick in this match where there's just fire-ups rolling around the entire field, and right now Dropletto has the flip. If they can get instant momentum here, instant flip, unable to get the barrier, but that's fine. Rolling in with the speed, trying to get core control early, and they're continuing to do so. Dropletto posted up in the top corner. Fem Bison ahead of ZZ, who has gone to munch the orb, but it looks like the Fem Bison log actually saved Oldre there.
Yeah, and Oldre getting bailed out just a little bit by that log, would have been sent in, giving Dropletto a little bit of power, but it is going to get sent in. And you know what? You might have dodged the hook, but you can't dodge the pendulum swing, as now this tornado is going to come in. Doesn't get the barrier, but is going to get it on the second hit. Passes up. Number going to have flip here. Is going to pop it to clear. ZZ now with that fire up speed, trying to do something, as now both teams of Bozo Bunch, or Bogo Bunch. No, it's Bozo Bunch, right? I can't even remember at this point. But you know what? They put a goal in. They put a goal in.
They can't get the Bozo or the Bogo bundle here. Only one barrier to speak of. But the Bozo Bunch will take the first set. Will be rewarded with stacks, I guess? No, Catalyst. No, what am I saying? That Catalyst is the pick to make right here. But will Dropletto see it?
They went for the one that we weren't talking. They had 2 options of what we were talking about. They went for the one we weren't talking about. Twin Drive. Now, look, guys. In terms of Twin Drive, I don't like it on Rasmus because there is currently a little bit of a bug with it where if you accidentally double recast it, you could permanently lose that secondary. You know, it gives you an extra secondary. You could permanently lose that one for the entire set. So, a bit of a Rasmus issue, but obviously that Catalyst picked up for Oldre now, so definitely going to be something to look forward to.
Yeah, and gonna be a little rough for the Bozo Bunch, right? The flip economy firmly in the hands of Give Sony emote here, especially if they can get this KO, and they do. But Dropletto responds in kind, taking Oldre out, but they lose the barrier. And now Dropletto looking for a little bit of solo core control here, but the great saves, great clears by Numbered, passed down to ZZZ.
Yeah, and now Dropletto on this top side, doing such a good job at just keeping the core forward, and now Muncher on this bottom side with those slick kicks is also, you know, there's such a big power as ZZ just beating up Fem Bison on the other side of the map, gonna set him off with the bell ringer.
Yeah, Fem Bison just taken out, no chance of survival with that flip on board for ZZZ, has the bell ringer as well, and it just becomes so scary when the X is charging up their flip, another ability to take you off the field with.
Yeah, and ooh, that death touch coming out from Dropletto, almost catching Numbered, playing a little too far forward. There's another flip. Fire-ups coming out left and right. Muncher now has their own flip, and then they try and pop it. They get the barrier with Dropletto, and look how fast they are. I don't even know. Fem Bison on the other side of the map just somehow smacks ZZ into the center, as Dropletto and Muncher are going to get that one through.
Yeah, crucial KO by Fem Bison. I think it was the roll into flip, if I'm not mistaken, and catches ZZZ a little off guard. If it was just a roll or just a flip, I apologize. But regardless, that KO crucial in terms of lightening the defensive pressure, but goes for the roll instead of the strike, and the lead is back in the hands of Give Sony emote.
You weren't even able to complete your sentence there. Once again, just instantly getting the barrier, getting the goal, putting themselves up 2-1 in the set. As now Dropletto with this flip tries to go for the death touch, doesn't get anything out of it. But oh wow, I don't even know how they survived that one, as it looks very close and honestly could have been pure pixels off. And ZZZ doing a little MOBA energy action, sends that one to the bottom corner from the flip from Aldre.
Great touch by ZZZ. Bit of a misdirection, and they get priority in this draft, but no extra special to speak of, so not full panic mode for the side of Bozo Bunch yet. They have historically always gotten the extra special in these mirrors, win or lose, so it's definitely a little bit stressful watching these games.
Taking the okay, so he takes the prime time obviously to force Dropletto to take the quick strikes away from the XCZ. Is going to get bulk up here. And now this Monumentalist from Era. I mean, Muncher has had great tornadoes the entire game. How do you think this one's going to shake up?
Well, it'll be a little bit harder, right? Not necessarily the night market flavor, but as I say that though, ZZZ being instantly taken out, I guess I must eat my words, as the Missile Propulsion Dubu Wall takes the barrier as well, and the creation synergy from the side of Bozo Bunch just completely secures that goal. Okay, I was not familiar. I saw the Muncher tornadoes in an earlier game, but I was like, they're not going to do it again. They have plenty of meter to work with. Clearly I was wrong.
Yeah, Saya not familiar with their game, as they do get a nice kill with that tornado instantly. And now ZZ sitting on top of Fem Bison here. Double core flip popped. Muncher and Fem Bison. Fem Bison playing almost a little too close to the edge here is going to have their core flip to give the fire up team. Oldre about to have theirs as well. As now Dropletto sitting here on this top side trying to stall for abilities, trying to stall for anything that they have. Fem Bison there, going to pop that core flip. And now ZZ popping this one right in their face. Doesn't manage to get it through. And now the Dubu Wall with that missile propulsion is going to send Oldre off the map. And now the enemy team here is going to have both their core flips, but there's Numbered's core flip, and now Muncher's about to have their core flip. You know, we're talking about core flips. They're sending them out left and right, as here comes the whiplash, here comes the core flip, and it goes through, and now Dropletto has theirs as well.
Yeah, incredible defense by Bozo Bunch on the ZZZ core flip. I thought that would be a goal right then and there, but they hold on, they get the goal, and they are looking to take the set and the lead in this potential final game for them, as they force the evade out of ZZZ, learned their lesson after one of the Sony emotes got insta-killed on the first round. But right now Dropletto has meter, Fem Bison is building it up as well, and they could just be getting this barrier right now. The flip comes out, the barrage is good, but Fem Bison walks all the way up with the fire up speed, and the missile propulsion Dubu Wall almost enough, but Muncher almost there, not quite.
And now Dropletto has to try and play their lives a little, as ZZZ gonna pop that X Maximus. Fem Bison doing a little bit of a misdirection on that flip there, as Oldre just barely missing that one. ZZ gonna get taken out by the flip, and Numbered on the other end. I'm not too sure what happened. Oh, they missed. Okay, they missed the
strike shot syndrome. Going for a strike shot instead of the raw strike. Everyone does it.
Bit unfortunate. Oldre with the Kaz into that. You hate to see it, and now we got the extra special on the table.
Yeah, but it's a little different this time. It seems like Bozo Bunch's Rasmus always is in front when it comes to the extra special, but this time it is very easily denied by the Kai here. No! Extra special missile propulsion Dubu Wall available. They don't see it! They give extra special to the X.
Yeah, and now this extra special X, honestly, look, I think it might not be the worst thing in the world, right? All he has is really just kind of like a little more HP and slightly more damage, but overall, I think it was an okay draft. But now this Dubu with this timeless, and again, look, it doesn't matter if one of the enemies is off the map. This X popping the ultimate, but it's not going to do much to stop Dropletto and Muncher from taking the barrier, taking the goal, and getting a first point in this set.
Yeah, I might have overreacted a little bit. Still a fine pick. If they keep ZZZ under control, it will work out just fine, and Bozo Bunch has done it so far. So if Muncher can get this pass here, stays alive against Oldre as well. Crucially, that tornado is bearing in, but Numbered saves the barrier. But Dropletto has the flip, used it before Numbered gets it, but a great save by Numbered. Saves the day until Fem Bison comes in with yet another flip, and they're just 1 point away from liftoff qualification.
God, fire up is so ridiculous because Fem Bison can sit in that center and win those fire. Wait, look, Dropletto already almost has their flip back. They just used it in that last part and they almost have it back again. There's 2 flips coming out from the side of Give Sony emote, but Fem Bison holding on as Dropletto is going to get hooked into the center. There's a flip from Muncher, has it again already. Fem Bison getting that increased speed, going to throw out this Tofu Fortress Wall with that missile propulsion as Muncher now on this other side with Slick Kicks trying to get it through, but now ooh, ZZ, sorry, Oldre almost dying there, is going to die to that Death Touch, and now ZZ is going to smack Fem Bison in, but Muncher going to bring them to liftoff qualifications.
Yes, slight slip up by Numbered, Panic Barrages, and Muncher knows. They have all of the time in the world to get the final strike off, and there it is, Bozo Bunch make it. I think most people would have predicted them to make it, but it was a bit of a struggling road. They fell down from winners, fell down from losers into this 5th place last chance qualifier pretty much, but they made it happen here. They didn't make it look that close either. 2-0, well played. Yeah,
well played indeed, as look at the KOs coming out from Dropletto, dropping a nice 7. The combined forces of Oldre and ZZZ do add up to what Dropletto was able to provide for their team here, as, I mean, they were doing a great job with the hooks, but the fire-up, I mean, the 3 fire-up is a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah, definitely a different video game in this last game, but a video game that Bozo Bunch managed to win regardless. As we head into the replays, just great plays coming out from the Bozo Bunch. Great defense, especially. A lot of those points were almost in the hands of Give Sony emote, but it was Dropletto or Fem Bison or Muncher or Fem Bison or all 2 of them, 3 of them together, really just defending the flips, and their flip defense rate, I think, was crucial in creating this lead.
And, you know, we talked about it, right? The core control coming out from the side of Bozo Bunch, as really the problem is if the side of Give Sony emote doesn't get that kill early, Bozo Bunch able to take so much control of the field with that Slick Kicks era, able to shrink ZZZ, make him practically, you know, kind of useless on the field almost, as he's kind of sitting around trying to hit the core, but great job from them overall, and I like the showing that they had today. Super excited to see them in liftoff.
Yeah, great play from them, and well, that was the final set of the first Launchpad. Make sure to register for the next one too. It's
July 29th.
It's next week, next Saturday and Sunday if you make it to day 2, so definitely worth trying to make it to Liftoff, the Invitational.
Yeah, as of right now, look, if you guys want to join these tournaments that we do, please do ! Discord. It will give you a link to the tournament server. So if you are looking to play in something like Launchpad next week, which is the qualifier to Liftoff, which then Liftoff is the qualifier to NASL Season 2, please go right ahead. And, you know, obviously you can grab roles in there and whatnot, but that's really how you kind of get involved in this type of tournament play. It's free for everyone. It costs nothing. You just need to find 2 other people, you know, that you want to play with. And Sai, do you have anything to say here?
Not really. It was great games. Congrats to the 5 teams that made it. Congrats to Chikara, especially, who were not expected to make it this far, but took out Powerhouse Defenders along the way. Great play from them. And we hope to see you again next week. So, yeah, make sure to join the Discord. Make sure to keep up. Yeah, that's about it. Daft, do you want to say anything?
Now, guys, you can find me on twitch.tv/daftgrass. I stream every single day. I do have a Twitter, but no, I don't use it, so don't even focus on it. But do drop a follow, honestly, please, smiley face, and also drop a follow here. We like having you guys. So, you know, come see us when we do more tournaments and stuff. Our next one will be that July 29th. We will be here running the back with the 2-day Launchpad qualifier. And Saya, where can they find you?
Here, this is it. This is the place! ! Discord. Like this is where the events happen. So yeah, just follow up, and yeah, that's about it. Thank you for watching, and see you next week.